I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. Time flows like water. Maybe it was because of the death of fellow Daoist Tang, or maybe it was because Wang Dao felt that he didn't have much time left. Wang Dao became sentimental and told Lin Xiao a lot of past events. When he was young, Wang Dao was heroic and a genius disciple in the sect. He participated in the sect's annexation war and made Tiansheng Sect the overlord of Tiansheng. When he was young and strong, Wang Dao was ambitious and high-spirited. He led Tiansheng Sect to continue to grow, broke through Dao Gang, and refreshed Tiansheng Sect's history. After traveling for 100 years, he wanted to lead Tiansheng Sect to a new glory. After traveling, Wang Dao no longer had the ambitions he had before. He knew the cruelty of the world of cultivating immortals, but he still had the courage and vision to integrate the entire Tiansheng, launch a war of annexation, annexing Hezhou and Qingshan County, and more than double the territory of Tiansheng. At the same time, it also made the Tiansheng Sect more powerful than ever before. It had 3 Dao Gang stage cultivators, dozens of purple mansions, over 1,000 condensed veins, and occupied several high-level sacred mountains. Talented disciples emerged in endlessly. It can be said that Wang Dao's life was magnificent and very exciting. I've been bragging for so long, but sect leader Lin didn't even stop me. My achievements are really not worth mentioning in front of sect leader Lin. Don't say that, fellow Daoist Wang. In the history of Tiansheng Sect, no, Xianan province, fellow Daoist Wang has made great contributions. Without your broad mind and courage, there would be no Xianan province today. Just look at Bei'an province and you will know how it has declined now. Haha, since sect leader Lin is praising you so much, I won't be polite. Your Tiansheng Sect will soon become the overlord of Xianan province. Are you ready? Yes, fellow Daoist Wang, don't worry. The strategy of the 9 sects alliance and the same spirit will not be easily changed. Xianan province needs unity, and the tides rise and fall. If your Tiansheng Sect has a time of decline, can my Tiansheng Sect be prosperous forever? I will do my best to preserve the interests of Tiansheng Sect, and the Zuanjing mine in Dangsuan Mountain will not be allowed to be touched by anyone. Does sect leader Lin know how big the mineral vein of Dangsuan Mountain is? Don't worry, fellow Daoist Wang. I know what's going on, but our Tiansheng Sect won't covet it. No matter how good the mineral vein is, it will be gone after it's mined. On the contrary, it's the current source of income for our Tiansheng Sect. Although it has developed with some bumps, it can be developed in a cycle. Lin Xiao shook his head. Half of the income of Tiansheng Sect comes from Dangsuan Mountain. Over the past few decades, at least tens of millions of Zuan crystals have been mined, but Lin Xiao is not jealous. In terms of mind and bearing alone, I'm not as good as sect leader Lin. If it were me, I would definitely be jealous. Fellow Daoist Wang, you are joking. Sect leader Lin, it's not easy to be the overlord sect. There are some things I originally wanted to tell you later. Now that we meet, let's say it all at once. Wang Dao shook his head and then began to be serious. He told Lin Xiao some things about the overlord sect. Today, the order in Tiansheng is very different from before. The benefits obtained by the overlord sect are actually very small, but the responsibilities should not be reduced at all. For example, to adjust the contradictions within Tiansheng, there are now more than 100 sects and families of all sizes in Tiansheng, and there are many conflicts of interest, grievances, and hatreds between them, so the dominant sect must adjust them and prevent large-scale fighting from breaking out. For a sect to rise, it must rely on its own development or annexation of the outside world like Tiansheng. Only when Tiansheng is generally united, will Tiansheng have the strength to fight against foreign enemies, and the dominant sect can maintain its position. For example, the Tiansheng Palace is helpless against Tiansheng, in addition to the distance, because Tiansheng is united, and the top sects do not care about the Tiansheng Palace. So the Tiansheng Palace cannot divide and disintegrate Tiansheng. If the other states and counties had the strength of Tiansheng, the Tiansheng Palace would have already started to disintegrate. In states and counties like Tiansheng, the Chunhyang Palace can quickly divide. Another issue is the development direction of Tiansheng. To the south, it is necessary to open up the Hengyu Mountains. The Hengyu Mountains are high in terrain, and the monsters on the mountains are self-contained, especially the snow monsters on the mountains, which are mysterious and powerful. It is not suitable for development. Even those casual cultivators who hunt monsters rarely go there. To the north, there are Tiansheng and Tiansheng blocking them. Although they are very weak, it is easy for Tiansheng to annex them, but once they are annexed, they will have to face Chunhyang Palace directly. Once Chunhyang Palace can directly attack Tiansheng, it will be tantamount to seeking death with the current size of Tiansheng. If it develops to the east, it will have to face the enemy country after annexing a state. At that time, the border pressure will cause Tiansheng to hold back a large number of troops, which is not suitable. Therefore, the most suitable way is to go west, occupy the original territory of Chen State, and then turn south to open up the wilderness and snatch resources from the monsters. Lin Xiao, although the 6th level Monster King has repeatedly warned, who will take it seriously? Isn't the vast territory of the human race snatched in this way? However, this development must first solve the problem of civil unrest in Chen. The previous annexation war has stopped for 7 or 8 years. Now both sides are still accumulating strength. It is estimated that it will take quite some time. Now the responsibility is still in the hands of Tiansheng Sect, but when the time comes, Tiansheng Sect will need to take over. Wang Dao has promised to settle the affairs of Chen before he and Lang Dao pass away. It is considered a great gift to Tiansheng Sect, and also as a reward for Tiansheng Sect's protection of Tiansheng Sect at that time. Lin Xiao also agreed. The righteous will have many supporters, while the unrighteous will have few supporters. The ancients are not deceiving me. When leaving Tianhe Gate, Lin Xiao sighed. Wang Dao is a very powerful person, but unfortunately, his path is not very smooth. If he does not have a great opportunity, it will be difficult for him to break through the spiritual light. And the Thorn God is a representative of the unrighteous and few supporters. Countless forces are fighting with them. Even if they want to whitewash, no one is willing to give them a chance. After returning to Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao told the 3 disciples about this matter, letting them know the meaning of the righteous will have many supporters, the unrighteous will have few supporters. Don't think that you can sit back and relax and do whatever you want when the sect is strong. Even the most powerful sect will weaken one day. If you don't want to be taken advantage of when you are weak, then make more friends and offend fewer people. If you really want to fight, beat them to death and don't give them a chance to revenge. Lin Xiao didn't retreat, and he paid more attention to the sect. Lin Xiao also found that the number of people who died in the sect every year was increasing. The number of people who died in battles was decreasing, but the number of people who died in meditation was increasing. Only 3 of the 30 disciples when Lin Xiao first came were left. The rest either died in battle or died of old age. The remaining 3 were also running out of time and were getting old. Next came Li Mingyang's first batch of more than 300 disciples. In that batch, there were 8 people including Li Mingyang, Zhu Zongsheng, Wang Xiaoxi, etc. who broke through to become Purple Mansion cultivators and lived for 200 years. Now they are only halfway through, and they are in their prime years. But those who have not broken through are also in their 80s and 90s. Except for a few who died in battle, they have all entered the countdown of their lives. Below Purple Mansion, the lifespan of a normal person is about 100 years old, but not every cultivator can live to be 100 years old. It depends on the situation. Some people have damaged their foundation in the previous battles, or have been disabled directly, which greatly reduces their lifespan. Some people, due to physical reasons, do not live beyond 100 years old, which is also normal, just like ordinary people. Some live to be 100 years old, and some die in their 70s or 80s. Lin Xiao asked Zhang Mingtang to do some statistics, and found out that there were more than 500 disciples who were over 80 years old, and whose cultivation level was below Purple Mansion. The path of these 500 people was hopeless, and it was impossible for them to break through Purple Mansion. They would pass away one after another within 20 years. On average, there would be more than 20 people like this every year. As they grow old, the people behind them will also grow old. In fact, this is just a normal phenomenon. It's just that Lin Xiao felt a lot of emotion when he saw his old friends dying. If the disciples of the sect couldn't keep up with him, maybe in a few hundred years, there would be no old friends around Lin Xiao anymore. After understanding this situation, Lin Xiao asked Zhang Mingtang to adjust some of the sect's rules. Disciples below the Purple Mansion, if they don't have important tasks or special skills, can retire at around 80 years old, resign from the sect position, and increase their basic salary by 1/10 without changing, and then send them to old age. Those who want to stay in the sect can stay, and those who want to go to mortal villages and towns to be rich can also be fulfilled, and they will be issued Tiansheng orders according to their status and contribution in the sect. Tiansheng orders are divided into 3 levels. Their descendants can join the Tiansheng Sect with Tiansheng orders and become outer, inner, and core disciples according to the level of Tiansheng orders. Of course, the treatment of core disciples is no less than that of Lin Xiao's apprentices. There are very few people who can get this token, and they must make great contributions. With the implementation of this policy, within 3 months, more than 300 elderly monks left the mountain gate and went to the mortal villages to enjoy their lives. With their strength and status, they were more than capable of being rich men. By the way, they could strengthen the control of the Tiansheng Sect over the mortal villages, and they could also deal with some common beasts to reduce the survival pressure of mortals. The positions they gave up also allowed a group of talented young people to quickly take over, which made the Tiansheng Sect more vibrant. 2 years later, in the 3rd year of Basix's retreat, the Tiansheng Sect once again appeared in the Tiansheng Sect, and the heavenly sound sang. Many disciples in retreat were affected by this, and their minds became clear and bright, and they successfully broke through. The disciples who were not in retreat were also very happy. They knew that the Tiansheng Sect had one more Daogang monk, and the Tiansheng Sect had completely caught up with the Danliang Sect in high-end combat power, becoming the veritable first sect in Tiansheng. 3 months later, Basixi, who had digested the fragments of the heavenly Dao law, came out of retreat and stabilized her realm. Lin Xiao also held a banquet for her. People from all sects in Tiansheng came to congratulate him. Other states and counties or sects that had dealings with Tiansheng Sect also sent people to congratulate him. A 3-day banquet was held in Gongming City. After Basixi became the Bei Patriarch, the Bei family was ready to take revenge again, because they knew that Wu Gang's injury had not healed. With the current strength of the Bei family, they were able to take revenge, but were stopped by Lin Xiao. Now going to the north of Chen State to make trouble is simply looking for trouble for Tiansheng Sect, which will greatly damage the interests of the sect. Lin Xiao asked them to be patient for a few more years, and the people of the Bei family agreed. Lin Xiao asked Basixi to stay in Gongming City. With Daogang monks in charge, the Purple Mansion monks who were in charge could draw out a few people. Tiansheng Sect had the spare capacity to build a stronger battle hall team, which could be put into the situation in the south of Chen State at any time, to fight against the forces of the Thorn God. Chapter 202 Li Mingyang's request for help. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Li Mingyang stood on the wall attic of Gongming City. Half of Gongming City was in his sight. Teams of patrolling monks were patrolling the straight streets. The residential areas and shops were basically closed, but the restaurants, tea houses, and theaters were still very lively, and laughter was heard frequently. Li Mingyang watched how Gongming City changed from a small market to the current top 10 city of cultivation in Lu State, and the first in Tiansheng. His love for Gongming City was as deep as his loyalty to the sect. However, Li Mingyang was particularly depressed recently, especially when Basixi broke through Daogang. He became even more depressed. Since he joined the Tiansheng Sect at the age of 13, he has been a well-deserved genius disciple of the Tiansheng Sect for a long time. When he was in the Disciple Academy, he was far ahead and graduated from the literacy class in a few months. After Lin Xiao borrowed the marrow cleansing pill from him on credit, his qualifications were no less than those of a high-grade spiritual root disciple. 2 years later, his cultivation reached the 5th level of Kame. This record was maintained in the Tiansheng Sect for many years. After that, Lin Xiao also valued him very much and kept pouring resources into him. Li Mingyang was also very competitive. After decades of hard training, he was the first disciple of Tiansheng Sect to break through the Ningmei and the first to break through the Zifu. Li Mingyang also had great military exploits. He participated in the 2 annexation wars of Tiansheng Sect, intimidated the Qin Kingdom and Wu family, and fought against the Beast Tide. He was injured many times. The most serious one took him 3 months to recover. It can be said that Li Mingyang did not miss any of the major events of Tiansheng Sect. Li Mingyang grew up with Tiansheng Sect, which was quite smooth. However, when Tiansheng Sect became stronger, Li Mingyang was under greater pressure. The reason was simple: there were more talents. In the past, more than 90% of the Tiansheng Sect's disciples were ordinary quality, and there were only a few middle quality disciples. But now, there are dozens of disciples with top quality qualifications, and a large number of middle quality disciples. Those disciples with top quality spiritual roots are also valued by the sect. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, they are no less than the disciples with top quality spiritual roots. Moreover, they are also diligent, so their cultivation speed is getting faster and faster, and they are getting closer and closer to him, the eldest brother among the first batch of disciples. Then there is Li Muxu, that monster. Although Lin Xiao hid Li Muxu very well, who among the core members of the Tiansheng Sect does not know the monster of Li Muxu? In 2 years of college life, she opened the 8th level of meridians, breaking the record created by Li Mingyang. After that, she broke the record all the way, the fastest condensed meridians, the fastest purple palace, and the fastest Daogang. How old was Li Muxu when she broke through Daogang? Li Mingyang guessed that she would not be more than 65. Forget about Li Muxu, this monster. She eclipsed all the talented disciples in the sect. Even Lin Xiao was actually a little behind Li Muxu in terms of cultivation speed. But other Purple Mansion cultivators were about to catch up with him, which made Li Mingyang worried. He was worried that Lin Xiao no longer valued him, and that the sect no longer needed him. It's been 13 years, and this bottleneck has come at the wrong time. Li Mingyang exhaled heavily, feeling extremely troubled and depressed. 13 years ago, he was at the 10th level of Purple Mansion, and now he is still at the 10th level of Purple Mansion, without any movement. 13 years ago, he was only 1 level away from Basichan, but now Basichan is ready to start polishing and settling, and he is still at the 10th level of Purple Mansion. All cultivators will encounter bottlenecks of varying sizes. This is a very special state. There is obviously nothing wrong, but one cannot improve his cultivation at all. It is even more difficult to break through these bottlenecks. The key is that there is no experience to be learned, because everyone's situation is different, and similarly, everyone has different ways to break through the bottleneck. Li Mingyang has tried countless methods in the past 13 years, but it still doesn't work. The bottleneck is like a rope around his neck, motionless, tightly wrapped around him. Practicing is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to get it. Li Mingyang said to himself. The internal competition of Tiansheng Sect has always been fierce. There are more than 30 Purple Mansions in the sect, and there are many Purple Mansions at the 9th and 10th levels. If he doesn't break through, Tiansheng Sect will support someone else. Moreover, Li Mingyang knows Lin Xiao's character very well. Lin Xiao needs Daogang cultivators now, so Daojiden will be provided actively, and resources will be supplied vigorously. But when there are more Daogang cultivators, it will not be done this way. Just like the Purple Mansion cultivators, it was easy to get Kfuden before, as long as you reach the 12th level of condensing veins and polish and precipitate it. But now, there are at least more than 20 cultivators at the 12th level of condensing veins in the sect, but they need to queue up. Without sufficient potential, it is impossible to borrow on credit, and you can only silently accumulate merit points. Junior brother Li Grandmaster Bei, why call me Grandmaster? Call me senior sister. We have worked together for decades. It would be strange to call me Grandmaster. Bei Zixi appeared beside Li Mingyang and shook her head. Bei Zixi had been a disciple for decades, and was about the same age as Li Mingyang. In the early days, they fought together, guarded places together, practiced together, and got along for a long time, so they had a very good relationship. Yes, senior sister Bay, why did you come? I heard from the disciples that Junior Brotherly likes to be alone on the city wall at night recently. Junior Brotherly, is there anything on your mind? The disciples nowadays are becoming more and more unruly. It seems that senior sister has to clean them up. Junior Brotherly, I heard this myself. I can't blame others. Besides, Junior Brother has been unhappy in recent years. Everyone can see that Junior Brother is worried about the bottleneck. Yes. Li Mingyang had nothing to hide in front of his old acquaintance and nodded in acknowledgement. It seems that Junior Brother is afraid of being abandoned by the sect leader. Yes, Tiansheng Sect never keeps idle people. Today, Tiansheng Sect has become the largest sect in Xianan province. If Chunhyang Palace forces it in the future, Tiansheng Sect will have to take over. The role of Purple Mansion cultivators is getting smaller and smaller, so the sect leader is in urgent need of Daogang cultivators to enrich the sect, and as a disciple, I have to share the sect leader's worries. And from my personal interests, I also want to go further on the path of Taoism. Among my batch of 300 disciples back then, except for the 8 Purple Mansions, only 3 survived, and they were also old and frail, waiting to die. Li Mingyang doesn't want to be like that, but Junior Brother should know that haste makes waste. The more anxious you are, the more the bottleneck will solidify, which will have a counterproductive effect. Senior sister, there are thousands of truths in this world, and everyone knows so much, but there are still so many vulgar and mediocre people. How can Li Mingyang be immune? So, Junior Brother, you've walked into a dead end. The sect leader is right. A single leaf blocks one's view of the mountain. Our sect leader is a genius. Nothing has been able to stump him for decades. In the past, in Xianan province, it was as hard as ascending to heaven to break through to a Purple Mansion. There were only a few Purple Mansion cultivators in the entire province. But now, the sect leader has taken out the recipe for the Keifu pill. In a few years, the number of Purple Mansion cultivators will exceed 100. They are no longer worth much. There are also more and more Daogang cultivators. With the sect leader's ability, isn't it easy for him to solve the bottleneck of your Purple Mansion 10th level? Senior sister, you're right, but what? I can't bring myself to do that. Why didn't you feel embarrassed when the sect leader took care of us before? No, senior sister, hey, Junior Brother, the master is always the master, and the disciples are always disciples, just like children in the eyes of their parents. No matter how old they are still children. If you go to the master, I guarantee that he will never laugh at you or reject you. However, if you insist on it, you will disappoint the master. When the disciples behind you surpass you, the master will truly forget you. Okay, senior sister, don't say any more. I will go to the master tomorrow. Li Mingyang's face turned red because of what basics he said, but he also felt that her words seemed to make some sense, so he decided to try his luck the next day. Bottleneck. The next day, Li Mingyang found Lin Xiao and hesitantly told him the purpose of his visit, which made Lin Xiao a little stunned because he had no experience of bottleneck at all, and with the cheating device of the system here, it was impossible for him to have a bottleneck. If he encountered one, he could just use the points to improve his cultivation. Master, is there nothing you can do? That's not the case. Come on, tell me about your cultivation and I'll help you analyze it. Li Mingyang was a little disappointed, but Lin Xiao was somewhat interested. He asked Li Mingyang to talk about his cultivation and help him analyze it. The cultivation techniques and martial arts were confidential, but Li Mingyang had no such thoughts in front of Lin Xiao and quickly told him about his own situation. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and found it a little tricky. Li Mingyang was still practicing the Zuan level upper grade techniques. He practiced too fast and did not accumulate many merit points, so he could not afford to exchange for the earth level techniques. Of course, this was not a big bad thing. First, the Zuan level upper grade techniques were enough, and second, when Lin Xiao got the heaven level techniques, he could exchange them all at once. The problem now was that Lin Xiao had not practiced these techniques and was not familiar with them. Lin Xiao had his own divine techniques, so he didn't have to worry about the techniques. So Lin Xiao just explained it to Li Mingyang according to his own experience, and finally exchanged a reduced version of the enlightenment pill from the system for him. This enlightenment pill can make people clear their minds and minds. It was originally developed for breaking through the realm. Although the reduced version is much less effective, it should be enough for Li Mingyang, who is only in the Purple Mansion period. This enlightenment pill can be regarded as a personal reward from Lin Xiao to Li Mingyang. Lin Xiao has always loved and valued Li Mingyang. In the early development of Tiansheng Sect, Li Mingyang also made great military exploits, and he was a typical example promoted by Lin Xiao, setting a good example for the disciples of the sect. The more critical point is that Li Mingyang is one of the few acquaintances of Lin Xiao in the early days. Naturally, there is a friendship there, so it is okay to support him. After instructing Li Mingyang on how to use it, Li Mingyang left happily. With his blind confidence in Lin Xiao, he felt that he would definitely be able to break through this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Night Owl in Action. Wei State is located at the southwest end of Ningzhou, 80,000 miles west of Kang State. Although Wei State is a country of immortal cultivation, its strength is extremely weak. There are less than 50,000 cultivators in the country, and the territory is only 1/5 the size of Lu State. Except for an old Lingguang ancestor, its overall strength is only 3 points stronger than Ningzhou. Wei State was established not long ago, only about 500 years ago. Its founder is the current royal family Wei. It was the old ancestor of the Wei family who led the Wei family to struggle for hundreds of years to achieve the current situation. It is a pity that the old ancestor of the Wei family failed to break through the Shengsu period, and his lifespan is almost gone. The next generation has not cultivated new spiritual cultivators. How long the country will last is still unknown. The capital of Wei State is called Changliu City, where thousands of cultivators and 600,000 mortals live. It is the most prosperous city in Wei State. Less than 1,000 miles outside Changliu City is a wild area with towering grass and trees, cut-off roads, and numerous wild beasts and monsters. Not to mention mortals, even low-level cultivators dare not go out far. In addition to the Wei family, there are hundreds of clans and families in Wei State, big and small, scattered throughout the wilderness, relying on the Lin Xiao to survive tenaciously, but the strength of these hundreds of clans and families is extremely weak. A clan with a purple mansion cultivator is considered a large clan, and most of them are just a group of condensed and opened meridian cultivators occupying the first or second level of the small Lin Xiao. It is precisely because of this survival state that Wei State needs merchants to organize caravans to communicate what is available, purchase the resources produced by the hundreds of families, and bring them all kinds of life necessities, so that these families and clans can survive. In fact, the royal Wei family is a family of second-hand dealers. After the establishment of the country, the territory of the Wei family was considered to have left the front line of the wilderness, and the risk of pioneering was too great, so they relied on their own strength to organize a business, and made profits by purchasing the production of various forces, to trade in prosperous places. In addition to the Wei family, there are many businesses in the territory of Wei State, but most of these businesses are not strong, because powerful businesses do not look down on the poor and remote areas of Wei State, and the profits are not proportional to the investment. However, in the past 20 years, many powerful businesses have gradually developed in Wei State. These businesses have channels and backgrounds outside of Wei State, and can directly bypass Changliu City to maximize profits. They have squeezed out many small businesses, and are likely to compete with Wei. In a private room in a restaurant in Changliu City, two monks sat opposite each other, both with heavy expressions on their faces. Li Ho I am, you are Tishi. After the two confirmed the secret code, the younger one spoke first. I'm Tishi. The old nest sent me to meet you. Li Ho, you have suffered. Where is Baimianhu? Baimianhu is doing better than me. He has been reused by the Thorn God. He has cleaned his identity and used the method of replacing the dead with the dead to control a powerful family in Uyghur. He has become the controller and is collecting resources for the Thorn God. Lihu, you submitted a report before, but it took a long time to go back and forth, and the secret code is not clear. Can you tell us again about the Thorn God's actions before and after the Beast Tide? Yes, Thorn God Southern 001 planned the entire Beast Tide. Originally, Thorn God planned to severely damage the 4 countries of Kang, Chen, Lu, and Qianxi. However, he did not expect Chen Qingyang and Yun Qingfeng to be so extreme. They severely damaged the 6th level Purple Night Demon King by self-detonation, ending the Beast Tide ahead of time and causing Thorn God's plan to fail. At that time, we were controlled by Thorn God in a formation, splitting the void, so no one could find us. The thousands of casual cultivators who were swept away were also given the life and death letter Gu and controlled by Thorn God. After the Beast Tide ended, half of the scattered cultivators fought for territory in Chen State under the control of the Thorn God, and the remaining half were brought to Wei State by the people of the original Sehe Trading Company. After arriving in Wei State, the Sehe Trading Company supported those scattered cultivators as puppets. In fact, the real mastermind was still the people of the Sehe Trading Company. The Sehe Trading Company had been doing business in Tiansheng for decades, and its means far exceeded the level of Wei State, so even if it was split into more than a dozen trading companies, it still quickly gained a foothold. The 8-faced fox and I were also reused at this time. 3 years later, I contacted the 8-faced fox. At that time, we didn't know how many of our own people were alive, so, Lihuo, you don't need to say more about this. The old nest believes in you. Yes, I will continue to say that the Sehe Trading Company split into more than a dozen small trading companies and quickly gained a foothold in Wei State. 5 years later, the Thorn God implemented the plan of stealing the sky and changing the day, using the trading companies to find out the details of the various families and sects in Wei State, and then infiltrated by guest officials, apprenticeship, marriage, accidental rescue, etc. After these people have thoroughly understood the strength of these families and sects, they will design to make the leaders of these forces have accidents, go astray, get injured while hunting, and use all kinds of methods, and then let the people of Thorn God control the power. Because they have the support of the business, they basically never fail, and occasionally 1 or 2 are quickly killed. Now 1/3 of the clans and families in Wei State are under the control of Thorn God, and then these forces feed back to those businesses, making them bigger and stronger, squeezing out a large number of the original native businesses in Wei State. Except for the Wei family, 70% of the business in Wei State is under the control of Thorn God, which has gained huge wealth for Thorn God and his strength has soared. Now Thorn God's power is not inferior to that of the Wei family, and he only lacks a spiritual monk. However, the lifespan of the ancestor of the Wei family has exceeded 800 years. No one knows whether he can live for 3 to 5 years or 7 to 8 years, but it is certain that in a few years, the ancestor of the Wei family will definitely die. The God of Thorns is waiting for the ancestor of the Wei family to pass away, and I was sent by the God of Thorns to infiltrate Changliu City. The entire Changliu City is already under the close surveillance of the God of Thorns, and once the ancestor of the Wei family passes away, the God of Thorns will completely replace the Wei family and take control of the entire Wei country. Li Huo told him everything he knew in detail. This information was obtained after he and Bai Mianu combined it together. It was because they knew that the matter was of great importance that they urgently reported it to the sect. The sect codenamed Lao Chao sent Tishi to make the contact. I already know the situation, but I also have a few questions for you. Excuse me, do you know these people? Tishi took out a photo-taking talisman from the storage bag and opened it for Li Huo to see. There are 2 people I know. They are Purple Mansion cultivators from the indigenous families of Wei State. They were captured by the Thorn God and disappeared afterwards. I don't know where they went. The 8-faced fox may know. It's okay. Just ask. Tishi said casually. The people on the photo talisman were all newly appeared Purple Mansion cultivators in the 7 alliances in the south of Chen State. Lin Xiao has been tracing their sources, but has found nothing. It turned out that they were from Wei State. No wonder they couldn't find them. The sources of the reinforcement from the 7 alliances have also been investigated. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be the indigenous people or independent cultivators from Wei State, who were controlled by the Thorn God and sent to the south of Chen State to strengthen the strength of the 7 alliances. Another thing is the ultimate goal of the Thorn God. According to the analysis of the old nest on Wei State, although Wei State is called a country, its strength is extremely weak, which also means that Wei State has too few resources. The entire Wei State has only 1/4 order spiritual vein, which is not as good as the south of Chen State or Xian'an. So what Lin Xiao wants to know is whether the Thorn God wants Wei or Chen and Lu, and what direction will he take after replacing the Wei family. Iron Lan, I'm afraid I cannot provide a professional answer to this question. My current position is just a middle-level staff, and only the 8-faced fox has contact with the senior level. Li Xiao thought about it and shook his head and said, at that time, the Tiansheng Sect arranged 5 night owl personnel in the Sihei business company. The station master was Wenzin, and more than a dozen peripheral members were developed. However, Wenzin's identity was exposed, and he was killed because of his own mistakes. Fortunately, Wenzin decisively blew himself up and committed suicide. Only 2 people who had close contact with him were implicated, and he and the 8-faced fox survived. At that time, his cultivation was only the 3rd level of condensation veins, while the 8-faced fox was already the 10th level of condensation veins. Therefore, after coming to Uyghur, the 8-faced fox was the first to break through the purple mansion with the help of the Thorn God, and was reused earlier. At this time, the 8-faced fox was already the 7th level of the purple mansion, and his position had just touched the core of the Thorn God, which was considered a senior staff member, while he was only the 2nd level of the purple mansion, still a middle-level staff member. Of course I will ask about the 8-faced fox. Tell me what you think first. It's okay. Just say whatever you want. Okay, then I'll tell you what I think. The God of Thorns rose in Zhangzhou. Zhangzhou is the most prosperous place in the world of immortal cultivation. Therefore, the God of Thorns has always made profits from cultivators, and he is not good at business. It was not until the 4C's company learned business skills in Xian'an that things changed. The Wei State is small and weak, and the level of its spiritual veins is low. Except for the area around Changliu City, most places have only been developed for 100 or 200 years, and the development of spiritual mountains is very low, far weaker than those in Chen, Lu, and Kang. So I think that with the behavior of the God of Thorns, he will definitely focus on the Chen State and seize the mature spiritual mountains. With a little investment, he can obtain a lot of resources. Once they gain a foothold, it will be easier to annex surrounding forces than to open up the wilderness. Of course, what Tiansheng always does is to do something in reserve while keeping another one in reserve. This is their way of survival, and they can never go all out, so Uyghur should not give up, but will reduce investment and keep it as a backup plan, and at the same time, will continue to expand to the next place. It really is haunting you. Okay, I get it. I'll write down these words and send them back to the old nest. Li Xiao, take care of yourself. Remember, life is the first priority. I know. I'll keep a useful body, and then I will kill Jinbao with my own hands to avenge senior brother Wen. Don't worry, this day will come. Tiansheng has everything under the control of the sect, and keeping them here is just to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Taishi nodded, and then he conveyed some of the sect's orders and information, and then went out. After leaving the restaurant, Taishi changed his face, disguised as a casual cultivator who hunted monsters, and walked out of Changliu City with a group of casual cultivators and headed for the wilderness. As for the information about the assassin god, it was passed on through layers of transmission and soon returned to the sect. After being translated by a special person, it was passed to Lin Xiao. Chapter 204, Blood that shines and pierces God. Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao read the news from Night Owl and sighed in his heart. It was not unreasonable that the Thorn God could survive the joint attack of those top sects in Zhangzhou. He was too cunning. The incident in Chen State was not over yet. The Wei State was about to succeed again. If it were not for Night Owl's ability and infiltration into their internal affairs, it would be useless, even if the 7 alliances were destroyed. But now, the situation was still under Lin Xiao's control, and Lin Xiao quickly thought of a vicious plan to bleed the Thorn God. As long as the plan was well planned, the Thorn God could be severely damaged again. The plan was divided into 2 steps and 2 battlefields. One was in the south of Chen State. The 3 alliances supported by China and Cao would continue to launch attacks, but they would not defeat them all at once, making them reluctant to withdraw. They could only continue to invest resources and force the Thorn God to expose more manpower. The second battlefield is we go. If the God of Thorns wants to replace the Wei family, the biggest advantage should be to take them by surprise. Otherwise, he will have to expose more strength. Lin Xiao is going to pass this news to the ancestor of the Wei family. I believe that the ancestor of the Wei family will give the God of Thorns a great gift. Do it as soon as you think of it. Lin Xiao immediately wrote down the plan and asked the Night Owl staff to find a way to pass the news to Weigo. Of course, the method must be secretive and not expose themselves. They must also protect themselves when the ancestor of the Wei family counterattacks. This requires the support of the Night Owl headquarters. According to Lin Xiao's habit, he has always been the one who raises problems, and the people who solve problems are those under him. Otherwise, Lin Xiao has to deal with everything. What's the point of keeping them? So Lin Xiao quickly found the deputy general manager of the Night Owl, told him the strategic plan, and then provided manpower and material resources. As for the result, Lin Xiao just waited and saw. After the arrangement was completed, Lin Xiao went to see Wang Dao. Wang Dao had not returned to Tiansheng Sect for a long time. He had been hiding in the dark in the south of Chen State. He was also afraid that the 7 Alliance would launch a surprise attack by Dao Gang monks. Master Lin never comes to visit you for no reason. It seems that he has important matters to attend to in Chen State this time. Friend Wang, you miscalculated this time. They are just some trivial matters. Oh, what trivial matters are worthy of Master Lin's personal visit? Friend Wang, do you know who is behind the situation in the south of Chen State? The 5 alliances in the west are supported by the Tiansheng faction of Kang State. The 3 alliances here are from our Xianan State. The alliances supported by other forces have been eliminated long ago. Master Lin is talking about the 7 alliances, right? That's right. Master Lin, don't think that everyone is a fool. They just don't say it. Everyone knows who they are. Wang Dao shook his head. There are only a few major forces within tens of thousands of miles around here. Kang State already has the 5 major families in the west. The remnants of Chen State are hiding in the north. Chunhyang Palace is also mainly in the north of Chen State. Forces like those in Xianan State have been eliminated, so who is left? Do you really think that independent cultivators have the strength to fight against Xianan Cao and Tiansheng Sect of Kang State? Only a fool would take it seriously, so the biggest suspect behind the 7 alliances is C.I. Shen. Not only he suspected, but Tiansheng Sect and Chunhyang Palace should also have doubts, which is why the forces they supported did not move east and south, because they did not want to fight to the death with C.I. Shen. Senior Wang is famous for his achievements, so Senior Wang stopped the annexation war a few years ago. It was because he didn't want to be used as a gun by Tiansheng Sect and Chunhyang Palace, right? Now you remember that I'm your senior? Senior is senior, stop flattering me. Tell me what's the matter, Senior Wang. What do you think of our Xianan province launching a low intensity war against the 7 family alliance? What's the purpose and what's the benefit? The blood of the Shining God will train the actual combat ability of the disciples in the sect. Our sects have had too many new disciples in the past few decades. How can they become talents without going through battles? Just this point alone, I cannot convince Tiansheng Sect, Hongshan Sect, and Shan Sect. Without actual benefits, they will never take this risk. Their financial resources are very tight. Then add a little more. The Thorn God will be destroyed sooner or later. We have trained the team, improved our combat capability, and are familiar with our opponents. By then, we can win in one battle. Before the Chunhyang Palace and the Tiansheng Sect can react, we can destroy the 7 alliances. In this way, 2/3 of the territory in the south of the Qin Kingdom will be in the hands of our Xianan province. If we can stand firm for 30 to 50 years, we will have the strength to fight against the Chunhyang Palace. At least we will have the ability to truly protect ourselves. Lin Xiao replied. The total territory in the south of the Qin Kingdom is larger than 3 or 4 Xianan states. If we can eat 2/3, the territory of Xianan state will double, which is equivalent to 7 or 8 of the other states and counties of the Lu Kingdom, equivalent to 2/3 of the entire Lu Kingdom. If Xianan state has time to digest these territories, even if the Chunhyang Palace launches a war of annexation, it will have the strength to resist 1 or 2. In the case of the threat of the Xianxi Kingdom in the north, the Chunhyang Palace may not do so. Neither Chunhyang Palace nor Kang State may let us occupy so much territory. Everything depends on human efforts. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Your and my families are the leaders of Xianan province. We can't be short-sighted. Can Xianan province satisfy our appetites? The ambitions of the Tiansheng Sect are really huge. But sect leader Lin, have you ever thought that if we anger the god of assassination and he uses his best skills to assassinate you and me, that will be no joke? I would rather they dare to do that. The Xiankang Sect and Chunhyang Palace are keeping their troops on hold. That's because the Seven Alliance still has a face. If they don't care about their face, then the problem will be for Chunhyang Palace and Xiankang Sect. After all, they are the dominant sects. Lin Xiao did not mention the risk of being assassinated at all, but only talked about the benefits. Wang Dao shook his head. It turned out that Lin Xiao was not exaggerating. It was easy to fool people by saying that, but there is some truth in what he said. The Thorn God can rely on puppets to develop, but he cannot appear openly. If he does so, all countries must correct their attitudes and pester them, so there is still a chance to take advantage of the situation. Wang Dao agreed with Lin Xiao's words and sent a message to the other 3 sects. 3 days later, Tiansheng Sect, Hongshan Sect and Shan Sect all sent people. Lin Xiao personally presided over the meeting and explained the pros and cons of the action, as well as the necessity of this action and the potential benefits. The leaders of the 3 sects are not short-sighted and mediocre. Although they are not willing in their hearts, Daniyang Sect and Tiansheng Sect have already advocated it, so they must follow, because they can't always take benefits without working. At this time, if they don't add people with the strength of the 2 sects, they can completely leave them alone and work alone. If so, when the time comes to divide the benefits, they will have no share. Among the 3 sects, the Xianhe Sect was especially good. It was originally the second in Xian'an, but gradually it became the third. Moreover, the leader was replaced, and the strength of the leader did not weaken. This made the gap between him, the third and the second, too far. So they inevitably felt unbalanced, and tried their best to catch up with the other 2 sects, and they could not fall behind at this time. Since everyone agrees, let's talk about the plan. This plan is called the bloodletting plan, so as the name suggests, it cannot be a decisive battle, but a small-scale friction battle, one every 3 to 5 days, and kill 1 or 2 of them every 3 to 5 days, with the maximum number of people limited to less than 100. If they want to organize a decisive battle, then we will immediately admit defeat and switch to the defensive stage. As soon as they relax, we will launch a small-scale sneak attack to relax. In short, there is only one goal, to make them bleed continuously, until they bleed all. After you go back, you must organize the rotation of troops. In recent years, we have many new disciples, but many of them have never seen blood. This is not okay. We slowly train the soldiers, isn't it beautiful? Master Lin, your trick is disgusting, but I like it, haha, I like it too. Since it has been decided, let's go back and prepare. It will start in half a month, Lin Xiao replied with a big laugh. Soon, the order was issued, and the monks of the 3 alliances began to use excuses to create friction with the 7 alliances, and bloody conflicts broke out continuously. The elite disciples of the 5 sects were constantly rotated. The combat effectiveness of these elite disciples far exceeded that of ordinary disciples, but they lacked some experience. After a period of training, they became veterans on the battlefield. The 7 Alliance suffered heavy losses at the beginning and even wanted to organize a decisive battle, but the 3 Alliance did not accept it, and quickly turned to defense. If they had the ability, they would attack. Relying on the large formation supported by the spiritual veins, they could wear them out. Seeing that the decisive battle was not going to work, the Seven Alliance soon followed suit and also created friction incidents locally and began to attack the monks of the three alliances. The two sides fought back and forth happily. The two sides had already reached a tacit understanding. The monks above Daogang did not move and all used the purple mansion condensing veins monks to bleed each other to see who could outlast the other. After Lin Xiao sat in Chen state for a while, he went back again, but sent people to fight in rotation. The repeated appearance of new faces of Purple Mansion monks also made Wang Dao secretly shocked. How many Purple Mansions did the Tiansheng Sect have? In fact, Lin Xiao didn't know the answer because he would soon go into seclusion again, and he had left enough Keifu pills in the sect's treasury. Li Muxu in Beiyu City could already refine Keifu pills, and Basic C was also improving her alchemy skills. It wouldn't be long before she could also refine Keifu pills. Lin Xiao didn't even need to exchange them from the system. With the reserve of 12th level condensation veins cultivators in the Tiansheng Sect, 2 or 3 people would break through in seclusion every year, and at least one more person could be added every year. If he was lucky, even 2 or 3 people could be added. Therefore, the number of Purple Mansion cultivators was no longer a very important matter for the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao's focus was already on Daogang cultivators, because as long as the number of Daogang cultivators reached 10, it would be a simple matter to upgrade the system. 5 years later, Lin Xiao came out of seclusion, and his cultivation level broke through again, reaching the 4th level of Daogang. It had been more than 30 years since he broke through Daogang. After 14 years of apprenticeship, 3 disciples, Yuan Royan, Jia Mengren, and Yu Xiangxiang, all broke through to the Purple Mansion level. The remaining 13 talented disciples who were eliminated at the beginning followed closely and reached the time of breakthrough. It won't be long before a large number of disciples will break through. Beizichan also raised his cultivation to the extreme of the 12th level of the Purple Mansion and began to polish and settle. It is expected that he will be able to break through in seclusion in about 10 years. If Beizichan succeeds, then the Tiansheng Sect will welcome the 4th Daogang cultivator. After solving the power of the Thorn God in the south of Chen State, Lin Xiao can go out to travel. However, at this time, in Beiyu City, Yi Xiao sent intelligence that after nearly 20 years of preparation, the 5 major families have begun to send people to the desert and asked Lin Xiao to decide whether to withdraw. Chapter 205 Desert. There was a saying in the world of immortal cultivation, Zhang Cao is rich, Nan Cao is remote, Zi Cao is poor, Dong Cao is far away, and Bi Cao is cold. Half of the entire Bi Cao area is covered by ice and snow all year round, and the temperature is extremely low, which is no longer suitable for mortals and low-level cultivators to survive. However, there are many high-level cultivators cultivated in Bi Cao, especially cultivators who practice ice and snow attribute skills. Most of them have strongholds in Bi Cao. The cold climate of Bi Cao has become their holy place for cultivation. In a large area bordering Bi Cao and Zhang Cao, there is a desert. It is said that this desert did not exist a million years ago. On the contrary, it was one of the origins of the world of immortal cultivation in Zhang Cao. The reason for this is due to a world-shaking war. A million years ago, the human race was still quite weak in this world, but many heroes were born. These heroes led the human race to kill monsters and seize Lingshan, and continuously expand the territory for the human race, making a great reputation, and also making the other races in the world of immortal cultivation extremely fearful. So the demons, snows, and ancient wild beasts joined forces to strangle the human race, trying to kill the growing human race in the cradle, and the human leader of the year led the human race to fight. Millions of troops from both sides fought a decisive battle in the desert area. That battle was so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth split. Countless huge mountains were smashed into pieces. Countless human monks above the 6th level, demon kings above the 6th level, and those extremely powerful wild beasts fell. Even the space was broken, forming terrible space cracks. This battle was a lose-lose situation. From then on, the demons retreated and hibernated in the wilderness. Most of the wild beasts disappeared and withdrew from the ranks of the mainstream races. The snow tribe retreated to the ice and snow land of Bizhao. The human race also got a chance to breathe and moved south to the current Zhongzhou land. Until thousands of years later, the more brilliant king emperor of the human race was born, leading humans to conquer the wilderness again, and only then did he lay down most of the current Zhongzhou land and gain a firm foothold in this world. After the king emperor ascended to heaven, within 200,000 to 300,000 years, many outstanding people were born in the human race, and they began to expand to places outside Zhongzhou. At that time, the ancient battlefield had become a strange place. Not only were there the ghosts and spirits left behind at that time, but there were also terrible space cracks. The original tall mountains on the ground also turned into gravel and became a desert land, which people called the desert. The desert expanded several times in 200,000 to 300,000 years, and there was a trend of getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, the top masters of the human race collected the world's treasures and used supreme magical powers to smooth out and fill in the huge part of the space cracks, preventing the expansion of the desert. But that was all. Small pieces of space cracks were still floating in the desert, and the overall living environment of the desert had not improved. There were still many dangers inside. In addition to the space cracks, there were also increasingly powerful ghost armies, which had already formed a ghost clan. In addition, the formation prohibitions left over from the war were also distorted, becoming an invisible danger. Hundreds of thousands of years later, some changes occurred in the desert. Some scattered spiritual veins began to revive, forming patches of oases in the desert. These oases were small and could not form high-level spiritual veins, but they also became the place where the human race settled. Many people who were frustrated in central China went there to settle down. And tens of thousands of years ago, the living environment in the desert changed again. Many immortal cultivators who had offended people in various parts of the immortal cultivation world, or committed serious crimes, and were wanted, went to the desert, using the strange and dangerous environment of the desert to avoid being hunted down by their enemies, and even killed powerful enemies there. Gradually, these monsters and demons gathered there, forming the current pattern of the desert. The big sects in Zhongzhou had thought about wiping out this cancerous place, and even launched a full-scale war, but they all failed. If they sent too few people, they couldn't beat those fierce guys. If they sent too many people, they would hide in the depths of the desert, and you couldn't find them. The desert was not suitable for large-scale military garrisons. If they sent too many people to garrison, the logistics would not be able to keep up. If they sent too few people, they would be easily defeated one by one, so the desert became a no man's land. After the 5 big families in Bayou City got the treasure map of the 5 Element Sect's relics from Lin Xiao, their rationality was occupied by greed. They knew too well how important the 5 Element Sect's relics were, especially the 5 Element Sect's treasure that Xiao Yan took away at the end, which was definitely a treasure of the 7th level or above, not to mention that Xiao Yan was the head of the 5 Element Sect and a cultivator of the 7th realm. Even his personal wealth was something that the 5 big families looked up to. Therefore, once the treasure hunt is successful, the strength of the 5 major families will skyrocket, and it is impossible to even surpass the Spirit Sword Sect. They were fascinated by this benefit and let Lin Xiao and Li Muxu go. After all, the two of them are nothing compared to this treasure. Of course, they did not forget the danger of the desert, so the 5 major families immediately united and vowed to keep the secret, jointly hunt for treasures, and divide the benefits. More than 10 years ago, each of the 5 major families sent a Daogang monk to the desert to serve as the vanguard of the operation. The power of the 5 Daogang monks was not weak. After more than 10 years of operation, they have established a firm foothold in the desert. So the 5 major families used various excuses, and each family sent at least 1 Daogang and 10 Zifu to transport a large amount of resources to the desert to secretly investigate the treasure of the 5 Elements Sect. Once there are clues, the Lingguan monks of the 5 major families will also go out together to make the final exploration. After years of development, Yi Zhao has become quite powerful in Bayou City. He has also infiltrated the middle level of the 5 major families and controlled several Purple Palace monks of the 5 major families through various means. The core Purple Palace monks of the 5 major families are only a few dozen people. 10 people were transferred from one family at once, and Lin Xiao immediately found out the approximate power of the 5 major families, and passed the news to the sect. The treasure map of the 5 major families was obtained from Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao swore a poisonous oath in front of them, they still would not believe it with their behavior. This matter is too important for the 5 major families. Lin Xiao analyzed that before they really acted, Tiansheng Sect would definitely take action, and it would be a long time in advance to catch Tiansheng Sect off guard. After reading Lin Xiao's analysis report, Lin Xiao also agreed that, although the 5 major families were blinded by greed, they still had basic rules of conduct, and were likely to act in advance. So Lin Xiao gave orders to Lin Xiao, Li Muxu and Beizihe, asking them to retreat immediately. They could not stay in Beiyu City any longer. To be on the safe side, Lin Xiao also went to Beiyu City secretly. A few days later, when Lin Xiao was still on the road, Beizihe and Lin Xiao's POU received the news and quietly came to Li Muxu Shengbao Tower. Uncle Master, the head of the sect has ordered that we should withdraw. I know. I can withdraw at any time. Beizihe, how are you doing? I have already given the order. Starting tomorrow, the personnel will be withdrawn one after another. At the same time, the last batch of goods will be sold out, and the previously rented properties will also be sold one after another. I will stay to cover for the disciples. We cannot withdraw all at once, otherwise we will be stuck. How long will it take? A month. Too long. Uncle Master, there is nothing we can do. We have been here for decades, and every stitch and thread is earned by our hard work. We can't give it away for nothing. Moreover, according to the previous plan, this is not the most urgent situation. There is time for us to evacuate. I'm in business and must abide by my reputation. If I don't handle the rest well, it will be difficult to rebuild my reputation in the future. POU, what do you think? According to the rules, this is not an emergency situation and I have no right to deal with it. POU shook his head and said, interfering in local administration is the most taboo thing for intelligence personnel. Unless it is an emergency, he dare not cross the line. Uncle, it's not easy for our Tiansheng Sect to develop. The Zuanjing is earned by the disciples' hard work. We really can't waste it. I understand. Just do it. I will go with you and cover you. How is Poil preparing? Uncle, we are ready. The core members of Yixio have all entered silence. The people who will evacuate with me are ready. I'm sure that I can make Beiyu City fall into chaos and tie up most of the troops of the 5 major families. Okay, then arrange it like this. My master should come in person. Just follow my master's command at that time. Yes, uncle. The two looked at each other, agreed, and quickly left the Shengbao building. From the next day, Beizihe began to evacuate the core personnel, asking them to leave Beiyu City with various excuses and never come back. At the same time, Beizihe vigorously promoted the jobs hired in Beiyu City to enrich the team. At the same time, Beizihe himself frequently went in and out of major businesses, threatening to make the business bigger and stronger and sell some of the current housing industries for a bigger one. There was no movement from Li Muxu's side, and it was still very quiet, because a few years ago, Li Muxu stopped refining pills below the 4th level, and it was not easy to gather enough materials for the 4th level pills. So generally speaking, at most 2 or 3 furnaces of pills were opened in a year, and it was usually very quiet. Of course, the profit of a furnace of 4th level pills was very large, which could meet the needs of Daogang monks. If you can refine 3 furnaces of pills in a year, and the pill yield rate is not bad, you can make a lot of money, so alchemists are undoubtedly a relatively wealthy group of people among the immortal cultivators. After more than 20 days, more than 70% of Beizihe's more than 100 people had withdrawn, and the rest were used for decoration and cover. And the withdrawn disciples did not come back for a long time, which was easy to arouse the suspicion of the 5 major families. So Beizihe and Li Muxu decided to withdraw immediately, and at this time, they also received the news that Lin Xiao arrived outside Beiyu City, which made everyone very happy, and decided not to wait until dark and leave immediately. Chapter 206, Withdrawal from Beiyu City. At the Shengbao building in Beiyu City, Li Muxu had already collected the alchemy furnace, elixirs, and spiritual medicines, and asked 3 disciples of the Tiansheng Sect to go out. The Xiao people would arrange for them to leave at that time. Then he called a few hired guys, but as soon as they appeared, Li Muxu subdued them. Everyone, I'm sorry, I have decided to close the Shengbao building. This is your monthly salary for 1 year. The extra money will be considered as an apology for offending you this time. After 1 day, you can move freely. If someone asks you where I went, just say I went to Qin State. If you don't want to die, just do what I said. Li Muxu left a storage bag, then shook her head at a group of terrified servants, then took out a mask and put it on her face, and soon she looked like one of the maids. After changing her clothes, Li Muxu swaggered out of the Shengbao building. The people who were secretly monitoring saw the little maid in the Shengbao building come out, but they didn't take it seriously at all. They just followed her for a while and left after finding that there was nothing unusual in the little maid's actions. Wansheng Tea House. Since Beizahua said he wanted to open a tea house in a better location and a larger area more than 10 days ago, Wansheng Tea House has been closed. Beizahua summoned the workers of many tea houses and businesses, and as soon as they entered the room, Beizahua immediately activated the formation and trapped everyone. A group of people were confused and very frightened. Everyone, I'm Beizahua, you should all know me, and you should know my origins. I'm from the Tiansheng Sect in Tiansheng, Lu State. I just received a secret order from the sect, and the head of the sect specially recruited me to close the Beicheng business, so everyone, Beizahua apologizes here. Don't worry, Beizahua has no intention of hurting you. This formation can only last for 3 days, and it will automatically unlock after 3 days. Here is your monthly salary and bonus for 1 year, with your names written on them. You can take it when the time comes. The mountains and rivers will not change, and the green waters will flow forever. Goodbye. Beizahua put down a pile of black crystals. No matter how those guys shouted, he immediately turned around and went out with the remaining disciples, heading straight for the city gate. However, as soon as Beizahua left, one of the waiters immediately jumped onto a table and shouted sternly, "Be quiet, everyone. I'm from the Bei family. I'm ordered by the clan leader to monitor the All Saints Tea House. I suspect that the All Saints Tea House is related to a theft of a treasure from our family." Now Beizahua feels guilty and leaves suddenly, which confirms the Bei family's suspicion. If you don't want to be held accountable by the Bei family later, listen to me now. Let's work together to break the formation. Otherwise, the waiter's words made everyone extremely frightened. They had no idea what was going on and how they were related to the Bei family again. But when that person took out the Bei family token, they completely collapsed. Although Beizahua was very good to them, the Bei family's reputation in Beiyu City was not given for nothing, so they immediately obeyed what that person said. Boom, boom, boom. Under the command of the Bei family spy, more than 20 guys began to attack the formation. The formations in Beiyu City were all under the control of the 5 major families. Ordinary businesses either did not set up formations or the formations were activated by black crystals. Beizahua left enough black crystals for the formation center to operate for 3 days, which was not much. After an hour, it became shaky. Boom. After more than an hour, the formation was broken, and the spy immediately rushed out of the tea house, then took out a flare from the storage bag, blew it, and a white light shot up into the sky. In a short moment, a law enforcement team appeared, led by a disciple of the Bei family. After hearing the words of the spy, the leader's face suddenly changed, and he called out loudly. A series of sound transmission notes were immediately sent out, asking the family to send people to intercept the people from the Wansheng Tea House. Later, several more escape lights flew out of the city, and they were all cultivators at least above the Dao Gang period. The leader is really powerful. He knows that there is a spy from the Bei family among the men. Let's take action. But they didn't know that Poi saw all this. When he saw the Beiyu City troops move, Poi immediately ordered the Night Owl's troops to move out. Hundreds of peripheral personnel of the Night Owl were all over the city at this time. When they received the order, they all showed cruel smiles. They took out round balls from their storage bags, lit them with fire, and then threw them everywhere. Those round balls quickly emitted a lot of white smoke. The smoke was extremely choking, and it also made people feel dizzy. It was obviously poisonous. This round ball was specially prepared by Poyu. It was made of a kind of demon plant material that could paralyze people. It was dried and rubbed, and some drugs were added to it, so that the thick smoke it produced was particularly choking, and had a dizzying effect. This kind of gadget won't kill anyone, but it's too easy to create chaos. Hundreds of people threw dozens of them each, and thousands of thick smokes were produced at once, covering the entire city at a very fast speed. The entire Beiyu city was shrouded in smoke, and many low-level monks fainted after smelling it. The law enforcement team of Beiyu City had obviously never encountered such a situation, and had no plans or contingency plans. They had no idea how to deal with it, and they were running around like headless flies until the Daogang monks of Beiyu City appeared. It's not easy for casual cultivators to live, and they are exploited by shameless merchants like you. I will fight you. Brothers, we only have one chance. Beiyu City is finished. Let's rob him. Brothers, just grab a handful and leave. Daogang has a chance. Not only that, the hundreds of peripheral members were still clamoring everywhere, inciting those casual cultivators to take advantage of the chaos to rob. They did not take action themselves, but set fires everywhere. As the fires started, some fierce personalities among the fierce casual cultivators were aroused. Some people really took advantage of the fire to rob, and this trend quickly swept the whole city, and the whole city was in chaos. There are 500,000 cultivators in Beiyu City. The people of various businesses, the 5 major families, and the Spirit Sword Sect add up to about 100,000 at most. The rest are all casual cultivators and small forces. Once they are in chaos, even the people of the 5 major families can't suppress them for a while. It was not until the Lingguan cultivators of the Spirit Sword Sect guarding Beiyu City were alarmed and suppressed the first area with their extremely strong cultivation that they began to slowly control the situation. However, this happened an hour later. 30 miles outside Beiyu City, Lin Xiao personally responded. After all the people arrived, Lin Xiao threw out a flying boat, which quickly expanded and became a small flying boat. This flying boat could only carry 3 or 5 people, but if they squeezed together, more than 10 people could still fit in. Beizahur and others all entered the flying boat, while Lin Xiao and Li Muxu flew by themselves, and quickly flew towards the direction of Lu State. Half a day later, Lin Xiao and Beizixi stopped and prepared to intercept the enemy. The senior cultivators of the 5 major families were relatively wealthy. They must have better flying boats and even flying monsters. If they only relied on speed, Lin Xiao and his party would definitely not be opponents. Instead of waiting for the mysterious energy to run out and be caught up, it would be better to intercept them halfway. Sure enough, an hour later, a flying eagle known for its speed appeared in the eyes of the two. Although the flying eagle was only at the 3rd level, its speed was much faster than the flying boat. It was originally a flying monster. 2 Daogang cultivators, probably at level 4 or 5. Muzu, do you have any problem? No problem. Well, leave them here, and avenge the previous grievances. Lin Xiao nodded. Li Muzu had broken through Daogang for more than 20 years, and was already at level 3. He himself was at level 4, but the skills they practiced were divine skills. It was not a problem to kill someone by leaping 1 or 2 levels. Lin Xiao took out a bow and arrow from his storage bag. It was a level 4 superior magic bow that he had exchanged from the system, and it came with 3 arrows. It cost Lin Xiao 8,000 points. Lin Xiao was too lazy to change the name, and continued to call it the Kai Xiao bow. Bang, pulling the bow and shooting the arrow made a sonic boom and disappeared from Lin Xiao's sight. The next moment, it penetrated the flying eagle and directly shot it to pieces. Then the arrow circled and came back. Lin Xiao was reluctant to discard this 4th grade top grade arrow casually. 1 arrow was worth 2,000 points. If he asked a weapon refiner to refine it, the cost would not be less than 200,000 black crystals. The flying eagle was shot and killed, which shocked the 2 Daogang monks. However, the 2 looked at each other and still killed them. They didn't need to kill the enemy, they just had to entangle it. When the reinforcement from the 5 major families arrived, they could surround and kill the 2. Master, I'll go first. Li Muxu's face flashed a fierce light, and she flew out directly. She was also a person who had fought and killed a lot. After breaking through Dao Gang, she didn't take action yet. At this time, she was eager to try. Li Muxu took away an enemy. Lin Xiao drew the bow again, aiming the arrow at the Dao Gang monk opposite. The cold killing intent made him feel a chill in his heart. He stopped where he was, and didn't dare to move at all. Too weak, not good enough. Lin Xiao let go of the bowstring in his hand, and then quickly shot 2 arrows. The 3 arrows disappeared in an instant. The face of the Dao Gang cultivator changed, and he disappeared in an instant. However, the next second, he came back again, because the 3 arrows surrounded him in a Chinese character. Bang! The big knife in his hand chopped out a huge knife aura, but the knife aura failed to stop the arrow. The knife aura was broken, and the arrowhead and the big knife collided with each other. The big knife was knocked away, and the arrow was also knocked off. Bang! Boom! The arrows from the other 2 directions pierced his body without reservation, and the aura of the 4th level defensive talisman was pierced by the way, and his protective aura also disappeared by half, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. 1 strike, 3 arrows, had already injured him, and after Lin Xiao shot 3 arrows, he also put away the Chixio bow, used his body skills to rush over, and raised the knife to chop wildly. The Zuan Qi in his body was converted into the unique Gang Qi of Dao Gang cultivators, attached to the broadsword, and continuously bombarded the Dao Gang cultivator. He didn't even have a chance to fight back, and Lin Xiao broke his protective Gang Qi, slashed him with a knife, and split a crack in his inner armor. Facing Lin Xiao's violent attack, the man turned and ran without thinking. After just 1 round, he knew that he was no match for him, even though his cultivation was to levels higher than Lin Xiao. How could Lin Xiao let him escape like this? The Zuan Qi in his body surged out and condensed on the broadsword, showing a huge sword gang, and then slashed down. Boom! Wherever the sword gang went, the rocks collapsed, and a knife mark crack 2 or 3 meters wide and hundreds of meters long appeared on the ground, and the Dao Gang cultivator appeared on both sides of the crack, 1 on each side. Chapter 207, Great Shame and Humiliation. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to kill the opponent. This is almost a consensus in the world of immortal cultivation. For example, Wan Dao killed the Dao Gang cultivators of Ningxiu Sect and Bishu Pavilion before, and all of them paid a heavy price to kill the opponent. And that was only when the opponent's sect was broken, and they were discouraged. If the opponent was determined to escape, it would be difficult to succeed. Therefore, after reaching Dao Gang, it is easy to defeat the opponent, but it is difficult to kill the opponent. But today this consensus was broken by Lin Xiao. In just 3 or 5 rounds, a Dao Gang cultivator died, and even the self-destruction method of dying together was not used. This result made another Dao Gang cultivator tremble with fear, and he shouted in his heart that today is dangerous. Muxu, do you need help? Lin Xiao searched for the spoils, while staring at the battle situation on Li Muxu's side. Li Muxu also completely had the upper hand. No, it's over right away, Li Muxu said coldly. She didn't have such a sharp attack method as Lin Xiao, but her method was extremely strange. As soon as they fought, she penetrated the deadwood force into the opponent's body. The strange mysterious energy with a dry and lonely breath flowed through his body, constantly destroying his livelihood, and at the same time, it made him powerless. He had to suppress and expel the strange breath, while dealing with Li Muxu's attack, and immediately fell into a disadvantage. Boom, boom, boom. Li Muxu chased him frantically, regardless of the consumption of mysterious energy. After fighting for half an hour, she finally consumed all his spiritual talismans and magic tools, and then broke the defense and killed him. Master, let's go. After looting the spoils, Li Muxu also threw out a flying boat. The two flew on the flying boat and left quickly. Lin Xiao was driving the flying boat, holding the black crystal in one hand to restore his black energy, while Li Muxu had to swallow the elixir. In the battle just now, Lin Xiao had used up 70% of his black energy, while Li Muxu had consumed at least 90%. 2 hours later, Li Muxu opened her eyes. At this time, the two were at least tens of thousands of miles away from Beiyu City, and had already left the territory of Qi State. At the same time, it was considered safe. After all, the influence of the 5 major families was only the strongest in Beiyu City. After leaving Beiyu City, the farther away, the lower the influence. When they left Key State, there was basically nothing left. The rest of the countries would not allow the armies of the 5 major families to pass through. Who knows if you are passing through, or have other intentions. If you don't want to have a conflict, just stop at the border. As for individual action, they dare not go too far away from Key State. After all, who doesn't have some enemies? What if the Lingguang Patriarch is not at the mountain gate and someone takes advantage of it? Master, how are you? Are you injured? It's okay if it's just a minor injury. Is it because your disciple is too bad? Haha, killing someone above your level is not bad enough. Disciple, you are not asking for less. My attacking skills are really too bad. This time when I return to the sect, I will change to a more offensive martial art. Li Muxu shook her head. Killing someone above your level was amazing, but when she saw her master kill the opponent so easily, she felt that she was not so good. After thinking about it, she realized that her attacking skills were not good enough, so she decided to go back and change to an offensive martial art. Anyway, with her ability and status, there was nothing that the sect could not change. Outside Beiyu City, Bei Chenzhao, who was heading to Beiyu City at a high speed, suddenly changed his face and took out a jade book from his storage ring. A name disappeared from it. This made Bei Chenzhao's heart bleed, because he knew that a Daogang cultivator of the Bei family had fallen. This jade book was the genealogy of the Bei family. The names on the genealogy were written with the blood and spirit of the tribe members. Once the tribe members were in danger, it would be displayed on the genealogy, and the names would flash. When the tribe members fell, the names would disappear. This genealogy jade book was more useful than the general soul lamp. Li Muxu, no, Tiansheng Sect, you will deserve to die. Bei Chenzhao roared in his heart. It was only a matter of moment from being in danger to falling. He didn't believe that something happened in Beiyu City. There were tens of thousands of people from the 5 major families in Beiyu City. How could a Daogang cultivator fall so quickly? They should have been led out of Beiyu City and ambushed and died. But now Bei Chenzhao couldn't go to avenge his tribe members because the whole Beiyu City was in chaos. Countless scattered cultivators were smashing, looting, and burning, and the business suffered heavy losses. If it was not stopped, Beiyu City would be destroyed. Bei Chenzhao sped up and entered the city quickly. The hell-like scene in the city shocked him. When did the prosperous Beiyu City become like this? Old Ancestor Bei, come to rescue quickly. A group of scattered cultivators are attacking the business. The law enforcement team is short of manpower. Bei Chenzhao received countless calls for help. As soon as he entered the city, the 5 major families plus the Spirit Sword Sect should have more than 10,000 people. This number of people is naturally enough to maintain order, but now compared with hundreds of thousands of scattered cultivators, it is far behind. Law enforcement cultivators, move closer to me, set up a formation and assemble, right on the wall. All scattered cultivators are not allowed to hold magic weapons and stand on the roadside, otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Bei Chenzhao reacted quickly, and his voice rolled out like a huge bell. The law enforcement disciples who heard the voice were overjoyed and moved closer to Bei Chenzhao. After gathering hundreds of people, Bei Chenzhao asked his disciples to ride on the wall and push forward all the way. When he saw the scattered cultivators who did not obey his orders, he decisively took action. If the law enforcement disciples could not win for a while, he would personally take action. With the spiritual light cultivators in charge, the rational casual cultivators stopped fighting, and the casual cultivators who were so angry that they were jealous were killed one by one. Soon, an area was pacified. Leave 100 people to monitor the casual cultivators, call the merchants to maintain order together, and tell them that Beiyu City has been blocked. Only entry is allowed but not exit. Those who don't want to die should stay here obediently. The rest of you, continue to advance to the next area. Bei Chenzhao did not avoid the casual cultivators and said loudly, and then led the troops to continue advancing. More and more law enforcement disciples gathered around him. At this time, the spiritual light cultivators of the other 4 families also arrived and took similar measures. Together with the guarding spiritual light cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect, the 6 spiritual lights divided Beiyu City and suppressed it piece by piece. In this way, the chaos in Beiyu City was suppressed in more than half a day. The 6 spiritual light cultivators met in the center of the city, looking at the teams led by each other. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Brother Wu, what should we do now? The main forces of the 5 major families must gather immediately and enter the city within 1 day. The army of the Spirit Sword Sect is almost here. We must find the murderer and settle accounts with those bandits at the same time and give an explanation to the merchants. Otherwise Baiyu City will be ruined. Bai Chenzhao asked, and the Lingguan cultivator of the Spirit Sword Sect immediately said that Baiyu City was in chaos under their noses. This was a great shame for the Spirit Sword Sect. If the murderer was not severely punished, the face of the Spirit Sword Sect would be lost. Brother Wu, I disagree. Bai Chenzhao, what do you mean? Baiyu City suffered heavy losses. The most important thing to do now is to restore normal order, allow businesses to open, and rescue injured independent cultivators. If the army enters the city at this time, the independent cultivators will definitely panic. Once the martial law is lifted, I'm afraid that at least 30% to 50% of the independent cultivators will be reduced. So you mean to ignore the murderer? No, we already know who the murderer is. Who? Lu State's Tiansheng Sect. Humph, Bai Chenzhao, do you take me as an idiot? There is only one alchemist here in Lu State's Tiansheng Sect. Can they disrupt the entire Baiyu City with that few people? Brother Wu, Lin Xiao from the Tiansheng Sect is very cunning. He was the one who spread the rumor more than 10 years ago. Now the alchemist has already run away. This is the evidence, Bai Chenzhao said hurriedly. No matter whether Lin Xiao did it or not, this matter must be counted on Lin Xiao. As long as the Lingjian sect is willing to take action, it will be useless, even if they run back to Lu State. The Chunayang Palace of Lu State dare not resist the Lingjian sect. It was a rumor from more than a decade ago, so why didn't you report it to the sect earlier? Also, the Tiansheng Sect has a large business scale in Baiyu City. It was protected by your Bai family, right? Bai Chenzhao, I hope you are not taking advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble and plot against other people's property. If so, it's too low level. Brother Wu, how dare I do this? If you don't believe me, you can ask the other 4 families. And go to Shengbao Tower to find Li Muxu, she must be gone. Do you 4 families also think that it was done by the Tiansheng Sect? Yes sir, this, we don't know, I'm not sure either, I haven't heard of it. Bai Chenzhao looked at the 4 ancestors with hopeful eyes, but except for the affirmative answer of the Chen family, the other 3 families gave vague answers. This result shocked Bai Chenzhao, and he realized that if there was no sufficient evidence for this matter, it might be impossible for Ling Jianmen to take action. See, Bai Chenzhao, listen to me now. Let everyone divide the scattered cultivators and wait until the army enters the city to clean up piece by piece. Make sure to find the real culprit and punish him severely. The people of Ling Jianmen made a decision and did not listen to Bai Chenzhao's advice at all. The next day, the 5 major families and Ling Jianmen entered Baiyu City with a total of 50,000 troops. There were more than 30 Daogang cultivators. This was the troops that Ling Jianmen had not mobilized and urgently gathered. The strength of Ling Jianmen can be seen after the army entered the city. According to the area of Baiyu City, the scattered cultivators and the troops of small forces were strictly investigated. In addition to counting the losses, the murderers during the turmoil that day were investigated. Those who had taken action and killed people were all arrested and investigated. However, the people of Ling Jianmen soon found that this strategy was extremely stupid because 2/3 of the scattered cultivators in the city were swept up that day, which was a mess. Except for a few guys who jumped happily and were identified by many people and could not be refuted, the rest could not be investigated clearly. Moreover, could the Spirit Sword Sect really dare to punish all of the large number of independent cultivators? Of course not. So in the end they could only handle the case in a muddled way, killing the few who jumped happily, and then the investigation was considered over. When Baiyu City was reopened, independent cultivators really fled in large numbers. Within 3 days, at least 100,000 people left Baiyu City, and the matter was not over yet. The major businesses in Baiyu City also jointly demanded compensation from the Spirit Sword Sect and the 5 major families. They paid various fees such as rent and management fees, but Baiyu City could not guarantee their safety. If they did not compensate, the major businesses would consider evacuating Beiyu City. Chapter 208, Ancestor of the Wei family. Lin Xiao used a vicious plan and easily disrupted the entire Beiyu City, causing great losses to Beiyu City. Of course, the reasons of Beiyu City itself are also very important. If it weren't for the corruption of the 5 major families, who oppressed the independent cultivators, and those independent cultivators were resentful, how could they be so easily coerced and instigated? Lin Xiao hinted at them more than 10 years ago, but unfortunately they were unmoved, so don't blame others. And if the 5 major families didn't attack Li Xiao, Lin Xiao wouldn't have used such a vicious plan, which also caused great losses to Tiansheng Sect. Although Beizhe has found some alternative channels, it is still much more troublesome than before. The sales cost has increased significantly, and the collection time is much longer. The most critical point is that Tiansheng Sect has lost the collection site of high-level spiritual objects. Tiansheng Sect now has a lot of purple mansion cultivators and more Daogang cultivators. The demand for high-level spiritual objects naturally increases, and it is unrealistic to rely on the production of the sect. Without the distribution center of materials like Beiyu City, it is much more difficult to collect, and the cost will also increase a lot. 2 months later, the Spirit Sword Sect asked the Heavenly Saint Sect to explain what happened in Beiyu City through the Chunayang Palace. Lin Xiao also easily perfunctorily passed it over. What a joke. How could Lin Xiao admit that he hadn't caught any of the core members of the Night Owl? Half a year later, the losses of Beiyu City were spread through various channels. On the day of the chaos in Beiyu City, more than 5,000 casual cultivators died, and 20,000 to 30,000 were injured. The Beiyu City law enforcement team also lost no less than 1,000 people, and injured 4,000 to 5,000. The 2 Daogang cultivators killed by Lin Xiao and Li Xiao were also counted as the losses of Beiyu City. One of them was from the Bei family, and the other was from the Qin family. They happened to be acquaintances. The property losses were at least millions of Zuan crystals. On that day, hundreds of small businesses were breached, and their supplies were looted. Many large businesses were also affected. Although their guards were strong and basically not stolen, they also died and some floating wealth was robbed. These businesses that suffered heavy losses united to seek compensation from the Spirit Sword Sect. After 2 months of negotiations, the Spirit Sword Sect bore almost half of the losses. In addition to treating the wounded and providing compensation to the fallen monks, 5 or 6 million Zuan crystals would not be enough. The indirect losses were even more numerous. Under the poor response measures of the Spirit Sword Sect, when Beiyu City was reopened, 100,000 independent cultivators left within 3 days, and nearly 200,000 people left within a month. Although there would be a return flow afterwards, at least 100,000 people left and were accepted by other cultivation cities. With 1/5 of the population missing, the transaction volume of the entire Beiyu City dropped a lot in an instant, and many businesses even suffered losses in profits. In order to continue to attract population, Beiyu City had to issue many preferential measures, which was another huge expense. The Beiyu City incident also made Ling Jianmen lose face in Qi and even in Nansao, becoming a laughingstock of many sects. In addition, major businesses seriously doubted Ling Jianmen's leadership ability and were secretly on guard. If there was a city that could replace Beiyu City, I'm afraid many big businesses would withdraw, so the loss of reputation could not be calculated with money. The Beiyu City incident also made the major sects in the City of Immortal Cultivation learn a lesson. They began to investigate the management and conduct some plan exercises. If such a chaos happened in their city, how should they deal with it? Lin Xiao didn't know how other cities were prepared. Anyway, it was impossible for Gangming City to have such a thing. Lin Xiao always hated corruption. He investigated it once and punished it severely. In addition, he had already prepared for the city design. Once a riot occurred, Gangming City's city defense formation would divide the entire city into 4 parts. The law enforcement team could concentrate its strength to quickly put out the riot in one area. In addition, the water level of the law enforcement team was not low, so the chaos could not happen. Li Xiao had been in Beiyu City for many years, so the lower level disciples didn't know her existence. When Li Muxu appeared, the people of Tiansheng Sect went crazy because they only now knew how powerful Tiansheng Sect was in Xianan province. After Li Muxu came back, the most important thing was to make pills. Although the difficulty of collecting materials for 4th level pills was much higher than that in Beiyu City, Li Muxu now had a monopoly. Before Li Muxu, there were only 3 4th level alchemists in the entire Lu Kingdom, and all 3 were in Yujing City. They were either from Chunayang Palace or people related to him. Now there is one more Li Muxu, who is unique in the 5 or 6 states in the south of Lu Kingdom. As long as the price is not too expensive, these customers can be attracted. So it didn't take long for Li Muxu to start working again, earning huge profits for the sect, and the reputation of Gangming City was spread again. Lin Xiao didn't let Li Muxu keep it to herself, and asked her to communicate more with Basixi, so that Basixi could break through to the 4th level alchemist as soon as possible. In this way, she could also grab the business of K-Fudan from various sects. With the help of Li Muxu, the alchemist team of Tiansheng Sect has become very powerful. Bei Chengxi, Chen Wenkan, and Basixi are all 3rd level upper grade alchemists. In addition, there are 7 or 8 middle grade and lower grade alchemists, and there are dozens of 2nd grade alchemists. Their alchemy skills have also surpassed the level of Danliang Sect. At least they have to go to Yujing City to find someone to refine the Keifu pill, while Tiansheng Sect can already be self-sufficient. We go. Not long after the turmoil in Beiyu City, the Wei family received a very confidential intelligence. No one knew who sent this information, but the people of the Wei family did not dare to be careless, and handed it to the ancestor of the Wei family. After reading it, the ancestor of the Wei family was also scared, and sweated all over. He secretly dispatched the Wei family members to investigate. After several months of investigation, the information in the intelligence was basically confirmed, which made the ancestor of the Wei family extremely frightened. He knew that, if he did not prepare, once he died, the Wei family would be replaced, and there would even be a danger of extinction. The lifespan of the Wei family ancestor is running out. He is over 810 years old, which is beyond the limit of spiritual light cultivators. Of course, this is because he once spent a huge price to buy a treasure that can prolong his life, but his real lifespan is less than 10 years. It was extremely difficult for the Wei family to establish a country. Before the ancestor of the Wei family had been entrenched here for 1,000 years. It was not until a few hundred years ago that the Wei country was truly established. The sacrifices made by the Wei family were undoubtedly huge. For thousands of years, the disciples of the Wei family fought one after another, and countless people died and injured to have today's scene. But now someone wants to steal the results of the Wei family's efforts, and the ancestor of the Wei family is naturally not happy. However, the ancestor of the Wei family is too old after all. Just like the heroes among mortals will also lose their ambitions after they are over 50 years old, the cultivators also have this psychological change. If it was 100 or 200 years earlier, the ancestor of the Wei family would definitely summon the clansmen and vassal forces to wipe out those business forces. Even if it was a fight to the death, he would not care. Anyway, the Wei country was so poor, and it would be destroyed and rebuilt. But now he didn't do it. He thought that, if the Wei family fought with those business forces to the death, even if they won, it would be a miserable victory. Wouldn't that give others a chance to take advantage? So after thinking for a few days, the ancestor of the Wei family made a decision. First, he secretly arranged several talented young monks of the Wei family to be arranged in the Wei family business in the name of training, leaving the Wei country. If things cannot be violated, then these people are the hope of the Wei family's rise. After the arrangement, the ancestor of the Wei family also found 2 Daogang monks of the Wei family. The Wei country was poor. Even the royal family had only 2 Daogang monks. Together with the recruited, scattered cultivators and vassal forces, there were only 6 people. Of course, the talents of the Wei family were his confidants. After the ancestor of the Wei family discussed with the 2 Daogang monks for a day, they made a decision. In less than a month, a colorful light appeared in the gate of the Wei family. This was the manifestation of the heavenly Dao. When the monks broke through the Daogang, they forged the foundation of the Dao and left the traces of the heavenly Dao. When the monks above the Dao Gang Xiu died in battle, it was when the traces of the heavenly Dao returned, and there were strange phenomena. Although the mountain protection formation at the Wei family mountain gate tried its best to cover up the situation and prevent the outside world from seeing it clearly, the fact that the Wei family monks were crying loudly inside the mountain gate could not be concealed. A few days later, the panicked scene of the Wei family members was seen by many spies. Outside Changliu City, in a sacred mountain, 4 Dao Gang monks were discussing fiercely. They were the high-level people arranged by the God of Thorns in the Wei Kingdom. In the absence of Ling Xiao, they discussed the action. The ancestor of the Wei family is dead. We must act as soon as possible. The attack in the south of Chen State has been going on for several years now, and many of our people have been killed and wounded. We can't sustain it by relying on the blood-making ability of the 7 alliances. We must take over Wei State as soon as possible to provide resources and monks continuously. Otherwise, the territory in the south of Chen State will be occupied by Xianan province sooner or later, and decades of planning and countless resources will all be wasted. I know you are anxious, but you have to know that the Wei family has been entrenched in Wei State for thousands of years, and their power is deeply rooted. The Wei family has 4 to 5,000 people, plus those through marriage and affiliates, so it is still possible to organize an army of 30 to 40,000. As for us, there are only a little over 20,000 at most. We alone are no match for them at all. Then bring back Master Ling Xiao. With a Lingguang monk here, the 6 Dao Gang of the Wei family can at least hold back 4 or 5 people, and the remaining 4 of us are enough to kill them in a short time. Without the Dao Gang monks, how can a group of Zifu monks be our opponents? Even the Wei family's mountain gate will be quickly breached by us. That's true, but Master Ling Xiao has an important mission. We don't know when he can get back. We can't wait any longer. The ancestor of the Wei family has just died. The Wei people are panicking. If we attack now, their morale is low. If we wait until they stabilize the situation, it will be much more difficult for us to defeat them again. Then what do you think we should do? Simple, just be more prepared. The dozen or so businesses we control will be merged immediately. We will compete with the Wei business openly for trade routes and cut off their source of funds. Secretly, we will divide them internally. We will send one person out in the open to buy off and bribe forces outside the Wei family, promising them benefits. At least this will ensure that their interests remain unchanged after we take office. In this way, some people are bound to defect to our side, and some people will wait and see. It is no problem for the Wei family to lose 1/3 of its strength. The next step is to force an attack. The Wei family has only 2 Dao gangs, and the other 4 are either married or guests. The probability of them fighting with us is not high. Maybe we can win without Master Ling Xiao making a move. Of course, in order to ensure a successful attack, we must quickly contact the headquarters and ask Master Ling Xiao to come back. Okay, let's do it. Agreed. After we seize the world of Wei, let's also have a taste of being a royal family. Then let's get started. Chapter 209, Sudden Change. Under the arrangement of the Thorn God, the news of the death of the ancestor of the Wei family spread throughout the Wei kingdom in a very short time. Just when the people of the Wei family were panicked because of the death of the ancestor, the situation of the entire Wei kingdom suddenly changed. First of all, more than a dozen businesses that have been very popular in the past decade quickly merged into a large business called Lanteng, and there was a Taoist monk sitting in the office, and the strength increased dramatically. After a short period of integration, Lanteng business announced its own strength. There were 5,000 people in the business, 1 Taoist monk, more than 40 Purple Mansion monks, and it mastered 7 of the 12 most important business routes in Wei Kingdom, and had foreign sales channels. Later, Lanteng business announced the expansion of its scale, and absorbed the remaining small businesses, accepting all comers, and raised the price of purchasing resources from various family sects, which immediately won the favor of various forces. Moreover, many businesses publicly abandoned the Wei family business and cooperated exclusively with Lanteng business. There were more than 30 such forces, large and small. For a time, the reputation of Langteng business resounded throughout Wei Kingdom. Under the pressure of Langteng Company, the Wei family quickly reorganized themselves and relied on their complicated relationship to compete with Langteng Company, using both open and covert attacks. However, not long after, the Daogang monks of Langteng Company invited 3 Daogang monks from other places to help as guest elders, and their strength soared again. The strength of both sides was almost the same. After several months of expansion, Langteng Company had 8,000 employees. The increase in members and the lack of profit meant that the treatment of the monks in the company became lower, so some people in the company lobbied for the expansion of the company. However, the Wei state was poor, and to expand, it had to either go south to grab food from the monsters, or go north to grab territory from the Wei family. Almost everyone in the company chose to go north. They have been in Uyghur for many years and know the situation of Uyghur very well. It is not an easy task to seize the Lingshan mountain from the monsters. Most of the monsters are in groups. To seize a Lingshan mountain, you have to destroy a tribe of monsters. You also have to be careful of higher level monsters intervening. If a beast tide is triggered, it will be even more miserable. Even if all this is successful, the Lingshan mountain cannot be used immediately after it is seized. You still have to clean up the environment on the mountain, open up spiritual fields, set up formations, invest huge resources, and wait for more than 3 to 5 years before you can get a return. However, seizing the territory of the Wei family is different. Uyghur is similar to other countries. They all expand from north to south. The Lingshan mountain in the north was developed very early and has a history of hundreds of years. The spiritual fields are mature. As long as you rob it, there will be resources produced in the second year. It is cost effective, no matter how you calculate it. So Langteng business, under the banner of developing Uyghur, threatened the Wei family, constantly attacked citizens, seized land, showing the ambition of the emerging forces. It went all the way north and continuously defeated the forces loyal to the Wei family. The whole Wei country was changing, and there was a trend of changing dynasties. In less than half a year, the army organized by Langteng Company advanced to the vicinity of Changliu city. At this time, because of the strong strength shown by Langteng Company, many people were optimistic about Langteng Company and placed bets, expanding the number of Langteng Company's troops to 15,000, with dozens of families as support. On the other hand, the Wei family retreated again and again, without the domineering spirit of the royal family of Wei state. There were a lot of forces who died in battle, defected and surrendered, and were neutral. Even near Changliu city, the Wei family only organized nearly 20,000 people. As a royal family of a country, this little strength was very embarrassing, and the Wei family's rule was shaky. The two sides continued to confront each other. Although the final decisive battle had not yet taken place, there were many private actions. Langteng Company publicly announced that, as long as the Wei family handed over the royal position in Changliu city, they could still retain the Shanman territory, and everyone would work together to develop Wei state, while secretly they continued to instigate the vassal forces of the Wei family. The longer the time, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Wei family. However, the reaction of the Wei family was very disappointing. The Wei family Daogang monks seemed to be completely unable to deal with this situation and just stubbornly resisted to the end. So when the Langteng Company had 20,000 people and the Wei family had only more than 10,000 people, the general attack began. The Langteng Company led 4,000 vassals with 1,000 core members of the company as the vanguard, and launched a fierce siege. Changliu city has a large 4th order city defense formation, and is guarded by the elite troops of the Wei family. They let the enemy come like a flood, and hold on to it. The siege on the first day was the most intense. After losing no less than 2,000 people, the Langteng Company did not capture Changliu city. The biggest feature of the family disciples is strong cohesion. As long as the top leaders are not defeated, they will not give up easily, even if they show a decline. From the second day, the intensity of the siege decreased a lot. The Daogang monks of the Langteng Company went out to challenge, and wanted to find the Daogang monks of the Wei family for a decisive battle, but the Wei family refused, and the Daogang monks did not fight. After more than a month of tug-of-war, the Langteng Company gradually couldn't bear it anymore. They set up a camp outside the city, but there was no spiritual vein to support it. Food for people and horses, and the operation of the formation all required the support of black crystal resources. On the contrary, Changliu City had a spiritual vein, and was the Wei family's base, with abundant resource reserves. Naturally, the Wei family had the upper hand in terms of consumption. The supplies we prepared can't hold out. We haven't gained anything in the past half month. If we don't fight a decisive battle, we will collapse. Changliu City is not easy to fight. The other side has more than 10,000 people guarding the city, and there are Daogang monks to support at any time. No matter which side we fight, we have no chance of winning. What about the adults? Why didn't he show up when I asked him to take action? How would I know? In a word, no matter what, a decisive battle must be launched within 3 days, otherwise we will lose. In the camp, 4 Daogang monks were discussing. Siege warfare rarely gained anything. Without material replenishment, it was a severe challenge for them. Let alone other things, just the spiritual rice alone required tens of thousands of catties every day. In a month, more than 1 million catties had been consumed. If even the simplest spiritual rice could not be provided, then the vassal troops on the Lanteng Trading Company would make trouble. After all, this was a war. They couldn't let them eat ordinary rice. In addition, magic tools, talismans, elixirs, etc. were also a huge expense. Finally, the four decided to launch a general attack 3 days later, and they needed Ling Lingai to take action. With the cooperation of the spiritual light monks, the 4th level city defense formation could not hold out for long. Without the city defense formation, they could rely on numbers to win. 3 days later, the general attack began, and Ling Lingai, who had not appeared before, also appeared. However, he did not dare to wear a mask, but appeared in other disguises. The appearance of Ling Lingai boosted the morale of Lanteng Trading Company. The attacks were like a tide, one wave after another. Ling Lingai personally participated in the siege, which made the city defense formation become shaky, as if it could be broken at any time. Boom! Just when the formation was about to break, a spiritual light suddenly appeared in Changliu City, directly attacking Ling Lingai. Ling Lingai was shocked and disappeared in an instant, using secret methods to avoid the fatal blow of this sneak attack. But Ling Lingai hid, but the remaining siege personnel could not dodge. In an instant, hundreds of people were beaten to pieces by this spiritual light, including several Purple Mansion monks, and countless people were injured. It's you, Wei Laogi, you really faked your death. Ling Lingai looked at the ancestor of the Wei family, and was extremely terrified. In fact, he had long suspected that Wei Laogi was faking his death, because the God of Thorns had found out that the ancestor's lifespan exceeded 800 years. He must have taken a treasure that extended his life before he died, so he should have another 10 years of life left. But you've been fooled. Haha, the ancestor of Wei laughed loudly. What if the other party knew? They were fooled. They were too greedy. Humph, fooled. You are old and weak, and your blood is declining. It's not certain who will die. Ignorant child, the Wei family has been rooted here for 1,000 years, and the country has been established for hundreds of years. Do you think that my Wei family is only capable of this? Look behind you. You. Ling Lingai was immediately turned around after hearing what he said. At this sight, Ling Lingai was immediately mad and furious, because there was a fire in their camp, and shouts of killing were heard one after another. It's those vassals. Ling Lingai was shocked, and immediately knew what was going on. Since the rise of Lanteng Trading Company, it has swept half of Wei State. Thousands of people have joined, and become their vassal forces. Lanteng Trading Company did not carefully identify them, but just accepted everyone who came, thinking that the general situation was settled. Unexpectedly, the Wei family actually played a trick of false surrender. Once the rear camp was in chaos, the troops participating in the city breaking on the front line also became chaotic. Countless people were terrified, especially those from Lanteng Trading Company. They could not tell which vassal forces were pretending to surrender, and which were truly surrendering. They could not trust anyone, and could only trust their own people. But Lanteng Trading Company only had a few people, only 4 or 5,000 at most. As a result, Lanteng Trading Company was in trouble. Wei's troops, attack and kill all the enemy troops. Without hesitation, Wei Laozu roared, and the 3,000 elite troops that had already assembled in Changliu City were immediately dispatched. The city defense formation opened a corner, and 3,000 people filed out and rushed towards the troops of Lanteng Trading Company. What was even more terrifying was that the troops of Lanteng Trading Company on the battlefield also began to turn against them. Most of these people were not the pretending to surrender arranged by Wei Laozu. They were completely fence-sitters. Seeing that Wei Laozu had returned and Lanteng Trading Company was doomed, they immediately turned against them and rejoined the forces on Wei's side. Being attacked from both sides, and with someone betraying them, the people of Lanteng Trading Company no longer trusted those vassal forces and immediately turned to break out. Now it's your turn, fellow Taoist, I want to see who you are. Patriarch Wei stared at Ling Lingai coldly. The person who informed him did not specify the forces behind Lanteng Trading Company, so Patriarch Wei wanted to know who they were. Ling Lingai turned around and ran away, feeling extremely sad and angry. The efforts of the Thorn God to plan for decades in the southwest of Nansao would all go to waste. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Leave Something to Do. In the Battle of Changliu City, Lanteng Company was defeated. Wei launched a desperate counterattack. In the end, only less than 200 people escaped from Lanteng Company. The rest were either killed or captured, and countless materials were lost. Even Ling Lingai, a spiritual cultivator, paid a heavy price. He ran away after being seriously injured. He didn't dare to fight with Wei Patriarch. Wei Patriarch didn't have much life. If he played a game of self-destruction with him, Ling Lingai would definitely not be able to survive. Half a month later, Wei regained most of the territory and cleared out many of Lanteng Company's Dihid forces. However, there were still 7 or 8 Lingshans left in the hands of Lanteng Company, because this was already the limit of Wei. In the early battles, Wei also lost a lot of people and horses, and could only do so much, leaving the remnants of Lanteng Company there to survive. Yes, Yi Zhao did a good job this time, thwarting the conspiracy of the god of assassination, and he did not suffer any losses. Zhao Zhengs, you should find a way to support Beimian Hu and Li Huo, so that they can break through to the Daogang period as soon as possible, so that they can have a chance to infiltrate the high level of the god of assassination. At the gate of Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao said to Zhao Zhengs, the general manager of Yi Zhao. This time, the changes in Uyghur were completely planned and led by Yi Zhao, and the plan was perfect. The god of assassination was severely damaged, Uyghur was not occupied, and Yi Zhao's own people were not killed or injured, perfectly achieving Lin Xiao's strategic goal. Yes, master, but we can't support them when they break through. Should we wait a bit? You make the specific arrangements. The sect will support us. It's not easy for us to get into their inner circle. We must be careful. I understand, master. I will arrange it immediately. Very good. The Night Owl's troops must continue to expand, and the personnel must be spread out. My requirement is that within 30 to 50 years, all the 100 countries in Nansao must have our stations. We must learn from the experience and lessons of defending the country. If it weren't for someone who happened to be there, the assassination of the god might have succeeded. It's okay to expand the troops, but the master needs to give the order, otherwise it will be difficult for Zhang Xiaozu to pass it. Zhao Zhengs replied. After the beast died, he was valued by Lin Xiao and became the general manager of the Night Owl. He also understood that the sect had such a powerful force in the dark. Now the Night Owl has more than 300 people, and no one knows how many are outside. There are more than 20 Purple Mansion monks alone. Such a large number of people requires a lot of resources to support. The Night Owl spends 600,000 or 700,000 zuenjing every year. The self-raised part is less than half, and the rest all needs to be supported by the sect. Now that the Tiansheng Sect has completely withdrawn from Beiyu City, the financial resources have become tight. If they want to get support, they have to compete with the sect for resources. Zhang Mingtang is very dissatisfied. I will solve the problem with Master Zhang, but you can't hold too much hope. You also know the situation of the sect, so the annual increase in funds will not be much. Now the key is that you have to improve your ability to raise funds on your own. Now the sect has many talents in elixirs, talismans, instruments, and formations. You can pick some people and train them well, so that you can gain a foothold in various places. I feel relieved with what the master said. Well, in addition, give me a list of spies from the 7 alliances in the south of Chen State. Next, I will launch a new offensive and ask them to cooperate. The 7 families will not be completely destroyed. You tell the people of Lin to be careful and not die in their own hands. If possible, climb up a few more levels so that they can cooperate with Li Ho and Bai Mianhu. Yes, master, I will send them a secret letter when I go back. You go down, do your job well, practice well, and I will leave you a Daojidan when the time comes. Thank you, master. Zhao Zhengs was overjoyed. Daojidan was extremely expensive and basically could not be bought outside. Even in the sect, it would cost hundreds of thousands of merit points to exchange. Now that Lin Xiao had said this, it meant that Lin Xiao would lend him merit points on credit, and his path to the Dao would be more long-term. A few days later, Lin Xiao united with 4 sects including Tiansheng Sect, gathered heavy troops, and fought a small decisive battle with the 7 alliance, defeating the other side's coalition in one fell swoop. At this time, the 7 alliance did not have the continuous support of the Thorn God from Uyghur, and was no match for Tiansheng. Tiansheng occupied 6 spiritual mountains again, but only one was of the 3rd level, and the rest were small spiritual mountains. This time, Tiansheng's strategic goal had been achieved, so it stagnated. The reason for this was that the territory occupied by Tiansheng was already too large. A large area of land in the south of Chen State was in the hands of Tiansheng. If it expanded again, the 5 sects would not be able to bear it. There was no manpower to manage it, and there was no use for the spiritual mountains without resources. It was better to digest the current benefits. Secondly, of course, it was to continue bleeding the God of Thorns. The territory in the south of the state of Chen was like chicken ribs to them. It was tasteless to eat, but a pity to abandon it. In addition, they were defeated in the state of Wei, so they would definitely not give up. However, the open forces had been lost too much, so they could only continue to invest in the main forces of the God of Thorns, so that the God of Thorns could expose more of his men. Lin Xiao did not believe that the God of Thorns men were inexhaustible. Lin Xiao had already forced out many people from the God of Thorns. When their potential was exhausted, it would be the time for a decisive battle. Master, are you looking for me? Bai Zixi walked up to Lin Xiao and said. As soon as she came out of retreat, someone informed her that Lin Xiao was looking for her, so she came immediately. Zixi, how's your alchemy going? I'm almost able to break through to the 4th level. My talent is far behind senior sister Li's. Don't worry, take your time. You're still young. I have a task for you now. Master, please give me your instructions. The king of Tiansheng Sect has been stationed in the southern part of Chen State for many years. Now it's our turn. Li Muxu and I can't leave, so you need to be there for about 10 years. No problem, I'll follow the master's instructions. Okay, when you're stationed in the southern part of Chen State, you have to remember a few points. First, you can't reveal your identity. Although the alliance of the 3 families is ours, even a fool knows it, but you still have to do what you should do openly. The second point is that you are not allowed to expand, and you are not allowed to seek revenge on Wu Gang. This is extremely important. You can't let me down. Okay. Bai Zixi agreed straightforwardly. Now the Wu family is nothing in her eyes. Revenge can be taken at any time. She will never let Lin Xiao hate her because of this. If Lin Xiao no longer supports their Bai family, perhaps the Bai family's achievements will end here. Bai Zixi knows this very well. That's good. There is no 4th level spiritual vein in the south of Chen State, and the cultivation environment is not as good as Gangming City, so the sect will compensate you with 3,000 black crystals every year. In addition, the sect will continue to invest in your alchemy, so you don't have to worry. Thank you, Master. If there is nothing else, just get ready. We will set off in 5 days. Lin Xiao nodded. Gangming City had upgraded its spiritual vein to the 4th level lower grade in the past few years. This consumed a huge amount of resources and financial resources of the sect. Now it has begun to upgrade the spiritual vein of Beiwu Mountain. Basically suffered some losses when she went to the south of Chen State, so the sect had to compensate her. 3,000 Zuan crystals a year was just the basis. The key was to use spiritual medicines to help her experiment and improve her alchemy to the 4th level. As the Tiansheng Sect was very short of high level resources, only the spiritual medicine garden could replenish some of the spiritual medicines at present, and the rest needed to be purchased from outside. Even the spiritual medicine garden had limited production. If they wanted to maximize their profits, they should give all the spiritual medicines above the 3rd level to Li Muxu. However, this would be detrimental to the subsequent talent training, so Lin Xiao still insisted on training Basic C. After Basic C left, Lin Xiao got up and went to the spiritual medicine garden. Now the sect had 3 3rd level spiritual plant husbands, one of whom was Li Muxu. Li Muxu was a natural talent, and her gifted King Mu Saint body was extremely suitable for being a spiritual plant husband, and her level had surpassed that of the full-time spiritual plant husband Wang Xiaoxi. Master Muzu, I have promised Basic C that I will train her to become a 4th tier alchemist as soon as possible. You will be in charge of distributing the spiritual herbs in this spiritual medicine garden. Yes, Master, I will not suppress her. I know what to do. That's good. How is the spiritual medicine garden now? I divided the spiritual medicine garden into 3 parts. The outermost 300 acres are planted with ordinary 2nd tier spiritual herbs, which can basically meet the main ingredients of elixirs such as King Gyudan used by condensation vein cultivators. The music is mainly purchased from outside. The middle layer is mainly most of the 3rd tier spiritual herbs, and the finest and rare spiritual herbs in the 2nd tier can now be mass produced. At least a few hundred spiritual herbs can mature every year, covering about 500 acres. The innermost layer is 200 acres of 4th tier spiritual fields. 4th tier spiritual herbs require too much profound energy. Most of them can only grow 2 to 3 plants per acre. Although we have the help of Master, it is not yet at the stage of mass production. It will take some time. What are the difficulties of the spiritual medicine garden now? Zuanqi, although the mountain gate has 4th level spiritual medicine, there are still too many places that need Zuanqi. Now that we have planted hundreds of 4th level spiritual medicines, we need at least 1/3 of the Zuanqi of the entire mountain gate, otherwise the growth will be very poor and the maturity time will be extended. The mountain gate's spiritual veins have never stopped improving, but it's a pity that there is no place like Beiwu City to provide treasures now. It will take at least 50 years to upgrade to the 4th level medium quality relying on Zuanjing alone. Then stop all the spiritual fields in the mountain gate and plant all the basic spiritual medicines in the other spiritual mountains. Lin Xiao nodded. In addition to these 3rd level and 4th level spiritual mountains, the spiritual mountains under the control of Tiansheng Sect also have more than a dozen 2nd level ones. There are no 1st level ones anymore, and they have all been upgraded. In the past 10 or 20 years, Tiansheng Sect's contraction strategy has been to develop the existing spiritual mountains, and the effect is quite good. It is precisely because of this that when the sales of Qianling wine dropped sharply, the sect's financial resources can maintain a normal balance of income and expenditure, and not rely on old capital. That's good. As long as the spiritual medicines can keep up, the disciples of the sect will not lack elixirs. I will hold a sect meeting in half a month to discuss the development direction for the next few years. You can come and sit in then. Yes, Master. Also, your junior brothers and sisters can also give me some guidance when they have time. I don't have much time. Lin Xiao nodded. The Tiansheng Sect is now showing some signs of bottlenecks in its development. The pace of development is slowing down. Lin Xiao has to adjust some strategies. Chapter 211 Cities Business. Half a month later, 60% of the Tiansheng Sect's top leaders gathered in the sect's main hall. Several elders from the General Affairs Hall, the elders guarding the Sutra Library, the elders who passed on skills, the elders who headed the Law Enforcement Hall, and the heads of various departments, except for the necessary on-duty personnel, were basically all present. Everyone, be quiet. Today, Master Lin summoned you to discuss the direction of the sect's development in the next few years or even decades. I will preside over the meeting. Let's discuss the first point now, about the issue of disciples in the sect. In recent years, the number of disciples who have died of old age in the sect has increased to more than 30 people each year. Many of them held important positions in the sect before they died. Because of their sudden death, the sect suffered a lot of losses. Therefore, after the Master and the General Affairs Hall discussed, they decided to officially launch a retirement system. Disciples who opened and condensed their meridians will retire at the age of 80. Ordinary disciples can choose to return to the mortal world or stay in the sect. Those who hold important positions, special positions, and know the core secrets of the sect, such as the person in charge of kindling wine and technicians, can postpone their retirement for 3 years, but must stay in the two places of Shanmen and Gangming City, and the sect will provide them with honors and pensions. Purple Mansion monks are scheduled to retire at the age of 180. After retirement, there are two places to go. One is to freely choose whether to go to mortal villages and towns, and the other is to be a teacher at Shanmen College, or in the preaching hall. The preaching hall is a newly established institution of the sect. Retired disciples can register there and teach disciples with low cultivation. Disciples have to pay the sect's merit points. The specific price is decided by themselves, but it must be clearly marked. Do you have any objections? Zhang Mingtang presided over the meeting on behalf of Lin Xiao. Before the Xianluo City Ascension Conference, disciples were accepted every 3 years. Most of these disciples did not break through the Purple Mansion, so as time went by, more and more of them died in meditation. Lin Xiao has officially launched a retirement plan. No one objected to this retirement plan. The rule is that the capable ones go up and the weak ones go down. The weak also includes age. If you are old and your physical strength is not good enough, then you can replace the young ones. Since there is no objection, then I will continue. What follows is related to personnel and the financial resources of the sect. Up to today, the sect has more than 6,000 disciples and more than 60 Purple Mansion monks. Except for the 800 people in the south of Chen State, and the 200 people in Black Wine Valley who monitor the wilderness, and the 700 people who have reached retirement age, the remaining 4,000 people are mostly concentrated in various sacred mountains. More people means greater consumption. The expenditure of Purple Mansion monks and Dao Gang monks alone is close to 800,000 mysterious crystals a year, especially the elixirs needed for Purple Mansion monks. More than 60% of the required elixirs of level 3 and above are purchased from external sources, and basically purchased from merchants outside Gangming City, which are expensive. Therefore, the sect has decided to set up a merchant house, called Beicheng Merchant House, which will be composed of 15 Purple Mansion monks and 500 meridian opening and meridian condensing disciples. They will sell and purchase resources for the sect. You can sign up freely after the meeting, as long as you don't hold an important position. Then Zhang Mingtang talked about the business. Since the withdrawal from Beiyu City, Tiansheng Sect has lost the procurement channel for high-level resources. Now it relies entirely on the business in Gangming City for procurement. However, the business also needs to make a living and earn profits, so it is urgent to have a business that belongs to Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao decided to let Bai Xiao take charge of this business. Bai Xiao's cultivation has reached the 10th level of Zifu, and he has been in Beiyu City for decades. He is experienced, and Lin Xiao is relieved to teach him. This meeting is about these two major events. There are also many other minor matters, mainly some personnel rotations. The Zifu monks sitting in the Lingshan in various places must be rotated to prevent the phenomenon of forming gangs. Secondly, it is still the problem of financial resources. The production and sales of kindling wine are restricted, but the sect cannot stop expanding financial resources. There are more and more Zifu Daogang monks. If new financial resources are not opened up quickly, sooner or later, the income and expenditure will be unbalanced, so preparations must be made in advance. Now the Tiansheng Sect's alchemy team has surpassed the Danliang sect, but the two sects have to avoid a price war, which is a loss-making thing for both sides, so the profit from the elixir is not very large except for the 4th level elixir. Then we have to expand from other aspects. Talismans, instruments, and formations are necessary. Another one is beast control. Tiansheng Sect and Qianlang country's Lin Xiao sect have cooperated for more than 20 years. After evacuating Beiyu City, Lin Xiao has placed an order for a batch of monster cubs with turtle, and Lin Xiao sect has promised to help Tiansheng Sect train beast control talents. Relying on their own exploration, many years have passed, and Tiansheng Sect's beast control masters have not exceeded the 3rd level, so they can only pay people to train them. After the talents are in place, Tiansheng Sect not only has to raise monsters themselves, but also sell them to the outside world. Now the development of the spiritual mountains in the states of Lu State is becoming more and more mature, and the overall environment is stable and there is no war. All sects have accumulated a lot of money and started to develop the foundation of a sect, and monsters are one of them. For example, a very potential demon beast that can grow to the 6th level can be bought for only 100,000 black crystals when it is a cub, and then the demon beast can be cultivated normally at the cost of 10,000 to 20,000 black crystals a year. It may grow to the 4th or 5th level in 1 or 200 years. The lifespan of a demon beast is much longer than that of a human. When the master of the sect dies, this demon beast may become a guardian beast of the mountain. Therefore, as long as the financial resources allow, the sect will have this plan. The meeting lasted for a day, and Lin Xiao's will was implemented. Now the number of senior monks in the Tiansheng sect is increasing, but there will be no one who can challenge Lin Xiao's authority. Lin Xiao has never thought about democracy. He can be regarded as a one-man show, but Lin Xiao will not be self-willed. He only grasps the general direction of the strategy, and the specific matters are carried out by the people below. At night, Lin Xiao found Bai Xiao and told him about the establishment of Beicheng Trading Company. After returning from Beiyu City, Bai Xiao basically practiced in seclusion. He also used more than 20 years of merit points to exchange for a local level martial arts technique, which greatly increased his strength. His combat power was among the best in the Tiansheng Sect. Ziyu, do you have any ideas about the business? Master, I have understood the sect's intention. The Beicheng business will focus on the immortal towns and cities of small and medium-sized forces, and avoid big cities like Beiyu City. In this way, even if something happens, we can ensure our own safety and our own interests. Very good. It seems that you have not stayed in Beiyu City in vain. You are now capable of being on your own. The business should be based on Gangming City. Those who are stronger than Gangming City should not go there. When to go depends on how the strength of the sect develops. After Baizichan breaks through, I will let him assist you, and the business will be based on you. Thank you for your trust, Master. Ziyu will never let the sect down. In the future, the business will have many users, selling kindling wine and Beiwu tea, buying low and selling high, collecting high-level spiritual objects, and becoming an open intelligence agency. At that time, Zhao Zhengs will plant night owl personnel in the business. You have to assist him, and I can also guarantee that he will not interfere in business matters. I will cooperate well with junior brother Zhao, okay? Then I will give you more authority. When someone signs up for the Purple Mansion monks, you will be the one to choose. When the time comes, submit it together with the company's plan report. The General Affairs Hall will also cooperate with you. Lin Xiao nodded. Seeing that Bai Xiao was already able to take charge of things on his own, he decided to delegate authority again and let him handle all the company's affairs. A few days after the sect meeting, Bai Xiao recruited 14 Purple Mansion monks and 500 disciples, many of whom came back from Beiyu City, as well as some members of the War Hall. The company's military strength must be guaranteed. The company was registered in Gangming City, and its headquarters was established. It also hosted a banquet for the heads of large and small businesses in Gangming City. There was also cooperation between the major businesses, and they would be able to rely on each other in the future. Half a month later, Bai Xiao left Tiansheng Sect with 100 people in advance to open up trade routes and build channels for the business. Seeing that there was nothing important in the sect, Lin Xiao went into seclusion. Lin Xiao still chose to retreat intermittently. After 3 years, his cultivation had not broken through, but he still came out of seclusion to deal with the accumulated things and control the general direction of the sect. 3 months after coming out of seclusion, a major event happened in Chunhyang Palace. Chunhyang Palace cultivated the second Lingguan cultivator, so Chunhyang Palace decided to hold a promotion ceremony and a celebration banquet for the new Lingguan cultivator. All states in Lu State had to send people to celebrate. The scale was the same as the last birthday hall of Luyan. The top 5 sects in Tiansheng State had to send people to participate. Lin Xiao naturally knew that Chunhyang Palace wanted to show its muscles and deter some forces, but Tiansheng State really didn't dare to refuse and had to participate anyway. The face of the leader of the Lu State sect still had to be given. 5 days later, the leaders of the 5 sects of Tiansheng gathered at Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao had also received the specific information sent by Yi Xiao from Yujing City. The spiritual light cultivator who broke through this time was called LV Muang, also a disciple of the LV family. He broke through a year ago at the age of 450. If he broke through at this age, the probability of further advancing to the Shengsu period was already very small. However, it was still of great significance to Chunhyang Palace. At least for 400 or 500 years, Chunhyang Palace would not lack spiritual light cultivators to take charge. For LV Muang's success, Tiansheng Sect counted for at least 5 points of the credit. It's really hard to accept it when you think about it. As soon as they joined the Tiansheng Sect, Xiao Minghei of Xianheimen complained. Tiansheng Sect had been offering tribute for more than 50 years, providing Chunhyang Palace with tens of millions of zuanjing. This was all the hard work of Tiansheng Sect. Brother Xiao, be careful with your words. You dare not say this in Yujing City. Chunhyang Palace will cause trouble for us then. I know that, but I'm unwilling to give up. When can we get out of the control of Chunhyang Palace? Xiao Minghei sighed and said. In the past few decades, the strength of Chunhyang Palace has increased dramatically. The reason is that Tiansheng Sect and Qinking Valley have paid tribute to him. The two families pay him 700,000 zuanjing a year. It is a huge sum of money over the past few decades. In addition, Chunhyang Palace has occupied a large area of land in the north of Chen State, which is the richest area in Chen State. Therefore, the financial resources of Chunhyang Palace have increased significantly in recent years, and the annual income has increased by at least 1 million more than before. With the income from financial resources, it is possible to increase the investment in disciples. Therefore, in the past few decades, not only has there been 1 more Lingguan cultivator, but also 3 more Daogang and dozens of Zifu. Moreover, this is the increase in the strength of the Chunhyang Palace. The vassal forces following them have also strengthened their strength. Chapter 212 LV Muang. At the gate of Chunhyang Palace, LV Yan and LV Muang sat opposite each other. Ever since LV Muang broke through the spiritual light, LV Yan's heart fell back into his stomach. Because Chunhyang Palace really needed a successor to appear. Just look at the Bian sect of Xianxi country. It was because of the problem of the successor that Bian sect almost had a disaster of extinction decades ago. LV Yan didn't want Chunhyang Palace to repeat the same mistake. So ever since LV Muang broke through, LV Yan trained him as a successor and told him all the secrets of Chunhyang Palace. 6th Grandpa, you handed over Chunhyang Palace to me. What about you? Of course I went out to travel. Muang, you must remember, Lu Kingdom is too small, Nansao is too small. The real place for cultivating immortals should refer to Zhongsao. Among the 5 continents in the world of cultivating immortals, only Zhongsao can give birth to 9th level cultivators, understand? 9th level, I have no hope in this lifetime. Lu Muang's expression was a little gloomy. The level from Daogang to Lingguan consumed too much of his time and energy, and also made him understand how difficult it is to upgrade from the 5th level, not to mention the legendary 9th level. There is not even one in the entire Nansao. Don't be discouraged. There are so many treasures in the world of immortal cultivation. How do you know that there is no treasure that can help you break through? 6th Grandpa, listen to me. What I just told you is a secret of Chunhyang Palace. Now I will tell you about the situation around Lu State. Now Chen State has been abolished. the most prosperous place in the north of Chen State, has been taken over by our Chunhyang Palace. Chen Ansi from Qinking Valley is quite courageous and more powerful than Qinking Yang. After I leave, he may come to cry and ask Chunhyang Palace to exempt them from the annual offering of 500,000 Zuan crystals. Remember, don't agree. Xianxi Kingdom suffered heavy losses in the Battle of the Beast Tide. Lin Xiao probably just recovered from his injuries not long ago. He doesn't have much advantage over you. Don't be afraid of him. You must lock down Xianxi Kingdom, and don't let it expand. If I break through the Shengsu period, the first thing I will do, after I come back, is to destroy Xianxi Kingdom. Lin Xiao's potential is too terrible, I understand. 6th Grandpa, what about Lu State? There are several states and counties that are not very obedient. There is one key point you must remember within the Lu Kingdom, that is, fight but do not break. Take Xianan Province as an example. Don't look at their extremely fast development speed now, but as long as there are no spiritual light cultivators, everything is empty. Even if there are now, it is useless. You and I can attack a spiritual light that has just broken through and kill them easily. So don't worry about it, let it develop, and extract 200,000 Zuan crystals from their blood every year. In the long run, it will be an incalculable wealth. You must remember that it is useless to engage in conspiracy and intrigue in the world of immortal cultivation. Only strength is the only thing. No matter how powerful Xianan Province is, it is just to prepare wedding clothes for us. After I break through the Shengsu, they will have to run and fight for us with the transfer order. When the time comes to attack Xianxi Kingdom, they will be the best cannon fodder. If their strength is too weak, it will be bad. We will have to charge into battle with our own people, understand? I know, we don't have to be afraid of the development speed of Xianan Province, as long as we maintain our advantage over them. The stronger they are, the more useful they are to us. We can find an excuse to harvest them at that time. The young boy is teachable. That's right. As long as we remember this, we will be invincible. Now Chunhyang Palace has sufficient financial resources and a large number of mortals, so there can be enough cultivators. What you have to do is to ensure the stability of the overall environment of Lu State, and let those talented cultivators practice with peace of mind. Yes, 6th Grandpa, I understand. Lu Muang nodded and said. He used to be just an elder of Chunhyang Palace. Although he had a lot of management experience, he had never looked at things from a global perspective. Now he began to feel it, and it felt very wonderful. I don't know much about Lu Muang. He is 20 years older than me, and is no longer a cultivator from the same batch. He is the core disciple trained by the Lu family. His cultivation speed was very fast before he reached Daogang, but he stayed at Daogang for a very long time. Fellow Daoist Wang, Patriarch Lu is less than 600 years old now. His cultivation should be at the 8th or 9th level of Lingguang, and no more than the 10th level at most. What do you think he will do? Master Lin, we are all family here. Tell me your analysis. As for attacking Shengsu, there is no Shengsu cultivator in the dozen or so countries surrounding Lu country. I think he will hand over the sect to Lu Muang and try to attack Shengsu period himself. Why do you say that? There is no cultivator who doesn't want to gain greater power and a longer lifespan. LV Yan didn't do this before because he wanted to guard the sect. But now that there are people guarding it, he naturally wants to leave the sect's mundane affairs, and the financial resources of Chunhyang Palace have increased too much compared to before the Beast Tide. I've received news that Xianan Province and Bei'an Province also send Zuan crystals to Chunhyang Palace every year. I understand Xianan Province. After all, they bear the pressure from our Xianan Province, and they are afraid that we will annex them. But is Bei'an Province so short-sighted? Bei'an Province suffered heavy losses in the Beast Tide, and they have internal discord. Bei'an Province's status as the dominant sect is no longer secure, and it is no longer able to rule Bei'an Province. However, the dominant sect has great interests, so they must ask Chunhyang Palace to clear their names. Their Daogang cultivators should not have much lifespan, so this righteousness is very important. It's stupid. It's really short-sighted for a sect to damage the interests of an entire state for the sake of the interests of one family. Once they start sending money, they can't stop. Even if it's 30,000 to 50,000 Zuan crystals a year, it's a terrifying number over dozens or hundreds of years. I don't care about Bayanzhao. What I want to say is that Chunhyang Palace is already financially strong enough to support LV Yan's needs in going to Zhongzhou. With the strength of the entire sect to support one person, LV Yan is likely to buy some valuables in Zhongzhou. If he really breaks through the Shengsu period, it will be a disaster for our Xian'an Master Lin. I don't understand. What does Patriarch Lu's breakthrough into the Shengsu period have to do with us? Why doesn't it matter? The current situation of Lu state is that each state has great autonomy, which is equivalent to the princes among mortals. Once the strength of Chunhyang Palace soars to the point where it can wage a war to annihilate a country, it's time for us to be cannon fodder. We go to the front and fight, and both sides will suffer losses, while Chunhyang Palace will pick up the advantage behind. By then, not only will they rob the territories of other countries, but our territories will also be taken away by them, and rewarded to the forces that are close to Chunhyang Palace. In this way, Chunhyang Palace will be able to completely control a large area, and maybe even surpass Song State, and become the third in Nanzhao. This. Master Lin, don't scare them. Even if this kind of thing is true, it will take a long time, at least not within 100 years. Who knows in 100 years? Besides, I have been to Zhongzhou. Don't think that Zhongzhou is very safe. It is normal for a few spiritual monks to die in Zhongzhou. People often hear that monks in the 6th and 7th realms have died. What if they died halfway? Haha, then beg God to let him die. Lin Xiao laughed. If LV Yan really died in Zhongzhou, it would be easy to deal with. A mere LV Muang is not a concern at all. Everyone talked and laughed all the way, and soon arrived in Jingzhou. Jingzhou has not suffered a major disaster for hundreds of years. There are more mortals than the last time. There are densely populated villages and towns everywhere, and large cities of mortals are not uncommon. This reminded Lin Xiao of the mortals under the rule of the Tiansheng Sect. After years of hard work, the number of mortals under the rule of the Tiansheng Sect finally reached 2 million. Mortals alone can provide nearly 200 disciples for the Tiansheng Sect every 3 years. Together with the descendants of the Tiansheng Sect disciples, there will be 270 to 80 people entering the sect every 3 years. Of course, in 3 years, there will be more than 100 monks who died in battle, failed to break through the realm, etc. The number of monks who really increased is not much. This is still a peaceful period. Once a war breaks out, hundreds of people may die in a few days. After arriving in Yujing City, everyone inevitably has to make some purchases. Lin Xiao is no exception. He frequently goes in and out of major businesses to purchase some resources that the Tiansheng Sect does not have. Then he also met the station master of Yu Xiao in Yujing City. Master, our insider in Chunhyang Palace sent us a piece of information related to LV Muang. Maybe I can use it for my benefit. Oh, what's going on? The reason why LV Muang was able to make a breakthrough is because Chunhyang Palace spent millions of Zuan crystals to buy a treasure from Zhongzhou. This treasure was bought in the name of the sect, and it should have been exchanged for merit points by the sect's disciples. In addition to LV Muang, there is another person in Chunhyang Palace who meets the requirements, Mu Dezeng, who has also reached the 12th level of Daogang. Mu Dezeng is no less than LV Muang in terms of merit and talent, and Mu Dezeng is a fierce general. He has fought for Chunhyang Palace for hundreds of years, and made many great contributions, so he has enough merit points to exchange for the treasure. But LV Yang favored LV Muang, and without discussion at the sect meeting or competition, he directly gave the title to LV Muang, causing Mu Dezeng to miss a great opportunity. Mu Dezeng is only 3 to 5 years younger than LV Muang. If he doesn't get another treasure within the next 20 to 30 years, his path will be hopeless. And according to our estimation of Chunhyang Palace, even if there are treasures in Zhongzhou, they can't afford them, so Mu Dezeng's fate can be imagined. For this reason, Mu Dezeng resigned from all his positions in Chunhyang Palace a year ago. He became drunk and drank every day to drown his sorrows. He was very decadent and completely lost his previous heroic spirit. Mu Dezeng, tut tut, Chunhyang Palace is crazy. Didn't the Lu family say anything? Lin Xiao still remembered who Mu Dezhen was, and knew that he was also a man of integrity. The Lu family's greed was too ugly. Even if they wanted to favor LV Muang, they couldn't be so blatant. Yes, the Lu family ceded a lot of interests to the Mu family, which the Mu family accepted, but the Mu sect refused. Even the Lu family wanted to marry a direct female cultivator to the Mu sect, but was rejected. Master, should we take any action? No, just keep an eye on it. We don't want to be the first to take action. Lin Xiao refused. The time was not right yet, and the Tiansheng Sect did not want Daogang cultivators. If necessary, they could train them themselves. Chapter 213, The Self-Abandoned Mudizang. The star-picking house is still the best restaurant in Yujing City. Chunayang Palace arranges banquets here, and the people of Xianyang are arranged on the 8th floor again. As a veteran Daogang cultivator, Wang Dao has many acquaintances. This time, Lin Xiao is also qualified to participate in the activities of Daogang cultivators, so he took Lin Xiao to meet many veteran Daogang cultivators. Wang Dao's move sent a lot of signals. Many people know that the Tiansheng Sect has surpassed the strength of the Danliang Sect. In theory, the two are in a competitive relationship. However, the actions of the two are as harmonious as before. Wang Dao still treats Lin Xiao as a younger generation, which is worth recalling. At least some people who want to disrupt Xianyang and divide Xianyang have to weigh whether it is worth doing so and how much benefit they have to spend to divide Xianyang. Of course, Lin Xiao did not forget to advertise for Li Muxu. After all, there are very few 4th level alchemists. There are only a few people in Luguo. Many of them are weak, and even one cannot be cultivated. The market for the entire 4th level elixir is huge. However, the number of 4th level formation masters, talisman makers, and weapon refiners is even smaller. According to Lin Xiao, there is only one 4th level formation master in the entire Lu Kingdom, and there are no weapon refiners or talisman makers at all. All 4th level magic tools and spiritual talismans are purchased from outside. So although Gangming City now has a 4th level spiritual vein, the city defense formation has not been upgraded yet. It is not realistic to invite a formation master from Chunayang Palace. Lin Xiao is also afraid that he will tamper with the formation. So Lin Xiao is preparing to improve his formation level by himself, and the effect is not bad. After a period of research, Lin Xiao's formation level has reached the 3rd level. After chatting for a while, people from Chunayang Palace came, and Lin Xiao and his group returned to the 8th floor. The disciples of Chunayang Palace lined up from the 1st floor to the 9th floor according to their cultivation level to congratulate Lu Muang. This time, the congratulation team of Chunayang Palace was much longer than before. There were still 4 Daogang monks from this sect alone, and more than 60 Purple Mansion monks appeared. If the Purple Mansion monks guarding various places in Chunayang Palace are counted, it is estimated that there are nearly 100 people. This is still the strength of the Chunayang Palace. In addition to the main sect, there are 6 major families. Among them, the Lu family has 3 Daogangs, and the other 5 families have more than 10 people in total. The 6 Zifu families have about 100 people in total, not to mention those weaker families. The strength of the entire Chunayang Palace is really more than 3 times stronger than it was decades ago. Facing the Chunayang Palace's muscle flexing move, the 5 people from Xianyang could only smile on their faces, but they were furious in their hearts. All the sects in Xianyang combined are about the same as the 6 major families of the Chunayang Palace, or even weaker. You know the Bei family in Beiyu City. I thought the Bei family was a little stronger before, but now it seems that it's not good, and it can't be compared. There is really no comparison between vassals and princes. Lin Xiao said to Wang Dao. The Bei family is also a 6th grade family, and it is backed by the Lingjian sect. However, the development of the Bei family has been greatly restricted by the Lingjian sect, and it is simply not comparable to the Chunayang Palace. They are different. One has a backer, and the other has no backer. Chunayang Palace offended a powerful enemy, and it is easy to be destroyed. But the Bei family, even if there are enemies, must first pass the Lingjian gate. Bang Wang Dao was talking, and suddenly there was a loud noise. Everyone looked back, and saw a figure falling down the stairs from the 9th floor, and landing on the 8th floor. Then a foul smell came, and half of the 8th floor was filled with the smell of alcohol. Master Mew, are you okay? A purple mansion cultivator immediately stepped forward, took out something from his arms, and wiped it on Mew Dezeng's nose. Mew Dezeng woke up slowly, and then he sprinkled a lot of pollen to dispel the stench. His movements were smooth, and it was obviously not the first time he did this. Mew Dezeng was a Taoist master, and he would not die, even if he fell from a height of 100 meters. He was just drunk. It is not easy for cultivators to get drunk, because they can use Zhuang Qi to dissolve the alcohol, but if they deliberately get drunk, then no one can do anything. I'm fine. Go away. I want to drink. Where is the wine? Why hasn't it been served yet? Where have all the people gone? Mew Dezeng pushed the man away and stumbled up to Lin Xiao's table. Seeing that the wine had not been served yet, he slammed the table and shouted. Everyone on the first floor was looking at him. Mew Dezeng, why are you crazy? What do you want to do? So it's Uncle Lu. Why? Today is a happy day, and you won't even let me drink. You are from Chunhyang Palace. You should entertain guests today, not drink like crazy. What are you doing? I'm entertaining guests and drinking. How can you force others to drink if you don't even drink yourself? Of course, we should all have fun together. Is there a problem? You are disheveled and stink. Where do you put the etiquette of the sect? Someone, please ask Mew Dezeng to return to the mountain gate and go to the quiet hall to reflect on your mistakes for 5 days. Mew Dezeng, do you have any objection? No, Uncle Lu has the final say. Who made you Uncle Lu? Get out of here, and don't touch me. I'll go by myself. Mew Dezeng gave Lu Muiyang a mocking look, then shook his head and stumbled down the stairs. Everyone, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Someone, serve the food and wine. Lu Muiyang waved to everyone, then calmly asked people to start serving the food and wine. The banquet began. Master Lin, it's been many years since we last met. After the banquet began, Lin Xiao watched Li Changqing replace the person who was supposed to entertain guests at Lin Xiao's table and sit opposite Lin Xiao himself. Long time no see, fellow Daoist Li, you are still as charming as ever. Not as good as Master Lin. The name of Tiansheng Sect is now well known in Lu State, and the 7 scenes of Gangming City have been passed down for a long time. Kanling Wine, Beiwu Tea, Baxi Garden. Li Changqing praised the Tiansheng Sect and pointed out many things about Gangming City, especially Gangming City, which is now almost the 2nd largest city in Lu State. Some things in Gangming City are also talked about with great relish, and finally it was exaggerated into the 7 scenes of Gangming City, which are all the characteristics of Gangming City. Dao Li, this is just a trivial matter. It is nothing compared to Dao Li's talent. I heard that Dao Li has become the head of the Li family and is determined to make innovations. Lin Xiao was not happy with Li Changqing's flattery. It would only be a disaster to let the people of Chunhyang Palace focus on Gangming City, so Lin Xiao quickly flattered back. Li Changqing broke through Daogang a few years earlier than Lengning. Now it has been more than 60 years since the breakthrough. His cultivation has been raised to the 4th level of Daogang. Moreover, the previous Daogang of the Li family had passed away 20 years ago. Li Changqing officially became the head of the Li family. After becoming the head, Li Changqing made drastic reforms to the Li family, eliminating the old and weak, investigating the pros and cons, cracking down on corruption, and forging ahead. The originally decadent Li family has become full of vitality and its strength has also increased a lot. He is also considered a hero. It is said that even Chunhyang Palace intends to recruit him, but Li Changqing refused. Master Lin knows a lot about my Li family, but Master Lin, do you know who I learned this from? Haha, you are not going to say that you are learning from Lin, are you? That's right. Ahem, you must be joking. Why don't you talk about the newly promoted Patriarch Lu? We are not familiar with Patriarch Lu at all. Lin Xiao was shocked. What did Li Changqing want to do? To flatter him? So he quickly changed the subject and didn't dare to talk about this topic anymore. Tiansheng Sect wanted to make a fortune quietly. Li Changqing didn't deliberately flatter Tiansheng Sect. He already knew the attitude of Chunhyang Palace towards the entire Xianan province. Speaking of which, he had a good relationship with Lu Muiyang and learned a lot of news from him. However, Some of Li Changqing's methods of reforming the family were really learned from Tiansheng Sect. The decadent Li family gave Li Changqing too many insights. He himself was born in the side branch of the Li family. It was just because of his good talent and good luck that he got the support of the Li family's top leaders. But along the way, he saw too many outstanding disciples being buried. Those who occupied high positions were all those who were idle in the big house. The cleansing of the Li family members who killed and robbed treasures several decades ago was just a small test of his skills. After he came to power, he was determined to reform the entire Li family, but he didn't know how to start at that time. It was not until he discovered some deeds of the Tiansheng Sect that he sent people to investigate and learned a lot of tricks. In the following 20 years, Li Changqing eliminated a group of old and weak and incompetent people in the Li family, arranged them to some pension positions, and vigorously promoted some downtrodden disciples from side branches. He also introduced a competition system to allow competition within the Li family and vigorously reward those with talents and talents. Of course, the most critical point is that the Li family relies on the Chunhyang Palace. The power of the Chunhyang Palace has soared, and the Li family has also benefited from it, so they suppressed many opposing voices and made his reform successful. The Zixing Tower ate and drank, and soon a day passed. Yujing City once again held a grand auction. In the evening, everyone also went to participate in the auction. Lin Xiao and Wang Dao both got VIP cards and entered the private room. However, Lin Xiao no longer cared about most of the auction in Yujing City. After all, he had been to Beiyu City and had seen too many good things. At most, he could only look at the finale. Moreover, with Lin Xiao's current status and strength, he didn't need to hide and could make a move openly. He really didn't believe that anyone would dare to intercept him halfway. If there really was such a person who couldn't get over it, Lin Xiao would welcome him very much. It was just to give him a head. The day after the auction ended, Lin Xiao left with Wang Dao and others. No one intercepted him along the way. However, there was still a lot of noise last night, and the bloody scene outside Yujing City was still there. Lin Xiao and Wang Dao didn't mention the matter of Mude Sect. They both pretended not to see it. Both of them were old foxes and would not take action easily. Splitting a force is not a small matter. If you can't kill it with one blow, it's better not to do it, otherwise it will cause endless vendettas. After returning to the Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao quickly entered seclusion. However, this time he was not improving his cultivation, but improving his formation skills. As the head of the Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao also felt that he had to have a skill that he could show off. After basics he broke through Daogang, Lin Xiao did not have a large expenditure of points for the time being. The system accumulated more than 30,000 points. Lin Xiao exchanged 18 reduced version enlightenment pills at one time and remained in seclusion for a year and a half. When Lin Xiao came out of seclusion, he successfully raised his formation skills to the level of the 4th grade lower grade, surpassing the full-time formation master Zhao Huaiying and the genius formation master Zhu Zongsheng. After that, Lin Xiao found 2 people and asked the General Affairs Hall to collect materials for the 4th grade city defense formation on a large scale, preparing to upgrade the city defense formation of Gangming City to the 4th grade level. Chapter 214, Master of Formation. Lin Xiao's sudden improvement in the level of formations shocked everyone, but everyone quickly regained their composure. After all, it was not an exaggeration for such a miracle to happen to Lin Xiao. Are there not enough miracles in Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao, Zhu Zongsheng and Zhao Huaiying studied for 3 months and finally decided on the transformation and upgrading plan of Gangming City's defense formation. However, Lin Xiao had another problem, that is, he had no experience in refining large formations. The same level of formations, large, medium and small formations are all different, which tests the true level of the formation master. Lin Xiao had previously closed the door and made breakthroughs by himself. The time was too short and the foundation was insufficient. He had never refined a real large formation. Therefore, during the period when the sect was collecting materials, Lin Xiao still did not dare to relax and began to refine a large formation. Zhu Zongsheng and Zhao Huaiying were very experienced in this regard. In addition to the mountain gate, all the mountain protection formations of the 6 sacred mountains controlled by the Tiansheng Sect were refined by them, and they were also invited by other forces to refine formations. So the 3 of them learned from each other. Lin Xiao helped the 2 of them improve their formation skills, while the 2 of them taught Lin Xiao some experience in large-scale formations. After that, the 3 of them worked together to refine large-scale formations, starting from the 3rd level. Lin Xiao was rich, and could afford it. 5 years later, Lin Xiao's personal wealth of more than 1 million Zuan crystals turned into a set of formations of different sizes placed in the Shengbao building in Gangming City. This kind of large formation does not consume much, and it is not certain when it can be sold, so Lin Xiao suffered a huge loss in refining formations. During these 5 years, 2 major events occurred. The first was that LV Yan left LV State as Lin Xiao expected and traveled to Zhongzhou. In addition to taking away a large amount of floating wealth from Chunayang Palace, he also took away Mudezum. LV Yan was obviously not stupid yet. He knew that Mudezum was a hidden danger to the stability and unity of Chunayang Palace, so he took it away directly and no one could make a move. Another thing is that Lin Xiao has determined to train Zhu Zongsheng. In the 5 years of studying large-scale formations with Zhu Zongsheng, Lin Xiao discovered Zhu Zongsheng's real strength, which is invention and innovation. Zhu Zongsheng and Zhao Huaiying are both 3rd level formation masters, but Zhu Zongsheng's attainments in formations far exceed Zhao Huaiying. Because of the limitation of his cultivation, Zhu Zongsheng cannot break through to the level of a 4th level formation master, so he transformed the previous formations and added his own ideas to make it a new formation. This formation is brand new and belongs to Zhu Zongsheng's original creation. It is unique in the entire cultivation world. This also allows Lin Xiao to indirectly complete the exploration and entry in the branch task. After the 3 formations created by Zhu Zongsheng were evaluated by the system, Lin Xiao got more than 7,000 points. This branch task is unlimited, so as long as Zhu Zongsheng can continue to invent and innovate, Lin Xiao can collect points continuously. Therefore, once Zhu Zongsheng's cultivation is promoted to the Daogang period, his innovative formation will be more valuable, and Lin Xiao is naturally willing to invest. For this reason, Lin Xiao asked the General Affairs Hall to issue a large reward to buy treasures that can improve spiritual root talent. Lin Xiao also exchanged some from the system and let Zhu Zongsheng take them. In addition, Lin Xiao once again threatened Zhu Zongsheng to spend at least 3 hours practicing every day and find someone to supervise him. If he dared to be lazy, Lin Xiao would beat him up, personally. Zhu Zongsheng was stunned when he heard the news. He was treated like this when he was in the Kame period decades ago. Why is he still treated like this now? Hasn't the head of the sect ignored him for decades? But no matter how Zhu Zongsheng resisted, Lin Xiao was determined not to agree. After being beaten 5 or 6 times, Zhu Zongsheng obediently did as he was told. Of course, in addition to coercion, there was also inducement. Lin Xiao exchanged several exquisite formations in the 4th level from the system for Zhu Zongsheng to see. He was a formation fanatic. He couldn't walk when he saw these profound and exquisite formations. If he wanted to learn to comprehend this formation, he had to improve his cultivation. So soon, Zhu Zongsheng would take the initiative to practice on his own. Zhu Zongsheng was one of the first disciples that year. He was over 120 years old and only reached the 6th level of the Purple Mansion. With Lin Xiao's support, he had a chance to break through Daogang. In 5 years, the General Affairs Hall had collected enough materials for the formation. Lin Xiao personally found someone to refine the components, and then worked with Zhu Zongsheng and the other 2 to upgrade the formation of Gangming City to the 4th level lower grade. This took 3 years. After the formation was upgraded, Beizichin finally finished polishing and settling. This time was longer than expected, and it took more than 10 years. Lin Xiao personally sent Beizichin to the mountain gate to break through, and asked Li Mingyang to protect him. Li Mingyang was already at the 12th level of the Purple Mansion. The bottleneck of the 10th level was broken in front of Lin Xiao's shrunken version of the Enlightenment Pill. In the past 8 years, Tiansheng Sect has recruited 2 more batches of disciples, totaling about 600 people, which brought Lin Xiao almost 30,000 points. Adding the points accumulated before, the balance of points has exceeded 50,000. Lin Xiao exchanged these 50,000 points for 3 Heavenly Dao Law fragments and 3 Dao Foundation pills and placed them in the sect's treasury. He also set their exchange prices at 500,000 merit points. Moreover, Lin Xiao had already told Zhang Mingtang that these things were confidential and only the cultivators at the 12th level of the Purple Mansion could tell them, and then let them choose whether to exchange them. In addition, Lin Xiao told Zhang Mingtang a lot of things, and even cut off 3 pieces of divine consciousness, integrated them into 3 tokens, and gave them to Zhang Mingtang, Li Muxu and Zhao Zheng's. If the sect was in danger of extinction, they would crush the tokens and Lin Xiao would come back immediately. Yes, Lin Xiao was going to travel. If the Daogang cultivators did not travel again, their horizons would become narrower, which would not be conducive to the improvement of their personal state of mind, nor would it be conducive to Lin Xiao's improvement of the strength of the entire sect. In fact, as long as the Daogang period was broken through, and the situation was not very critical, the various sects of the countries in Nansao would let the Daogang cultivators go out for training for a period of time, even if it was only 3 to 5 years. Lin Xiao had been thinking about going out to practice for decades. Now that the 4th Daogang cultivator of Tiansheng Sect is about to be born, he can go out without worry and treat it as a retreat. Then Lin Xiao went to see Li Muxu again. Zhang Mingtang was in charge of the sect's mundane affairs, but Li Muxu had to take care of the general direction and safety. He told her some things. After that, he went to the south of Chen State to find Basixi and told her about the attitude towards the Seven Alliance. Shy Lions must hold back the Seven Alliance, not let them grow stronger, and not let them run away. After Basixi finished speaking, she found 3 disciples including Jia Mingren. Their cultivation was not high, and Lin Xiao could not take them with him, so they just stayed in the sect. Lin Xiao asked them to get closer to Li Muxu and find Li Muxu if they had any problems in the future. As for their breakthrough to the Daogang period, it would take a long time, at least 20 to 30 years, and Lin Xiao might not travel outside for 20 to 30 years. Of course, they would still be less than 100 years old in 20 to 30 years, and even if Lin Xiao was not there was a great probability that they would break through the Daogang. After the sect was arranged, Lin Xiao went to the various sects of Tiansheng Sect to discuss important matters with Wang Dao and others. When Lin Xiao was not around, he would look for Li Muxu for important matters and Zhang Mingtang for small matters. He also asked them to look after Tiansheng Sect and help if a big enemy attacked. Moreover, Lin Xiao promised Wang Dao that if Lin Xiao returned to Tiansheng Sect and it was safe and sound, he would definitely find a Daoji pill for Tiansheng Sect. This promise was very heavy, and Wang Dao naturally had no reason to refuse. After everything was arranged, Lin Xiao headed north, and his first stop was Song State. Song State was located in the middle of Nansao. It was a medium-sized country in Nansao second only to Kikin. It was 3 or 4 times larger than Lu State, and much stronger. There were cultivators of the 6th realm of Shengsu period in charge. The development of the spiritual mountains in Song State was very mature, and there were no remaining spiritual mountains in the territory. Even ordinary hills were basically developed for mortals to live in, which also led to a large number of mortals in Song State. Xian'an State occupied the land of the original 3 states, but the population of mortals was less than 20 million, while the population of an ordinary state in Song State was more than 10 million, which showed its prosperity. The increase in population also meant an increase in the number of cultivators, and also meant that the competition in cultivation had become greater, because there were too many genius disciples. Disciples with ordinary qualifications basically could not be included in the sect. If they were lucky, they would be casual cultivators, and if they were unlucky, they would continue to be mortals. Lin Xiao came here for training, so he couldn't just take a quick look. He bought a very ordinary dragon horse, concealed his cultivation, and turned his cultivation into that of an ordinary Purple Mansion cultivator. Then he rode the dragon horse to wander around Song State. Lin Xiao went deep into the villages of the mortal world, the territories of small families and small sects, and also into the big cities of Song State. It took him more than a year to leave Song State, and then continue north, to enter the next country. During this period, Lin Xiao triggered another side quest, which was still the kind with no time limit. Lin Xiao called it the Cunning Rabbit Has 3 Burrows quest. Because the system wanted Lin Xiao to open up a sect base outside, to prevent the Tiansheng Sect from being wiped out, and let Lin Xiao be wiped out by the system, because his points were deducted. This stronghold is not like the one in Bayou City. It needs a permanent property, like the Tiansheng Sect. The rewards are based on the strength of the stronghold. For example, if a condensing vein disciple is cultivated, then this stronghold is classified as a 9th grade power and 1000 points are awarded. If a purple mansion disciple is cultivated, it is an 8th grade power and 10,000 points are awarded. With a Daogang cultivator, it is a 7th grade power, not only with 50,000 points, but also with a random mysterious gift. The reward is very generous. Of course, the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect who are transferred there now do not count, but people can be dispatched there, such as occupying a sacred mountain in the wilderness, letting the sect disciples gain a foothold there, and then accepting disciples for training. This side quest made Lin Xiao very excited. Of course, Lin Xiao did not choose the wilderness. He didn't know when the purple-eyed demon king would go crazy. It was unwise to open a stronghold in the wilderness. Chapter 215 Zhangzhou. Finding a suitable place to develop a base is not an easy thing. In Nanzhou, either you go to open up the wilderness or the other forces occupy the territory. No matter what you do, it is difficult. There are threats of monsters in the wilderness, and the other forces will be wary of the actions of the Tiansheng Sect. It is very likely that they will be discovered by the other party at the beginning, and then a war will come. So this place must be chosen well. Lin Xiao did not expect to find such a treasure land immediately. Take it slowly, right? Not long after, Lin Xiao appeared in Qi State. Lin Xiao contacted Pou of Yu Xiao. The two met in a small town. Pou reported to Lin Xiao about his work. The backbone of Yu Xiao has spread all over the important areas of Qi State and has established a complete peripheral organization. I dare not say that I control the underground information of the entire Qi State, but I can definitely know quickly about any major events. The focus is still Bayou City. Bayou City is too important for Qi State. It is the largest immortal cultivation city among dozens of countries in the southwest of Nanzhou. It is also a distribution center for materials. Whether it is economic or strategic location, it is very important. So more than a decade ago, Lin Xiao messed up Bayou City, which had a huge impact on the entire Nanzhou. Afterwards, Ling Jianmen invested huge resources in Bayou City, slowly eliminating the impact of the previous incident. Bayou City is recovering its former prosperity, and Ling Jianmen has strengthened management. Another plan will not work. It is also because of Lin Xiao's plan that the 5 major families suffered huge losses. Afterwards, Ling Jianmen pushed most of the responsibility on the 5 major families, causing them to bleed again and escape this disaster. The losses of the 5 major families were extremely heavy, and it would take dozens or hundreds of years to recover. Therefore, the 5 major families have become more determined to go to the desert to search for treasures. They have used family reserves and invested huge resources. It is estimated that they are ready to enter the desert in a big way. Ling Jianmen already knew about this matter, but the attitude of Ling Jianmen was to ignore it and ignore everything. This made Pou a little confused and did not understand what Ling Jianmen meant. It seems that the rumors we spread decades ago worked. The top leaders of Ling Jianmen have realized the threat of the sect's familization. If it is not curbed, Ling Jianmen will have to change its face in a few hundred years. So Ling Jianmen has actually given up the 5 major families. They went to the desert, let alone other things. Even if they found treasures, could they come back safely? Could they divide the benefits equally? These are all difficult to say. So it is foreseeable that the 5 major families will change people, at least 2 or more. Maybe all of them will be replaced. I see. Then, Master, our strategy. No change for the time being. Don't worry, Ling Jianmen won't be so ugly. Our people are fine. I want to go to Zhangzhou now. Do you have any routes to recommend? There are many routes from Nanzhou to Zhangzhou. You can fly north from Qi State and northeast all the way there. However, the journey is long, with 700,000 to 800,000 miles. You have to go through dozens of countries on the way, and many countries are at war. Daogang monks are not 100% safe. I will draw a map of the countries we are fighting, and give it to the headmaster. If you don't want to travel, you can take a teleportation array. The super long teleportation arrays in the entire cultivation world are monopolized by the two major sects of Lin Xiao and Tiansheng in Zhongzhou. Tens of thousands of years ago, the two sects were the same family. Super long teleportation arrays refer to teleportation arrays with a distance of more than 500,000 miles. The construction of teleportation arrays is extremely expensive, requiring at least 100 million black crystals, and some key materials cannot be bought. Only Lin Xiao and Tiansheng have them. There are 3 teleportation arrays in the entire South continent. Qi has one in the hands of Tiansheng Sect, the first sect in Qi. Tiansheng Sect has a 7th level cultivator sitting in the gate. The sect has been passed down for more than 10,000 years, and is extremely powerful. The other 2 are in Qin, one in the south, and one in the north. Qin is 3 times stronger than Qi. The north of Qin is not too far from Zhongzhou, only tens of thousands of miles away, while the south of Qin is very close to Luoxinghe. The monster materials and other resources in Luoxinghe can be quickly sent to Zhongzhou through the teleportation array. The price in Zhongzhou is several times higher than that in the south of Qin. Qin also monopolized this channel to make money, and achieved the status of the largest country in Nanzhou. The first sect in Qin is called Xianyu Sect. Not only does it have a 7th level cultivator, but there are also many 5th and 6th level ancestors. 20 Lu countries cannot compare to one Xianyu Sect. I understand. Then how many Zuanjing does it cost to take a teleportation array? The teleportation array of Qi Zuanshenmen is a super long teleportation array that can transport 100 people at a time. Each person has to pay a fee of 100,000 Zuanjing. When the number of people is full, they leave. Generally speaking, the waiting time is less than a month. The one in the north of Qin is a short-range teleportation array. It only costs 30,000 black crystals, and can teleport 300 people at a time, and the waiting time is no more than 10 days. The one in the south of Qin is a medium-range teleportation array, which costs 60,000 black crystals, and can transport 100 people at a time. It takes a while to wait. You really don't know how poor you are until you leave Lu State. Thousands of people in our Tiansheng Sect work hard for a year, but we don't make as much as others do in one teleportation. Alas. Master, the teleportation array is extraordinary. It is not something that an ordinary sect can build. It is extremely expensive, and the maintenance is not low. The teleportation array of Tiansheng Sect costs 400,000 black crystals for one teleportation, and the teleportation array has to be heavily guarded. Otherwise, what if the enemy is sent? I know, I'm just complaining. It's okay. I'm leaving first. Lin Xiao waved his hand and left quickly. Lin Xiao flipped through the system and found that there was a scaled down version of the teleportation array in the system. It was of the 4th grade and could teleport up to 5,000 miles at a time, but the price was too expensive and Lin Xiao didn't even look at it. The lowest teleportation array in the Xiuxin world is the 6th order, and the cost is tens of millions of Zuanjing. However, Lin Xiao learned from the system that this was a trick by the Lin Xiao and Tiansheng sects in order to increase the difficulty of building the teleportation array and monopolize the teleportation array business. In fact, the lowest teleportation array is the 4th order, and it only needs the cooperation of powerful 4th order array masters and equipment refiners. Of course, some key materials are also needed, such as the Void Stone. The Void Stone is the most precious material in the Xiuxin world. It can be used to build teleportation arrays, draw teleportation symbols, and refine storage tools. Yes, the Void Stone is a treasure related to space, so it is also known as the Space Stone. The Void Stone is a companion ore, and there is no main ore, so the output is very low. In the Xiuxin world, the ore veins that can produce the most Void Stones are currently in the hands of the Lin Xiao and Tiansheng sects. In addition, their unique refining methods almost monopolize 80% of the teleportation array business. Lin Xiao traveled all the way, and it took him another 3 years to arrive at Qin. Qin was known as the Little Central Continent, because it was the largest country in southern continent. Its Lingshan land development was no less than that of Central Continent, and its prosperity was even better than that of Qi. There were 8 such cities as Beiyu City. Lin Xiao traveled in the north of Qin for 2 years, and then took the teleportation array of Tiansheng Sect, and arrived at a place called Shanghai City. Shanghai City is the southernmost city in Zhangzhou. However, for Zhangzhou, both the north and the south have developed to the extreme, and it is hard to tell which is more prosperous. Lin Xiao lived in Shanghai City for a year, and then used his points to improve his cultivation by 2 levels, reaching the 6th level of Daogang. Here, Lin Xiao naturally didn't have to worry about so much, and he was not afraid of being discovered. If it weren't for the fact that his points were not so many, Lin Xiao wanted to directly improve to the 12th level. After living in Shanghai City for a year, Lin Xiao also had a general understanding of Zhangzhou. Zhangzhou is considered the origin of this world. The languages and characters of the 4 continents in the southeast, northwest, and northeast are basically the same. It is because the cultivators of the 4 continents all came from Zhangzhou, and the culture is unified. Only the accents vary in different places. Zhangzhou is also famous for its long history of major forces. Now the more famous forces in Zhangzhou have no less than 30,000 years of inheritance, and even some very small forces have a history of more than 70,000 to 80,000 years. Their ancestors were also rich, but their strength has been declining, and they have lost their previous territory. Zhangzhou has a long history and a very high level of spiritual veins. It has accumulated over time, so the extremely precious 5th level spiritual veins in Nanzhou are very numerous in Zhangzhou, and many small cities have them. Similarly, the higher the spiritual veins, the higher the level of the cultivators. Lin Xiao, who is in the Daogang period, can be called the ancestor of the sect in Nanzhou, but he is just a little brother in Zhangzhou. Golden elixirs are everywhere, and yuanying is worse than a dog. Lin Xiao remembered some novels he had read in his previous life. In those novels, high-level cultivators were worthless in the later stages. Lin Xiao used to complain about it. Of course, now he has figured it out. Isn't it because the platform is different? In a place like Zhangzhou, it is normal to have many high-level cultivators. And with more high-level cultivators, there are more high-level spiritual objects. Among them, spiritual medicine is the most rampant. As mentioned before, many sects have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. If you throw a spiritual medicine into the spiritual medicine garden and ignore it, it will become a precious spiritual medicine after thousands of years. Therefore, there will be many 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines and 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines in Zhangzhou. But don't think these spiritual medicines are cheap. In fact, the prices in Zhangzhou are very high. High-level resources still cannot meet the needs of high-level cultivators, and most high-level cultivators are not short of money, so the prices of these spiritual medicines are very expensive. If I had known that I would bring Li Muxu with me, the price of the 4th level elixir would be higher than that of the monopoly area. It's really a ghost. Lin Xiao sighed and said. Li Muxu monopolized all the 4th level elixirs in the south of Lu State. The price was not low, but in Zhangzhou, it could be 30% more expensive. Lin Xiao prayed for these Zhangzhou cultivators. How can they live like this? Lin Xiao went east along Shanghai City, appreciating the customs of Zhangzhou. After experiencing big and small things, he gradually found it very interesting. He also met many people on the road, and made many friends. Everyone traveled together. Chapter 216 On the Road. Zhangzhou, Xianan City. Xianan City is built on the mountain, spiraling up along the foot of the mountain. The highest point is already towering into the clouds, covered with snow. The whole city has 4 distinct seasons. Beautiful scenery, very famous in Zhangzhou. Lin Xiao and 4 friends he met on the road came together, planning to stay in Xianan City for a few days. The 4 friends, 2 men and 2 women, all came out to experience in pairs. Although they are young, their cultivation is not bad. They have all reached the Daogang period, but it has not been long since they broke through, but they are only at the 1st or 2nd level of Daogang. Brother Lin, do you know what this Xianan city is most famous for? I really don't know. Do you know, fellow DOSG? Of course I know. My grandfather has been here before. The most famous thing about this Xianan city is the purple air spell, which means purple air coming from the east. This purple air spell is not simple. It takes pure yang purple air from the body and melts it. It can help break bottlenecks internally and kill enemies externally. It's very powerful. There is such a thing. Fellow DOSG, tell me in detail. If you say yes, 5 kilograms of kindling wine. A petite, lively and cute female cultivator stretched out her hand to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao brought a large amount of kindling wine and Beiwu tea with him when he traveled, not for sale, but for his own use. Since he got to know these people, Lin Xiao naturally invited them to drink kindling wine and Beiwu tea. Both male cultivators like to drink tea, but the female cultivator has a special liking for kindling wine. The taste of kindling wine is unique, and it is no different from the fruit-flavored alcoholic beverage that Lin Xiao drank in his previous life. Especially after being chilled, it is even more refreshing, sour and sweet and very popular. Lin Xiao smiled dumbly, took out a bottle of kindling wine and said, "Not 5 catties, only 1 catty, but this is another flavor." Wow, really, Brother Lin, this kindling wine really has more than 30 flavors. Of course, when I left home, there were already 35 flavors, divided into 6 levels. This is a higher level one. The market price of a bottle is 20 Zuan crystals. I want to drink, brother, come on, get some ice cubes out. The female cultivator immediately jumped up and down. Her brother next to her was helpless. He quickly cast a spell to condense an ice cube and took out a few cups, ready to drink, after it was chilled. Brother Lin, don't mind. My junior sister has been spoiled. It's okay. It's just a bottle of wine. It's not a big deal. Sister G, tell me quickly. What is the specific situation of the purple key magic in Xianan City? Another female cultivator also said hurriedly. The 2 men and 2 women that Lin Xiao met were Ji Haitang and Zhang Baoan, 2 senior brothers and sisters. They were originally from Zhongzhou. However, the territory of Zhongzhou is very large, covering millions of miles, so the disciples of the sects in Zhongzhou also need to experience. The other pair of men and women are brothers and sisters, named Huakang Chang and Huakang Ji. The 2 came from overseas, that is, the sea area after the southern part of Qin State went south to the sea, called Luoxinghe. The Luoxinghe Sea area is 70,000 to 80,000 nautical miles away from the Nanzhao continent. There is an archipelago called Luoxinghe Islands. The level of cultivation in Luoxinghe Islands is not high, similar to that of Lu State. Therefore, once the disciples achieve Daogang, they will be arranged to experience and basically come to Zhongzhou more. These 4 people are not very old, probably around 100 years old. Being able to break through the Daogang at this age, they are definitely elite disciples in each other's forces and should not be underestimated. Let me tell you, Sister Hua, this purple energy spell is derived from a magical power method, and later generations modified and reduced it. Its power is much weaker than the pure purple energy coming from the east, but it can also be practiced by us earth level disciples. There should be 30 or 40 kinds of purple energy spells now, but they all have the same goal, which is to refine the purple energy brought by the sun when the morning sun rises. We cultivators refine this ray of purple energy and store it in the Danshan, constantly accumulating it. When we encounter a bottleneck, or need to break through, we can use this ray of purple energy to break through. As for the enemy, it is mainly used to deal with dark enemies, such as ghost cultivators and demon cultivators. This morning purple energy is extremely yang and strong, and it is the best to restrain them. Of course, this purple energy spell has other magical uses, which cannot be said casually. They are all secrets of each family. No wonder, I see that there are many foreign cultivators in Xianan City. I guess they all come for this purple energy spell. The characteristic of Xianan City should be that it is easier to refine this morning purple energy than other places. Brother Lin is really smart. Yes, this Xianan City formation has a wonderful use, which is that it can absorb most of the morning purple energy within the surrounding 10,000 miles. So it has attracted many foreign cultivators, and the people from Xianan City are naturally the ones who have done the most in-depth research on purple energy magic. Friend G, let's talk about any other secrets. I don't believe in such a good thing as pie falling from the sky. Haha, Brother Lin, you are so smart. You guessed right. This purple energy spell is not difficult to find, but it is difficult to refine. It takes years and months. To be honest, unless someone is suffering from a serious bottleneck, who will have so much time to refine the purple energy. So most people come to play for a while and then leave. Only a few will stay. The people in Xianan City are masters. With this trick, they can continuously attract foreign cultivators, which is enough for them to make a lot of money. Lin smiled and nodded. This trick is good. It has made Xianan City into an internet celebrity place. Foreign cultivators will basically come here for a visit. Brother Lin, your kindling wine is delicious. Why don't you sell it in Zhangzhou? I'm from the wild area of Nunzhou. I don't even have enough money for the trip to Zhangzhou. How can I sell it? Oh, then can you sell me the secret recipe, junior sister? Shut up, fellow Daoist Lin. Don't mind, my junior sister doesn't have any other intentions. When Ji Haitang said this, Zhang Baoi's face suddenly changed. They were not very familiar with each other, but asking to buy someone's secret recipe was a big taboo. It's okay. I see that fellow Daoist Ji likes the kindling wine very much. I'll give you some when the time comes. If you want to buy in large quantities, you'll have to come to Nanzhou. Thank you, fellow Daoist Lin, for your magnanimity. Fellow Daoist Zhang, you're being too formal. We've rested enough. Let's go out and look for the purple key spell. Now that we are here, even if we've been fooled, we have to try it once or twice, right? Yes, my brother and I have the same idea. What about fellow Daoist G and fellow Daoist Zhang? Our sect has the inheritance of the purple key spell, so we won't go. However, we can go to practice together tomorrow morning. The best locations for practicing the purple key spell in Xianan City have to be rented, and the higher the location, the better. Okay, let's go together tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao nodded, and then he left the inn with the Hua brothers and sisters, and went to the shops in Xianan City, to look for the purple key spell. The purple air spell was derived from the purple air from the east magical power, so that magical power is naturally not easily purchased. However, there are many spells that have been reduced by later generations. There are not 30 or 40 kinds as Ji Haitang said, but more than 60 kinds, with different prices. The cheapest one is only a few hundred black crystals, and the most expensive one is as high as 1 million black crystals. Many of these more than 60 purple air spells were developed by people in the last few hundred years, and are considered innovative. On Lin Xiao's side, they are those that have not been entered into the system. Lin Xiao bought all of them except for those that are very expensive. Among the 56 spells, 18 are not in the system. After the system evaluation, he got nearly 20,000 points. Moreover, the requirement of 10 items with a value no less than the third level required for the system upgrade was also met instantly, which made Lin Xiao extremely happy. In Nanzhou, Lin Xiao tried his best to complete it, and even spent a great deal of money to acquire some strange things, but he just couldn't complete it. Unexpectedly, Xianan City completed it all at once. The three of them bought the purple gas spell and soon returned to the inn, and then began to study it. Everyone was also a talented person, and one day was enough to get started. Wait until the next morning, before dawn, Lin Xiao and his party left the inn, and went to the management office of Xianan City to rent a training platform for practicing purple gas. There were no less than 10,000 cultivators with the same purpose as Lin Xiao. The training platforms were all set up separately, protected by formations, and were small pavilions. They were divided into daily rental and long-term rental. The quality of the location also determined the price. Lin Xiao spent 300,000 Zuan crystals to rent one of the best positions. The time was only 1 month, and the cost was as high as 10,000 Zuan crystals a day. After getting the token of Xianan City, Lin Xiao quickly found the location, and used the token to open the formation. Inside was a small pavilion with 2 or 3 platforms. There was nothing except a futon. This made Lin Xiao shake his head. This Xianan City was really stingy. Without thinking too much, Lin Xiao sat down cross-legged, adjusted his breath for a while, and then waited for the sunrise to rise. After a while, the sunrise appeared. When the sunlight passed through the horizon, Lin Xiao practiced the skills, and began to absorb the purple air in the sunrise. The purple air was not gentle, it was extremely yang and strong. After absorbing it, there would be a burning feeling in the body, but Lin Xiao did not stop. This pain was nothing. At this time, Lin Xiao's divine skills began to play a great role. The suction force was many times stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. The purple air was continuously absorbed into the body and then refined. After half an hour, the practice was over. Yes, the morning purple key only lasted half an hour a day, but since it was rented, it could continue to be practiced here. The concentration of the mysterious key here was several times thicker than that on the mountainside, and even stronger than the gate of the Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao estimated that there was at least a 5th level spiritual vein to support it. Lin Xiao walked out of the practice platform and went down to the mountainside to meet up with Ji Haitang and the others to discuss what they had gained today. The 5 of them felt like they had been cheated because after a morning of practice, the purple key condensed in their bodies was not even as much as a hair. If they wanted to refine it to the point where they could break through the realm, they would need several years of hard work. But who had so much money to rent a practice platform? Don't worry, this purple key is not only available in Xianan City, but also in other places. Just practice slowly. That's right, Brother Lin. How long have you rented it for? 1 month. Wow, Brother Lin, you are so rich. Junior sister Zhang Baoyan's face darkened again. He was really speechless about this junior sister. There are many precious resources gathered from all directions in Xianan City. Stay and have a look. Maybe you can get something. What about you? Almost. We have to stay for a while too. Well, if we can still travel together, how about gathering here in a month? Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. After Lin Xiao bought some food, he went to the training platform to practice. Such an expensive rental should not be wasted. Lin Xiao went down the mountain once every 7 days of practice to visit shops and see if there was anything worth buying. A month later, he came to the inn. The 4 of them were there, ready to move on to the next place. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. Dangers in Central China. The 5 of them traveled together. All of them came for experience, so they were not in a hurry, and they walked slowly, discussing where to go next. At this time, the 5 of them had a small disagreement. Male cultivators usually choose to travel in the territory of famous sects to see the style of famous sects, and places with famous sects are naturally prosperous places for cultivation. Female cultivators, on the other hand, like places with beautiful scenery and go to places with many tourists. In their understanding, traveling is to have fun, so naturally they want to go to fun and beautiful places. What's the point of having many people? There are many people everywhere. Don't argue. Stop. Trouble is coming. The 5 of them were all riding the most common low-level dragon horses in Zhangzhou. Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, and the 4 of them stopped and looked at Lin Xiao. Brother Lin, what's going on? There are people lying in ambush ahead. They have set up an offensive formation trap, waiting for us to be fooled. Wow, is someone robbing us? Almost. Really? I haven't been robbed before. I'll do it. I'll do it. Hey, listen to me, you thieves ahead, all of you. Woo woo. When Ji Haitang heard that someone was robbing her, her eyes lit up, and she put her hands on her waist and shouted. When Zhang Baoyan heard that someone was robbing her, her face turned black again, and she hurried over to cover her mouth. The Hua brothers and sisters were not so careless, and they quickly became alert. Bang, not far ahead, a group of people rushed out. 6 Daogang cultivators, a dozen Zifu, more than 20 Ningmei, a total of more than 40 people, surrounded the 5 people. I miscalculated. I didn't expect there was a formation master among you. Everyone, we have no grudges against each other, right? Why are you blocking our way? Huh, I didn't realize it yet. Robbers, if you know what's good for you, hand over your storage bag. We only want money, not kill people. Otherwise, you will all die here today. What you said doesn't sound domineering at all. Friends, let me give you a slogan for robbers. Listen, this mountain is opened by me, and this tree is planted by me. If you want to cross this road, leave money to buy your way through. How about it? Isn't it a lot more domineering? Yes, well, that's not right. Boy, you're not in the same group of people, are you? The leader of the other side nodded subconsciously, and then was shocked. Shit, these can't be in the same group of people, right? Even the Hua brothers and sisters and Ji Tang's brothers and sisters looked at Lin Xiao with something wrong in their eyes. Haha, Lin is not a scoundrel, it's just some mortal's words. But you, being a thief is so uneducated. It's really shameful, brother Lin. Don't waste time talking to him. I haven't fought against robbers yet. Let me do it, junior sister. If you continue like this, I will have to report to master and let master order you to be transferred back to the sect. Senior brother, you guys keep whining. Brothers, go ahead and kill them. The robber was about to explode when he saw Lin Xiao and the others were still fighting. This is a robbery. What are you doing? After he finished speaking, a sword aura slashed across, and the 5 of them flew up directly, avoiding the sword aura, and then scattered. The 6 Dao gangs on the opposite side looked for opponents one by one. 2 of them surrounded Lin Xiao, who had the highest cultivation, and the rest of the Zifuning Mei formed a circle, each holding a formation flag, and unfolded a formation to trap everyone, and cover up the momentum of the fight. 2 flying swords came towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao held a broadsword in his hand and blocked the flying swords one by one. The level of cultivation in Zhongzhou was much higher than that in Nanzhou, so the fighting methods were also different. Except for the body refining monks, they rarely fought in close combat. They all controlled flying swords and used martial arts, spells, or talismans to fight the enemy. This fighting method has its own advantages and disadvantages. The biggest advantage is that it can prevent the enemy from self-destructing, because the distance is pulled away. Once the enemy has the tendency to self-destruct, it can quickly escape. Lin Xiao was not in a hurry. He sacrificed a shield magic weapon to protect himself, and activated a defensive talisman. This was the formal means of the enemy. Lin Xiao had not fought with the Taoist monks in Zhongzhou, so he was quite unlucky for a while, and was suppressed by the opponent. But soon, Lin Xiao became smooth, and released the broadsword. He used the mysterious energy to stimulate, and the spiritual consciousness as a connection, so that the broadsword and the opponent's swords fought happily. This is a tricky trick, come on. One of the opponents shouted, and the other retreated more than 10 meters, then took out a magic seal and a magic weapon, and sacrificed it. The magic seal swelled in the wind and quickly became like a mountain, pressing down on Lin Xiao. Interesting, Lin Xiao pointed his sword, and the shield magic weapon suddenly swelled, and flew over his head, blocking the attack of the magic seal. Come again, suppress it, the man sneered, and quickly made a magic spell, and the magic seal pressed down little by little. The shield magic weapon began to be overwhelmed, and the other person also accelerated the speed and attacked fiercely. Lin Xiao was suddenly at a loss. Looking for death, Lin Xiao roared. It seems that he can't beat them without using some tricks. He blocked the opponent's sword, and his body suddenly exploded backwards. The shield above was also broken, and the magic seal slammed on the spot where Lin Xiao was. Go. Lin Xiao retreated, and immediately took out the Chixio bow, drew the bow and shot arrows. 3 4th level arrows disappeared on the spot, and the next moment appeared in front of the Dao gang who controlled the seal. This shocked him immediately, but before he could react, the arrows had broken his protective shield and pierced directly into his body, and the arrows penetrated his body. Puff, the Dao gang screamed and spurted out blood. Second brother, continuous arrows. Lin Xiao took out 3 more arrows and shot them again, still at the man just now. This time he had no way to avoid it, and one of the arrows pierced his throat. I will kill you, humph. Lin Xiao took out arrows again. He still had more than 34th level arrows on him, all of which were made by someone when he was in Qin. 3 arrows flew out, but this time they did not work. The man was prepared and blocked the arrows. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and the big knife magic weapon flew back to his hand. Lin Xiao moved his body skills to get closer, and the knife gang chopped out repeatedly. After slashing dozens of swords, the robber finally changed his face. The amount of Zuan Qi was not like that of the 6th level of Dao gang. He was the 7th level, but he could not use so many big moves. But at this time, he was already unable to get off the horse, so he could only grit his teeth and hold on. Suddenly, a cold light flew out from the middle of his sleeves, and the protective shield on Lin Xiao was instantly broken. Lin Xiao looked down, and saw a thin needle as thin as a hair piercing his body, which was blocked by the inner armor. 4th level upper grade inner armor. Who are you? The robber was shocked when he saw it. The prices in Zhangzhou were soaring, especially the higher the grade of resources, the more ridiculously expensive they were. For example, the price difference between the 4th level lower grade and upper grade inner armor in Nanzhou might be only about 100,000 Zuan crystals, but in Zhangzhou, the price difference could be more than 400,000 or 500,000. The broadsword, shield, bow, and arrow, and inner armor that Lin Xiao revealed were all top grade 4th rank items. These items alone were worth at least 5 or 6 million Zuan crystals, which were definitely not something that a small force could afford. A small force in Zhangzhou refers to a force that does not have a cultivator above the 6th realm, while a cultivator above the 8th realm is considered a large force. What they fear most is offending the descendants of a powerful person in a large force, which is simply a suicidal act. Are you scared now? It's too late. Lin Xiao sneered, and the aura of the broadsword in his hand changed color and turned golden. Lin Xiao used the martial arts that came with the divine technique, the golden divine light. Boom. The golden divine light was added to the broadsword, and the blade directly split all the opponent's defenses and cut the opponent in half. Retreat, let's go, the boss is dead. Run. The leader of the opponent died, and the rest of the people fled. Ji Haitang and others could not keep the opponent's Daogang cultivators, but killed most of the Purple Mansion and Condensed Veins cultivators, and few escaped. Fellow Daoist Lin, are you okay? Brother Lin, are you injured? I'm fine. Clean up the battlefield and evacuate quickly. Lin Xiao shook his head, took out a handful of pills, and stuffed them into his mouth, then cleaned up the battlefield, and threw out a flying boat, and flew away immediately. Ji Haitang and the others also had a flying boat and immediately followed. Lin Xiao was not injured this time, but his Zuan Qi was greatly depleted, and even the divine skills could not hold up. Of course, this was also because the opponent was not strong. An hour later, Lin Xiao recovered most of his Zuan Qi and opened the storage bags of the 2 Daogang cultivators. As expected, both of them were poor ghosts, with a total net worth of less than 3 million. Apart from the powerful magic weapons in their hands, there was not much else, and their identities were just a group of casual cultivators. In Lu country, Daogang cultivators can be called the ancestors of the sect, but in Zhangzhou they can only become robbers. It's really... Lin Xiao shook his head. This is the problem of information lag. They thought that Nanzhou was remote and not conducive to the path of Taoism, but what development could they have in Zhangzhou? It would be better for them to go to Nanzhou and be the boss. Dao Yaolin, are you okay? After another 2 hours, Ji Haitang and others also recovered their Zuan Qi and came to ask Lin Xiao. It's okay, fellow Daoist Zhang, how about you guys? We are not injured either. Fellow Daoist Lin's attack methods are so sharp. We haven't even started fighting, but you have already dealt with your opponent. Fellow Daoist Lin, you don't look like someone from a small sect in Nanzhou. Haha, that's true. You don't understand. Nanzhou is on the verge of wilderness. If the methods are not sharp, people will die. Fellow Daoist Lin, you are fooling people. In terms of the difficulty of the situation, can it be more difficult than my Luozing? Hey, brother Hua, the situation in Luozing is also difficult. Of course there is a small beast tied once every 300 years, a large beast tied once every 3,000 years, and a catastrophic disaster once every 10,000 years. Do you think it's difficult? What do you mean? The monsters in the sea. There are far more monsters in the sea than in the wilderness, so many that the Luozing area cannot bear it. Therefore, the Demon King has repeatedly launched beast tides to reduce the number of monsters and also eliminate us human cultivators. I see. If I have a chance, Lin will have to go to Luozing for a trip. I'm afraid I will have to bother brother Hua again and again. You're most welcome. When fellow Daoist Lin comes, send me a sound transmission note or go and ask the Hua family on Dafeng Island and you'll find out. Haha, I'll be sure to bother you then, Lin Xiao said with a big laugh, smoothly changing the subject away from him. Chapter 218 Demonic Monk. At night, Lin Xiao and the other 5 did not find a suitable place to stay, so they had to spend the night in the wild. After setting up the formation, they each took out a tent. Of course, when you reach the Daogang stage, you basically don't need to sleep. You can persist for several months without sleep. Some hard-working monks don't even need to sleep for a year or 2. It's just that the 5 of them are not very old and still keep the habit of sleeping. In the tent, Lin Xiao took out the seal magic weapon and the fine needle magic weapon. Both of these magic weapons have reached the level of the 4th level middle grade, which is very good. The seal magic weapon is mainly used for frontal attack. Once it is sacrificed, it can bombard the opponent. Moreover, because of its heavy body, it is difficult for ordinary swords to destroy it. It can be regarded as a blunt weapon. The fine needle magic weapon is as thin as a cow's hair and invisible to the naked eye. It has a special way to break through the talisman and the protective shield, which can be regarded as a hidden weapon. The brothers who robbed the Dao relied on each other to kill countless opponents. This was also the reason why they dared to rob Lin Xiao and others. However, they did not expect that Lin Xiao's wealth was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Even the Daogang cultivators of the major sects in Zhongshan might not be able to match Lin Xiao's wealth. Every time Lin Xiao advanced, he would definitely use the best magic weapon of the same level. Whether it was inner armor, defensive magic weapon, offensive magic weapon or bow and arrow, they were all top grade 4th level products. If Lin Xiao was more ostentatious, he could also wear magic robes, magic boots, etc. But that would be too high profile and not in line with Lin Xiao's habit of making a fortune in silence. After practicing the 2 magic weapons, Lin Xiao put them into the storage ring. As for the rest of the items, Lin Xiao only took a small part of the ones he needed and prepared to sell the rest. When Lin Xiao left, he took away 5 million Zuan crystals from the Tiansheng Sect, of which 2 million was Lin Xiao's advance monthly salary. As the head of the sect and a Daogang cultivator, even if he did nothing, he could still get a monthly salary of 100,000 Zuan crystals a year. The merit points owed to Lin Xiao by the sect had already exceeded 20 million, and this time he only exchanged 3 million. As the saying goes, poor at home, but rich on the road. This is the advantage of the sect cultivators. If you have to earn your own travel expenses when traveling, it's too miserable. That's called wandering in the world of immortal cultivation, not traveling. This advantage is not comparable to casual cultivators. Lin Xiao has been out for more than 10 years, and he has spent a small half of the 5 million Zuan crystals. This time he took the storage bags of 2 Daogang cultivators, which basically made up for the expenses, and he can travel for a few more years. The next morning, everyone got up to practice the purple key spell, but found that the effect here was extremely low, because it was too close to Xianan City. Affected by the formation of Xianan City, the morning sun purple key was intercepted by Xianan City. The 5 people put away the formation tent, then found a small market, and each bought a dragon horse on the road. This 1st level dragon horse only cost a few hundred Zuan crystals, which was not a burden for everyone. The reason why they rode dragon horses was because Lin Xiao told them some stories about mortals riding horses and drinking horses all over the world. This kind of romantic story with petty bourgeoisie sentiment is very attractive to everyone. A white horse and a white or red dress look particularly chic. After the robbery incident yesterday, the 2 female cultivators did not argue about where to go. Everyone decided to go with the flow and let the dragon horse run by itself, wherever it ran to. Everyone did not gallop on the horse, so the speed was very slow, about 200 or 300 miles a day. Everyone was enjoying the scenery along the way. When they encountered mortal towns, immortal cultivation markets, etc., they would stay to take a look, taste the local special snacks, etc., and live a chic life. Brother Lin, you lied to me. Friend G, how did I lie to you? You said before that you could drink and fight for justice in the rivers and lakes, and you could speak out when you saw injustice. How come we didn't see anything? I'm tired of these flowers and plants. Friend G, you don't hide your Taoist cultivation at all. How many people would bully the weak in front of you? Hey, do you want me to pretend to be a low-level cultivator? Friend Lin, don't tease my junior sister. If a cultivator with condensed meridians and opened meridians rides a dragon horse around the world, he will be regarded as a fool. If there are people who kill people and steal treasures continuously, it will be much more troublesome. Haha, friend Zhang, your junior sister wants to be a female knight, but I'm not teasing her. Senior brother, I just want to satisfy my addiction to being a female knight. Don't be like this. Brother Lin, teach me how to be a female knight. That's easy. Find a place with more mortals and fewer cultivators. Those mortal dudes love to bully men and women and tease young girls. If you stand up for justice, everyone will look at you with admiration. Is it true? Of course it's true. It's best to do it in your family's territory. Then those mortal dudes will find their own backers, and then you can reveal your identity. You can imagine what their expressions will be like. Think about it carefully. Isn't it very satisfying? Yes, it's very satisfying. Why didn't I think of it? Ji Haitang slapped his head. He found that scene interesting. Lin smiled but said nothing. This kind of plot of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger was the favorite in the novels of the previous life. How could it not be satisfying? Zhang Baoan on the side shook his head speechlessly. He had to keep a closer eye on his silly junior sister. If he didn't, she would be sold, and he would probably have to help count the money for her. The five of them wandered along the way, passing through a city of immortal cultivation. Basically, they would stay in a city of immortal cultivation for 3 to 5 days. Lin Xiao would also visit many shops and occasionally collect some things that the system had never had, which was considered a bargain. At the same time, the five of them would also do the work of second-hand dealers, not for earning a lot of zuenjing, but mainly for fun, and at the same time, understand the price fluctuations of resources in the world of immortal cultivation. You must know that the price fluctuations in the world of immortal cultivation are very strong. For example, once a spiritual medicine master creates a new recipe, it is possible that the price of a certain spiritual medicine will skyrocket. Just like the K-Fudan in Lu state before, because the recipe of K-Fudan appeared, the price of the materials of K-Fudan skyrocketed. Therefore, all kinds of prices must be clear to cultivators. Once the price of a certain resource has a tendency to skyrocket, then you must collect some as soon as possible, or find a way to notify your family, find a way to find the source, and make a fortune. After traveling for more than a year, the five of them were a little bored and prepared to separate and travel on their own. The five of them have been together for 3 or 4 years, and it is time to separate. That night, the five of them stayed in the wild again. Lin Xiao specially prepared hot pot to entertain the 4 of them. Hot pot was not Lin Xiao's original creation, but Lin Xiao's hot pot this time was quite unique. The pots prepared were all 3rd level magic tools, and they were cooked with gang fire. The various ingredients in it were also higher level monster flesh and blood, and all kinds of ingredients were complete. The bottom of the pot was made by Lin Xiao according to his memory of his previous life. Both the taste and the efficacy were first class. In addition, Lin Xiao also took out the more advanced kindling wine to entertain the 4 of them. This kind of kindling wine costs more than 400 zuenjing per bottle. In the entire Xiuxin world, it is considered a mid-range spiritual wine, and it has a local characteristic and cannot be bought elsewhere. When he was excited, Lin Xiao also sang loudly. This experience was also something that Lin Xiao had never had in Tiansheng Sect. In Tiansheng Sect, he was the mysterious leader who was high above and was a role model for all the disciples of the sect, so he needed to be serious and rigorous in order to convince the crowd. Therefore, the funny leaders in Lin Xiao's novels in his previous life did not exist. If you, the leader, are a fool, then the disciples will follow suit, and the whole style of the sect will be very different from the whole social environment, which is very disadvantageous to the whole force. Unless your force is the best in the world and others have to rely on you. Otherwise, for a force that does not fit in, everyone's first reaction is to refuse and stay away. So after being strict for too long, Lin Xiao himself suspected that he had become abstinent. God knows he was once a passionate and lively boy, and he also wanted to be happy and wanton, so he could only let go in Zhongzhou where no one knew him. However, just as everyone was laughing and talking, suddenly a violent fluctuation of Zuan Qi descended from the sky. Before everyone could react, there was a loud bang and something fell in front of the camp, raising a cloud of dust. What's going on? Be careful and alert. Put away the tents and other things, and be ready to run away at any time. Listen to Brother Lin, junior sister. Go quickly. Look at this fluctuation of Zuan Qi. It may be a Lingguang monk. Xiao Ji, hurry up. Lin Xiao and the other 3 men stood in front, looking outside, while Ji Haitang and Hua Kangji quickly put away their things, ready to run away at any time. Just in front of the camp, a big pit appeared, and then a hand stretched out from the big pit. Slowly, a person covered in blood appeared in front of the camp, looking very miserable. Senior, I wonder what you are doing in front of our camp. I'm being chased by demon cultivators. If you help me fight off the enemy, Tiansheng Sect will definitely reward you. Senior, you are joking. The 5 of us have low cultivation levels, and cannot help you. Sorry. Lin Xiao shook her head, and then the 5 of them soared into the sky, and flew away directly. Even Ji Haitang, who always wanted to be a female knight, did not say anything. The female cultivator was in the Lingguang period. The one who could chase and kill the Lingguang period so badly must be a Lingguang cultivator. The 5 of them together were not enough to fight. The 5 people fled quickly, but the female cultivator of Tiansheng Sect immediately caught up. Her cultivation level was far higher than the 5 people. Although she was seriously injured, her speed did not slow down. Senior, what do you mean by this? Killing the demon cultivators is everyone's responsibility. The 6 of us working together are not without the ability to fight. Senior, please don't force me. You all know the reputation of the Tiansheng Sect. Fortune and wealth must be sought in danger. If you lend me a hand, I can give you the qualification to purchase the Lingming pill afterwards. Don't be fooled. Saving your life is the most important thing. Let's go. Lin Xiao was the first to refuse, and sped up again. The Lingming pill is one of the best pills for Daogang cultivators, to break through the spiritual light. Even in Zhongzhou, it is a strategic material. But precisely because it is so expensive, Lin Xiao knows that things are not simple. His first reaction is not greed, but escape. Chapter 219, Tiansheng Sect Blue Spirit Jade. Zhang Baoyu and his 3 companions were actually very tempted. They were born in good families and their families were quite powerful. However, they could not just take the Lingming pill. After all, they had so many people under their command, and they had to be ranked according to their contribution qualifications. If they had the qualification to purchase the Lingming pill, it would be very important for them. However, when the 4 saw Lin Xiao escape so easily, they also gave up their greed. The female cultivator behind them was obviously seriously injured. It would be very difficult to cooperate with her to kill a Lingguang cultivator. If they were not careful, they would be wiped out. What a great momentum. At least they are cultivators above the 7th or 8th level of Lingguang. Let's go, split up, and go one by one. After a moment, a strong spiritual pressure came from behind again. The 5 people turned pale and thought to themselves that it was fortunate that they did not stop just now, otherwise it would be miserable. Brother Lin, I'm from Tiansheng Sect. Remember to come to Tiansheng Sect to play with me, fellow Daoist Lin. Be careful. See you later, fellow Daoist Lin. Luo Xinghe is here. Remember to come to Hua's house to find us. The Hua family siblings and Ji Haitang all shouted, then scattered and ran in different directions. Lin Xiao also used his body skills to the extreme, but when he turned around, he saw that the female cultivator was still behind him, and Lin Xiao wanted to vomit blood. Senior, there are 5 people and 3 directions. Why are you following me? They have 2 people and I'm only 1. The strength of Tiansheng Sect is no less than that of Tiansheng Sect. If we implicate them, Tiansheng Sect will also be in trouble. As for the other 2 brothers and sisters, their strength is too weak. I think you are bullying people. You are picking on the weak. You can think so, it doesn't matter. Senior, there are only 2 of us now. I can't help you fight the enemy. You don't think I can kill a Lingguang cultivator? If you can't kill him, you can run away. Take me away. The promise just now is still valid. My secret method time is about to expire. We have been talking for so long. The demon cultivators behind us must think that we are in the same group and will not let you go. You. Lin Xiao was furious. Lin Xiao, who always regarded himself as unparalleled in wisdom and strategy, was actually tricked by a woman. Lin Xiao felt ashamed, but when he thought about it carefully, the woman was right. Demon cultivators are always cruel and merciless, and they do not have any taboos, so they are abandoned by the entire mainstream cultivation world. Everyone wants to kill them. Their status is similar to that of assassin organizations like the Assassin God. They are not allowed to see the light. Lin Xiao has communicated a lot with this female cultivator, and the other party has already known about it, so they have to kill her. Senior, come to me, don't resist, I'm going to activate the teleportation talisman. Lin Xiao slowed down a little, then grabbed the female cultivator's arm, activated the teleportation talisman, and with a whoosh, Lin Xiao disappeared in front of him. A 4th level teleportation talisman can only teleport 500 miles at most. I was hit by the secret method of the demon cultivator. He confined me within 10,000 miles. I can't run away like this. How far is Tiansheng Sect from here? Which direction? Northeast direction, 150,000 to 160,000 miles away. Please follow me. Lin Xiao cursed, then took out another teleportation talisman, activated, teleported, activated, teleported, and repeated this 5 times until Lin Xiao used up all the teleportation talismans on his body. Then Lin Xiao and the others appeared outside a large city called Liuyang City. Liuyang City is the territory of Liuyang Sect, and Liuyang Sect is a medium-sized force with several 7th level cultivators. Hiding in the city is enough for refuge. The demon cultivator did not have the courage to attack Liuyang City openly. Hey, why are you fainting? Lin Xiao turned around and found that the female cultivator was pale, her eyes were closed, and she had fainted. Lin Xiao smiled. Activating the teleportation talisman is not a small matter. It is already a strong mysterious energy for an ordinary Dao gang to activate it 3 times. Lin Xiao has activated it 6 times. In addition, the space conversion puts great pressure on the body. The female cultivator is already seriously injured. It would be strange if she didn't faint. Lin Xiao hugged the female cultivator and walked into Liuyang City openly. Then he found an inn directly under the Liuyang Sect and opened a room. With the protection of the Liuyang Sect, the demon cultivator should not be so bold. Lin Xiao threw the person on the bed, and then he sat cross-legged to meditate and recover his mysterious energy. The 6 teleportation talismans activated basically exhausted Lin Xiao's mysterious energy. There was no conversation that night. At dawn the next day, the female cultivator opened her eyes and saw the layout of the room. Her heart fell, but she immediately found that there was someone in the room and her eyes widened. Why are you here? Give me a reason why I shouldn't be here. This is the room I booked. You can book 2 rooms, and I will compensate you when the time comes. TSK, do you think you can get anything you want just by opening your mouth? You, kid, you are looking for death. TSK, this is the style of the famous and upright sects. It's fine that they used threats and bribes to save you last night, but now that they have saved you, they have started to kill people to silence them. Don't want to give me money anymore, do you? You are talking nonsense. I, Lin Xiao, am a core disciple of Tiansheng Sect and an elite disciple of the 3rd generation. How could I rely on you for that little thing? Well, elite disciple, give me the money. I bought the 6 teleportation talismans that I used to escape last night for 80,000 Zuan crystals each. In order to save you, I consumed my Zuan key and swallowed 8 Zuan pills, each of which is 10,000 Zuan crystals. And this inn, the best room, starts at 3 days and 1,000 Zuan crystals a day, which makes 563,000 Zuan crystals. Besides, my 4 companions were forced away by you, and the cost was definitely not low. We were singing and eating hot pot, and suddenly, you showed up. The mental damage compensation is not too much, right? It's 1 million after all. By the way, don't forget the qualification to buy Ling Ming pills that you promised. Little thief, how dare you deceive me? How did I deceive you? Isn't the calculation very clear? Do you want to spend a few hundred Zuan crystals to get rid of me? Yulan Lingai was furious. She touched the storage ring, not wanting to deal with the rogue in front of her, but when she checked with her spiritual sense, She was dumbfounded. She only had tens of thousands of Zuan crystals left on her body, and most of the other things were also consumed. Even the magic tools were lost, all of which were lost while escaping. She couldn't even take out 1 million Zuan crystals from her body. TSK, you've broken your boast, why don't you take it out? This is the token of my Tiansheng Sect's core disciple. I have set up a divine sense. You can take this token to Tiansheng Sect, and someone will naturally receive you. You can make a reasonable request, such as purchasing a Lingming pill at a fair price, and I will compensate you with the 1 million Zuan crystals then. Tiansheng Sect, that's more than 100,000 miles away, and it will take me half a month to get there, and the price won't be this much by then. What do you mean? Senior, haven't you heard of usury? Haha, you charge me usury, boy, do you really think I dare not kill you? Is that so? Well, I accept it. Hey, I originally had a few precious healing pills on me, but it seems I can't sell them. Lin Xiao laughed playfully, then took out a jade bottle, opened it and deliberately sniffed it. Bei Meidan, kid, name your price. 1 million. You, a furnace of Bei Meidan costs only 500,000 Zuan crystals. Generally, at least 3 pills can be refined, and the market price does not exceed 300,000 Zuan crystals. You are taking advantage of others' misfortune. No, this is your calculation, not mine. A bottle of water is not worth a single Zuan crystal in the hot and humid Nansao. But in the desert, especially in the depths of the desert, if you meet a group of people who are dying of thirst, you can easily sell it for a high price. They will offer whatever they have. But I think the first reaction of the man who is about to die of thirst is to kill the water seller. Don't be afraid, the water seller values money more than life. Humph, of course, Senior is now in Liuyang City. I think it can be easily borrowed some Zuanjing on credit in the name of Tiansheng Sect. Shameless, throw the Beimei bill over here. Okay, I won't write the IOU. I believe in the credibility of the masters of Tiansheng Sect. Lin smiled and threw a Beimei bill over, but then took out another one. You, kid, have the guts to leave your name behind. Of course, I'll stick to my name. I'm from Nansao, known as the handsome and unrestrained Mr. Lin who values money more than his life. Of course, you can call me Young Master Lin. Dare you give me the Beimei pill again? Here you go. Oh, there are a few Huan pills in the storage ring, but these are used by Daogang cultivators. I guess you don't need them, Senior. Name your price, that's great. 400,000 for one. 1 million for 3 pills. You just said 80,000 for 1 pill. Hey, I just said that the calculation is different. Throw it over. Okay, 6 pills in a bottle, which is exactly 2 million. Well, the total is 5 million. Remember that. I hope you'll have the guts to come to Tiansheng Sect then. Haha, then I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. What are you doing? Of course I'm opening another room. I'm making money. Besides, you said it yourself, the magic cultivator can find you, and I don't want to be implicated again. You. Lan Lingai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could there be such a rogue in the world of cultivating immortals? Didn't the righteous people kill this beast? Lin Xiao laughed 3 times, and didn't care about that. The woman's behavior last night was really disgusting. Lin Xiao had nothing to do with this matter, but was dragged into it, so Lin Xiao teased her and disgusted her. As for those things, it's better not to have them. Let's vent our anger first. Lin Xiao opened another room, right next to Lan Lingai's room, and then waited for the demon cultivator to come. Bei Meidan is the best healing pill in the Daogang period, and it also has a lot of effects on Lingguan cultivators. 2 pills should be able to make her injuries healed by half, and Huandan is the best pill to restore Zuan Qi in the Daogang period. 6 pills are enough to quickly restore her Zuan Qi. By then, even if the demon cultivator really attacked, she should have the power to protect herself. As long as she escaped the first few rounds, the cultivator in Liuyang City would naturally attack. One day later, Lan Lingai opened the door, walked to Lin Xiao's door and knocked. Don't play dead. I know you are in there, Senior. What can I do for you? Do you want to kill me to silence me? Come with me, and I will pay you back. Oh, you have the money to pay back. Then pay it back now. You don't have to leave. You lend me some more Zuanjing. 1 million will be enough. I can pay back all the money within half a month. Sorry, I'm poor and can't afford it. Lin Xiao spread his hands, joking. Lend you money again? Do you really think he is a sucker? Chapter 227 Swordsgate. Lan Lingai looked at the cunning man in front of her and almost broke her silver teeth. As the third generation elite disciple of Tiansheng Sect, she had never been bullied like this before. If she had not been in trouble at this moment, why would she borrow money from this cunning guy? But when she thought of her own situation, Lan Lingai injured it and said, 1 million Zuan crystals can buy the materials for a furnace of 5th grade pills. With my alchemy skills, I can make it in half a month. An ordinary 5th grade pill will cost hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals. I will have the money to pay you back then. Senior, you don't know how poor we casual cultivators are. Where can we get a million Zuan crystals? We really don't have them. I will pay you 2 million for 1 million. TSK, I don't dare to take such a high interest. Senior, you should find someone else. By the way, this place is not far from Tiansheng Sect. Why don't you go home to find your elders? Why do you care so much about me? I just ask you one question. Do you want to lend it to me or not? Lan Lingai's anger was rising. She would have to go back to Tiansheng Sect to find her elders. Sorry, she couldn't afford to lose face. If she really wanted to lose face, would she still need to borrow money? Lend it, lend it. How can I not lend it with such a high interest? But including the money from last night, it's okay to sign a receipt, right? Okay. Haha, that's fine. Lin Xiao clapped his hands and quickly wrote a receipt. This female cultivator didn't dare to go back to Tiansheng Sect to find someone. It was probably because her self-esteem was too strong, and she couldn't lose face. So he played a trick on her again. What do you want to do? After giving 1 million black crystals, Lan Lingai walked out of the inn, but found that Lin Xiao followed her, and immediately became alert. Hey, you already owe me 7 million black crystals. I'm your biggest creditor, so of course I have to follow you. What if you run away? Little thief, if you dare to insult me again, I'll fight you. Are debtors so arrogant now? They want to kill their creditors after owing money? You. Lan Lingai felt that her blood pressure was a little high and quickly hinted to herself not to be angry and wait until she recovered from this period of time before coming back for revenge. She would not stop until she beat this guy so hard that he couldn't recognize his mother. Lan Lingai quickened her pace and went shopping in several major businesses in Liuyang City. In one day, she spent all the 1 million Zuan crystals and gathered enough materials for a 5th level elixir. Later, Lan Lingai rented an alchemy room in Liuyang City. Lin Xiao saw her go in and returned to the inn. This time, Lin Xiao confirmed her identity as a disciple of Tiansheng Sect. As for the money and elixirs, they were nothing to Lin Xiao. The key was the token of Tiansheng Sect, which was valuable. If a Lingming pill was taken to Nanzhao, it would be sold for 7 or 8 million Zuan crystals. Many forces like Bianmen, which only had one Lingguan cultivator, were willing to buy it. If the situation was urgent, they would be willing to pay a higher price. A few days later, a man with a gloomy look appeared in front of the next door. He wandered for a while and then left. Lin Xiao had been paying attention to him, thinking to himself that this man should be the demon cultivator who was chasing Lan Lingai. He was really brave to come to Liuyang City. Half a month later, Lin Xiao saw Lan Lingai coming out of the alchemy room in Liuyang City, who looked exhausted. Lan Lingai saw Lin Xiao and snorted coldly. She ignored Lin Xiao and went directly to the big business in Liuyang City. In less than half an hour, she saw the shopkeepers of those big business respectfully sent Lan Lingai out. Here are 2 million Zuan crystals. I will return you part of it first, and the remaining 5 million will be returned to you when you arrive at Tiansheng Sect. Is that okay? Of course, but I advise you not to leave now. The demon cultivator has appeared. As soon as you leave the protection of Liuyang City, he will appear immediately. You can't beat him, right? I'm not a fool. Wait. In a few days, he will die. Lan Lingai sneered, then turned back to the inn, opened a room, and never came out again. Lin Xiao touched his nose. This woman really holds a grudge. However, 3 days later, Lan Lingai knocked on Lin Xiao's door, and Lin Xiao asked what she was doing. I still owe you 5 million black crystals. Do you still want them? Why? Do you want to default on your debt? Do you have the guts to go with me to Tiansheng Sect to get the money? TSK Senior, don't think I'm a fool. I don't know what you want to do. I just want to ask if you have the guts. Forget it. I'll go with you, but let me make a deal. I'll be your bait once. I can't pursue the offense I've done to you before. You're a disciple of a famous sect after all. You can't be petty. You said I'm petty? Ahem. No, you're the most powerful and generous. Okay. Flan Lin Xiao sneered, turned around and left. She didn't want to talk nonsense with this guy anymore. He was almost pissing her off. Lin Xiao followed closely. The two of them quickly left Liuang City and then flew all the way to the northeast, which was where Tiansheng Sect was. Less than a few thousand miles away, a dark cloud swept in, heading straight for the two of them. Block him for an incense stick of time, and someone will come to deal with him naturally. No problem. Lin Xiao laughed loudly, and the Chixio bow appeared in his hand. He drew the bow and shot an arrow. An arrow flew towards the dark cloud, and the dark cloud exploded immediately, revealing a man with a gloomy look. It was the one who had been to the inn before. I have no intention of being an enemy of the Tiansheng Sect. Hand over the things and I will let you go. Stop talking nonsense. Come and rob if you can. Looking for death. The demon cultivator stopped talking nonsense, waved his hand, and a black gas rushed towards Lin Xiao. It seemed that he wanted to clear Lin Xiao's obstacle in advance. Lin Xiao swept his sword, and the fire god light appeared, splitting the black gas. Daofa, I underestimated you. The demon cultivator was stunned for a moment, and saw the clues in Lin Xiao's methods. Breaking through Daogang means that one can comprehend the way of heaven, and can also use this law of heaven in the form of Daofa, but 99% of people in Daogang period cannot perform Daofa, because the comprehension is not enough. Even ordinary people in Lingguang period cannot do it. You underestimate me a lot, ignorant child. The demon cultivator shook his head, and suddenly he pounced on Lin Xiao. A sharp sword appeared in his hand, and pierced Lin Xiao's throat. Lin Xiao laid 3 spiritual talismans in a row for defense, and there was a 4th level upper grade shield in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 spiritual talismans of defense were broken at once, and finally stopped in front of the shield. Lin Xiao was shocked. This is the attack power of the Lingguang cultivator. A casual blow can break the triple defense of the Daogang cultivator. Who can afford this? However, the flying sword of the demon cultivator has more than just this attack. Soon, a group of black air burst out from the flying sword, and a hideous human face appeared in the black air, and pounced on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao dodged left and right, but he couldn't avoid it. He gritted his teeth, and the Daogang flew, with a little purple in the Daogang. Lin Xiao used up all the accumulated purple air, and wiped out all the black air. Lin Xiao roared, when will the woman's reinforcement arrive? If they don't come, he will not be able to hold on. Kill him, Lin Xiao screamed. She was not doing well at this time. She was seriously injured, and had not recovered yet. Most of the magic weapons in her hands were gone. The attacks of the demon cultivators mainly fell on her. She was already in a difficult situation. Watch the arrows. Lin Xiao retreated several hundred steps, creating some distance, and fired arrows continuously, 3 after 3. The 4th level arrows were not a big threat to the demon cultivator, but they could still restrain him a little. This made the demon cultivator angry. This little guy was like a cockroach, and he couldn't kill him no matter what. No more arrows. Good luck to you. Lin Xiao quickly shot all the arrows in his hand. The 4th level arrows were expensive, and there were not many of them. Moreover, these arrows were not meant to deal with Lingguang cultivators. If it was a Daogang cultivator, 2 or 3 would have killed him. Pufflan Lin Xiao spit out blood again and flew backwards. Lin Xiao flew over and grabbed her, then turned and ran. Don't run, my people are coming, Lin Xiao said quickly. When Lin Xiao looked up, a huge sword appeared in the sky. It was extremely fast, and appeared behind Lin Xiao in an instant, slashing at the demon cultivator. Boom, the sword light was like a streak of silk. The demon cultivator's face changed greatly. The flying sword in his hand continued to surge, resisting the giant sword, but after one blow, the giant sword was safe and sound, while the flying sword in the demon cultivator's hand was broken. Junior sister, Are you okay? A man appeared in front of Lin Xiao. He was very handsome, and he looked very capable in his sword suit. It's okay, senior brother. Kill the demon cultivator. Okay, the man was very straightforward. With a wave of his hand, the giant sword returned to the shape of an ordinary long sword, grabbed it in his hand, and then attacked the demon cultivator fiercely. You are from the Seven Sword Sect. I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to intervene in this matter? Because you deserve to die, you. Swordsmanship, no edge style. The man with the sword didn't say much, but his methods were extremely sharp, and he quickly suppressed the demon cultivator. The demon cultivator used thousands of methods, and various magic weapons continued to appear, but most of them were broken by a sword. Under the sword energy, the demon cultivator was increasingly unable to hold on, and finally the whole person exploded into a pile of blood mist, which scattered and fled. The swordsman crushed a lot of blood mist with the sword light, but most of them still escaped. Junior sister, senior brother is incompetent. He escaped, senior brother. Don't say that. The blood demon method is best at escaping. No one can stop it without full preparation. Anyway, he is seriously injured. It will take 100 years to recover, and it is no longer a big problem, junior sister. Don't worry, I won't let him go. After I send you back to Tiansheng Sect, I will chase him and kill him, and never stop, until he dies. No need. After his injury is healed, he will no longer be my opponent. I will deal with him personally then. Okay, the man pondered for a moment, and actually nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. Why did the relationship between these two people look so awkward? Junior sister, who is he? A shameless villain. Don't pay attention to him. He bullied you. The man glared at Lin Xiao with his sword eyes, and Lin Xiao immediately felt cold all over, as if being pressed by countless sword tips. It's none of your business. Junior sister. Ahem. Can I say something? I'm her creditor. Shut up. Creditor. What creditor? Brother, wait until I take back my arrows, and then I'll talk to you slowly. I'm a good man. I can lend millions of Zuan crystals to a person I don't even know. Do you think I'm a good man? Lin Xiao laughed, and took back most of the arrows. Some of them flew far away, and could not be taken back. Then he quickly explained the whole story to the man with the sword. Chapter 221 Seven Swords. The man with the sword is called Hanbo, a core disciple of the Seven Sword Sect. He has known Lan Lingyu for many years. After hearing the whole story, he immediately wanted to help Lan Lingyu pay off her debt, but was stopped by Lan Lingyu. You don't have to pay back my debt. Is 5 million Zuan crystals a lot? I'll just go back and refine a few furnaces of pills. Junior sister. Brother Han, don't interfere. How can a pill refiner be short of money? Lin Xiao also hurriedly advised and sent a secret message to Hanbo, asking him not to mention the repayment. Didn't you see that Lan Lingyu was a proud female cultivator? Wouldn't it be humiliating to rush to help her pay off the debt? Hanbo listened and thought it made some sense, so he didn't mention it. Boy, do you still dare to follow me to Tiansheng Sect? Senior, I have a reputation. My name is Lin Xiao, and I'm from Nanzhao. Aren't you called Master Lin? It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Humph, brother Lin, let's go together. Although the demon cultivator is seriously injured, he can still defeat the Taoist cultivators. I'm afraid that he will come back again. Okay, thank you, brother Han. I hit it off with brother Han at first sight. It's a good opportunity to ask for your advice on the way. Please. Then the three of them rushed to Tiansheng Sect together. Hanbo took out a rather luxurious flying boat. The interior was decorated very beautifully and had a large space. It was far from comparable to the flying boat in Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao asked about the origin of the flying boat. Hanbo said that he got it by killing an opponent, and he didn't know where it was made, which made Lin Xiao very depressed. After a chat, Lin Xiao and Hanbo became closer. How should I describe Hanbo? His personality was what Lin Xiao called a straight man of science and engineering in his previous life, but Hanbo put all his interests into sword practice because he was from the Seven Sword Sect of Zhongzhou. The reputation of the Seven Sword Sect of Zhongzhou was even more famous than that of the Tiansheng Sect, because the entire sect was full of sword cultivators, and in the world of immortal cultivation, sword cultivators were the representatives of strong combat power. In terms of individual combat power alone, few could beat sword cultivators. The fame of the Seven Sword Sect came not only from the fact that the entire sect was full of extremely crazy sword cultivators, but also from the 7 swords. These 7 swords were the 7 strongest swords handed down from the 7 Sword Sect's more than 100,000 years of inheritance. Their first owners all made a great name for themselves in the world of immortal cultivation, and their cultivation was at least the 8th level. These 7 swords are the most important inheritance of the 7 Sword Sect. In the following tens of thousands of years, each generation of disciples has a disciple who is recognized by these 7 swords, and is called a sword servant by the 7 Sword Sect. Each sword servant is also the most promising disciple of the 7 Sword Sect. Hanbo is one of the competitors for the sword servant among this generation of disciples, and he is very popular. It is very likely that he will be recognized by one of the swords after breaking through the Shengsu period. The relationship between Hanbo and Lan Lingai is also very dramatic. The Han family and the Lan family are old friends. The relationship between the two families was very close several generations ago. The two families have had many marriages in history. Hanbo and Lan Lingai are the most outstanding descendants of the two families in this generation, so the two families are very optimistic about the two and intend to match them up. Although they did not have an engagement marriage, it was almost the same. When they were very young, the elders of the two families often created opportunities for them to be alone. On the flying boat, the three chatted all the way, and Lin Xiao also took out kindling wine to entertain the three. However, Hanbo didn't like the sweet and sour taste of kindling wine very much, but Lan Lingai liked it very much. In the end, Lin Xiao had to take out the strong liquor he bought during his travels, which made Hanbo very addicted. A few days later, the flying boat entered the territory of Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng Sect is also a well-known sect in the world of immortal cultivation. The sect is led by an 8th level cultivator, and is famous for its alchemy. It monopolizes at least 50% of the high-level elixirs in the world of immortal cultivation, and has a very good relationship with many major forces in Zhongzhou. Tiansheng City is a city directly under the Tiansheng Sect, with a permanent population of more than 1 million cultivators. In addition, there are also businesses under the names of major forces in the cultivation world. It is also a distribution center for spiritual herbs and elixirs. Many cultivators who have obtained precious spiritual herbs and elixirs will come here to trade, because only here are spiritual herbs and elixirs the most popular and the prices are the highest. Tiansheng Sect also issues tasks to find spiritual herbs and elixirs of various levels all year round, and slowly form today's situation. Lan Lingai returned to the mountain gate. She needed to find the elders of the sect to remove the secret marks left in her body by the demon cultivators, otherwise it would be very dangerous to go out in the future, and it would take some time to heal. Hanbo lived in the station of the 7 Sword Sect in Tiansheng City, and invited Lin Xiao to visit. In a few days, Hanbo had a good impression of Lin Xiao at first sight. The reason for this is naturally that Lin Xiao can talk. As long as the cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation have reached a certain level, who doesn't have some stories? But having stories doesn't mean that they can tell them. Hanbo is a dull person who can't say a word, even if you hit him with 3 sticks. When facing Lan Lingai, he is mostly silent except for talking about swordsmanship. He can sit for a whole day without saying a word. As for Lin Xiao, he can talk about small things in a wonderful and exciting way, which makes people feel like a storyteller. So in a few days, Lin Xiao won Hanbo's favor. After living in the station of the 7 swordsmen, Lin Xiao also used all his skills to make friends with people from the 7 swordsmen. After resting for a few days, Lin Xiao went out with Hanbo to visit various major stores. Lin Xiao asked Hanbo for reference and bought a lot of swordsmanship and martial arts. There are few pure sword cultivation sects in the countries of Nansao. Basically, they are comprehensive. They practice what suits them. It is impossible to be pure. Hanbo commented on those sword techniques one by one, and also gave Lin Xiao some sword techniques from the 7 Sword Sect. The 7 Sword Sect was the largest sect of sword cultivators, and every year there would be new sword techniques. The Seven Sword Sect was not secretive, and would often release some sword techniques and sell them to people in the cultivation world at a low price, because these new sword techniques would only be discovered when more people practiced them, and the Seven Sword Sect had another rule that, if outsiders could find that the Seven Sword Sect's sword techniques had shortcomings in their moves, they could tell the Seven Sword Sect. And the Seven Sword Sect would give a big reward. Therefore, the several sword manuals that Hanbo gave were all newly created by the Seven Sword Sect disciples, and they were not included in the system. Lin Xiao was given thousands of points for nothing, which made Lin Xiao secretly happy. A month later, Hanbo went to the mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect. After going down the mountain, he brought Lin Xiao a Lingming pill, and at the same time, took back the token and IOU that Lan Lingai had given to Lin Xiao, and all the previous debts were settled. The normal selling price of a Lingming pill in the market is about 5 million Zuan crystals. However, even the Tiansheng Sect will not release this kind of strategic pill easily. Only 1 or 2 will be released every 30 years and put up for auction. The final transaction price is higher than 5 million Zuan crystals. So in all, Lin Xiao got a great deal. Of course, Lan Lingai's refusal to see Lin Xiao again also explained something, but Lin Xiao didn't care. They just met by chance, and it was good enough that Lan Lingai didn't bully the weak. Hanbo was leaving Tiansheng Sect and invited Lin Xiao to visit Kejianmen. Lin Xiao also agreed. Since Lin Xiao knew the rules of Kejianmen, he wanted to go to Kejianmen and then sweep away all the new sword manuals created by the disciples of Kejianmen in the past few hundred years to increase the system's points. A month later, Lin Xiao followed Hanbo to Kejianmen and immediately bought 16 sword manuals that were not included in the system in the store of Kejianmen. After the system evaluation, it brought Lin Xiao another 15,000 points. At this time, Lin Xiao had never had so many points. The balance of points exceeded 60,000, half of which were obtained by finding items that were not included in the system, and the remaining half were contributed by the new disciples of Tiansheng Sect. These 60,000 points are extremely rare. You should know that when Lin Xiao left Tiansheng Sect, he only had more than 1,000 points left, and the rest were all used up. 60,000 points is also a huge fortune. It can be exchanged for a lot of treasures in the points mall. Even if it is used on the protective shield, it can last for an hour, which means that Lingguan monks cannot kill Lin Xiao within an hour. Lin Xiao lived in the Seven Sword Sect for a year. Under Hanbo's guidance, his swordsmanship has made great achievements. Lin Xiao's swordsmanship talent can only be regarded as average, but Hanbo is amazing. With his guidance, it is difficult for Lin Xiao not to make progress. After Hanbo's retreat, Lin Xiao left the Seven Swords Sect and continued to travel in Zhongzhou. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years had passed. Lin Xiao had traveled through most of the mountains, rivers, lakes and seas in Zhongzhou. Lin Xiao finally understood why Lengming missed the Beast Tide battle last time. First, the level of the immortal cultivation world in Zhongzhou was too high, far from being comparable to the wild land of Nunzhou. It was like a countryman entering a big city and feeling the prosperity of the big city. When compared with the previous mountain valleys, there would be a gap. The second point was that Zhongzhou was too big, more than 3 or 4 times larger than the current Nanzhou. There were many sects here, and there were many strong people. There were many opportunities, so Lin Xiao didn't want to go back immediately after 20 years. Not long after, Lin Xiao learned from a casual cultivator that a large beast tide had occurred in Luoxinghe Islands. Although it was barely resisted, Luoxinghe Islands suffered heavy losses. At least 1/5 of the cultivators were lost, and many mortal cultivators on many islands were wiped out. Therefore, the major forces in the Luoxinghe Islands have issued a notice calling on the scattered cultivators and small forces in Nanzhou and Zhongzhou to migrate to the Luoxinghe Islands to enrich the strength of Luoxinghe. If they have made meritorious contributions in resisting the beast tide, they can even be directly granted some islands with spiritual veins by those major forces, and they do not need to pay any tribute within 10 to 30 years, which is equivalent to tax exemption. After hearing this news, Lin Xiao immediately set off for Luoxinghe. There is also a branch task in the system to establish a stronghold branch, and the reward is also extremely generous. This is a perfect opportunity. Lin Xiao founder Zhang Xiaodacheng transferred to Xianan City many times and then took the teleportation array from Xianan City to the south of Qin State in Nansao. It took almost 5 months on this road. There is no teleportation array from the south of Qin State to the Luoxinghe Islands. Lin Xiao relied on his courage and drove the flying boat out to sea alone. It took more than a month to reach the waters of the Luoxinghe Islands. Chapter 222 Luoxinghe Islands. When Lin Xiao arrived at the Luoxinghe Islands, the beast tide had occurred for nearly 2 years. The Luoxinghe Islands had 3 lines of defense. The first line of defense had been breached more than a month after the beast tide. Of course, the second line of defense was the focus of construction and was still in the midst of a war. The island that Qin State reached in the Luoxinghe Islands was called Tiansheng Island. It was a relatively large island in the Luoxinghe Islands, with a radius of more than 10,000 kilometers. At this time, it had become the rear area of the Luoxinghe Islands. The forces on the islands intercepted the monks here, allowing only entry but not exit. Those who wanted to leave had to undergo strict inspections. The reinforcement from Nansao and Zhangzhou also gathered here, and then the forces of the islands uniformly distributed them to the front lines that needed manpower the most. The name of the island alliance was called the Luoxinghe Alliance. It turned out to be Xiao Lin, a fellow Daoist from Nansao. Thank you for your support. Please sign the form here. We will arrange it according to the specialties of the monks. Okay, Lin Xiao nodded. He did not use his real name. If you turn your name back, it would be a pseudonym. Then he signed his name, cultivation level, immortal cultivation skills, etc. on the form. Fellow Daoist Xiao is a 4th rank formation master. The man's face changed immediately when he saw Lin Xiao's form. There were many cultivators fighting in the battlefield, but there were very few who had cultivated hundreds of arts and had decent levels. Lucky luck, only 4th rank lower grade. 4th rank lower grade is already very good. The more talents in the 4 arts of formation, talisman, weapon, and pill, the better. Come on, please ask fellow Daoist Xiao to go down and rest. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you rest for the time being. There will be follow-up arrangements soon. I hope fellow Daoist Xiao will cooperate then. Of course, Xiao came here to make achievements. Welcome, welcome. Soon, a low-level disciple came to lead the way and took Lin Xiao to a small courtyard to rest. There were already 40 or 50 cultivators in the small courtyard. After a brief exchange, it was found that they were all formation masters, but there were very few 4th rank ones, including Lin Xiao, and there were only 3 for the time being. The treatment of the 4th level array masters is very good. They have separate rooms, and all food and drink are provided, which are also spiritual food level. There are also special people to serve them. As long as it is not excessive, the Luoxinghe Alliance can provide it. Lin Xiao communicated with the other 2 4th level array masters. Everyone came here to take advantage of the opportunity to make achievements. They may not want to gain a foothold in Luoxinghe, but as long as they survive the war, they will definitely have great benefits. Even if the islands given by the alliance are not wanted, they can be sold to those who want them. In short, crises are also opportunities. There is no shortage of desperate people in the world of cultivation. After staying for 2 days, the waiter asked Lin Xiao and others to gather in a hall. After arriving there, Lin Xiao already saw that there were quite a few people. After communicating privately, he found that they all reached the 4th level among the 100 arts of cultivation, and their cultivation was at least in the Daogang period. Soon, several cultivators came in. They first introduced themselves, and then they checked everyone, mainly to prevent the presence of evil cultivators and ghost cultivators. The skills of these evil cultivators were extremely strange and vicious, and many of them required the practice of ghosts and blood demons. Therefore, wherever there was a war in the world of immortal cultivation, there would be these evil cultivators. They would even secretly provoke conflicts between the 2 sides for the sake of practicing, or deliberately designed to frame the human race, etc. Therefore, the mainstream world of immortal cultivation has always been zero tolerance for these evil cultivators. Once they are found, no matter what, they will be killed first. There is basically no point for everyone, because this is a routine that must be done, no matter where they go. After the inspection, the leading cultivator was very satisfied, and then he taught everyone, mainly explaining the situation on the front line, the characteristics of the human race and the demon race, etc., so that everyone can be familiar with the fighting methods of the Luoxinghe Islands. Everyone, you are all fellow Taoists who came to support from Nanzhao or Zhangzhou. You may have fought against monsters in big rivers or lakes before, but I want to tell you that those rivers and lakes are completely different from the sea. Well, I won't waste any more time. Let me talk about the beast tide first. The reason for the beast tide is that the spiritual veins in the sea are limited and cannot support so many monsters, so the high-level monster king sent monsters to die and at the same time consume human cultivators to prevent humans from exploring the depths of the sea. In Nanzhao and other places, humans have the upper hand, but in Luoxinghe, humans are at an absolute disadvantage. The reason for this is related to the human race's fighting style. In the sea, the aquatic monsters are natural kings, and even the most powerful cultivators who practice water-based techniques find it difficult to fight against them, so later we invented flying boats and treasure ships. However, flying boats and treasure ships are expensive and cannot accommodate all the cultivators. As a result, most of the cultivators below the Purple Mansion have to be stationed on the islands, and the monsters can use those low-level monsters as cannon fodder to continuously consume the zoo and ki of our expensive cultivators. Therefore, the most taboo thing when fighting with the monsters in Luoxinghe is to be trapped in a siege. Once this happens, you must break out immediately, otherwise you will be overwhelmed by the monsters. Let's talk about the monsters' attack methods. There are many intelligent monsters in the Luoxinghe area. After tens of thousands of years of struggle, they have already known how to use their strengths to deal with us. Generally speaking, they will press on with a large army and surround a small island. The water tribes generally do not go ashore to attack the city. They send the land monsters on the islands on the monsters' territory to attack the city, and the water monsters have to deal with reinforcement. As I said just now, in the water, we are no match for those water monsters, especially without the help of a large number of low-level disciples. It is extremely unwise for high-level cultivators to consume them. The response measure we have taken is to fight a war of attrition. There are not many land monsters in the Luoxinghe area. As long as we hold on and let them keep attacking the city and consume all the land monsters, we will basically win, because once the aquatic monsters go ashore, their strength will plummet. Senior, let me ask you a question. If there are too many land monsters attacking the city, and the city can't support it, what should we do? Don't worry, it's unknown which island the monsters will mainly attack. Once chosen by the monsters, that island will have to consider itself unlucky. Although the alliance will send reinforcement, it will not devote all its strength. High-level cultivators must continue to hold on until the low-level cultivators are consumed, and then they can break through and move to another island, and in this way, the power of the monster clan will be exhausted. Hiss. Many people took a breath when they heard this. They didn't expect the people of the Luoxinghe alliance to be so cruel. They wanted to use the low-level cultivators as cannon fodder, and the mortals on the island would probably be abandoned by then. Senior, is this the best way? Yes, it is the best way, unless what? Unless the top sects in Zhangzhou can devote all their efforts, but that is impossible. If they do that, it will cause the more terrifying monsters in the deep sea to come out, and then there will be an all-out battle between humans and monsters, which will harm Luoxinghe. It is estimated that the entire Luoxinghe archipelago will be sunk. Understood. Senior, everyone was silent. Most of the people here were cultivators from Nanzhao and Zhangzhou. Even in the most difficult places in Nanzhao, the human race actually had the upper hand. How could they win the chance of survival in such a tragic way like the Luoxinghe Islands? It's good that you understand. I just briefly talked about it. There will be more detailed information for you. You can rest for 2 or 3 days. Then someone will tell you where you will be stationed. Generally speaking, you can choose for yourself, but if the situation collapses, you must unconditionally obey the arrangement of the alliance. 3 days later, Lin Xiao and his group came to the General Affairs Hall of the Alliance to receive the task. In the past few days, someone has told them how to establish merit. The highest price is to join the city defense team and fight directly with the monsters. Every day of defense will have a lot of merit points. If the combat power is outstanding and a lot of gains are made, it will also increase according to the combat merit. There are two types of skilled cultivators like Lin Xiao. One type is to stay in the rear and refine the formation. In addition to a small amount of merit points every day, they can also gain merit points according to the quantity and quality of the formations they refine. The other type is to go to the front line and maintain the formation. Just the merit points for defending the formation every day are not small. If the monsters attack the city, they will also be counted as merit points if they are properly maintained. Lin Xiao chose to go to the front line to guard because he already knew the intensity of the beast tide this time. Although it was much stronger than before, it was still dominated by low-level monsters. There were only a few 6th level monster kings, but Lin Xiao was not afraid of the 5th level monster king. More than 60,000 points were enough for him to support for a long time. Manager, I choose to garrison at Dajin Island and be a garrison formation master. Friend Xiao, you'd better think about it. Dajin Island is the most intense front line. Even the formation masters who operate the formations have fallen 7 or 8, and even a 4th level formation master has been seriously injured. I know that there are 3 4th level formation masters on Dajin Island. One has been seriously injured and unable to fight again. That's why they need me more, don't they? Friend Xiao is right. Friend Xiao's Luozing Alliance has accepted it. The 4th level formation masters stationed on Dajin Island will receive 3000 merit points a day. If there is a battle, there will be more. This is the token and this is the photo stone. Please keep it well, friend Xiao. Don't go out recently. There will be a treasure ship to Dajin Island in 7 days at the latest. Thank you very much. Lin Xiao took those things, then turned around and left. He didn't care about the surprised looks of others. Since he wanted to get the benefits, how could he not take risks? 5 days later, Lin Xiao received a message from the Luozing Alliance, packed up and went to the dock to gather. There were already more than a dozen huge treasure ships waiting at the dock. Treasure ships are not much different from flying boats, except that they cannot be shrunk. They are the combination of flying boats and warships. Usually, most of the monks in the Luozing Islands will take treasure ships to go out to sea to hunt monsters, and in wartime, they will be armed as warships to kill enemies and transport personnel and supplies. The 3 largest treasure ships heading to Dajin Island have reached the level of 5th grade medium quality. There are dozens of god-killing crossbows and many large crossbows on them. In addition to a large amount of supplies, each treasure ship can carry another 5,000 monks, and Lin Xiao is one of them. Chapter 223, Dajin Island Defense War. 5,000 monks boarded the treasure ship quickly, and after the people on the 3 treasure ships had gathered, they quickly set sail for Dajin Island. Tiansheng Island was more than 50,000 kilometers away from Dajin Island. Even at the fastest speed of the treasure ship, it would take about 7 days. So after boarding the treasure ship, the people of the Luoxing Alliance arranged monks who knew the battle situation to explain the current situation to everyone, including the powerful monsters in the monster army surrounding Dajin Island, as well as their special moves and fighting methods. The supporting monks naturally dared not listen, and they all listened carefully, fearing that they would miss a little and lose their lives. After sailing safely for 6 days, the treasure ship began to encounter the outer forces of the monster army, but the small group of monsters was not a concern. Instead, the Lingguan monks on the treasure ship named Lin Xiao and other foreign monks, and asked them to go and deal with these monsters. The purpose was to let Lin Xiao and others familiarize themselves with the fighting methods in the Luoxing area. Lin Xiao chose to expose his archery skills. As mentioned before, the most feared thing about fighting in the Luoxing Sea area is being surrounded. Therefore, if Lin Xiao showed his long-range attack skills, the high-level officials would not easily arrange Lin Xiao to fight in close combat. At most, they would ask Lin Xiao to provide long-range fire support. As expected, Lin Xiao's archery skills, especially the 4th level arrows, were greatly appreciated by the spiritual light monks on the treasure ship. After all, being able to kill the enemy from a distance is much safer and can better protect the low-level disciples. On the 7th day, the 3 treasure ships were less than 3,000 miles away from Dajang Island. It would take less than half a day to arrive, but these 3,000 miles were not easy to pass, because these 3,000 miles of water were densely packed with monsters. It was a bit difficult to kill through them. In the 3,000 miles of sea, for the first 2,000 miles, the 3 treasure ships will form a V-shaped attack formation and attack with all their might. All the cultivators on board, regardless of their level of cultivation, must go to the edge of the treasure ship and kill the monsters. For the last 1,000 miles, the treasure ship will take off. At that time, the monsters will send flying monsters and high-level monsters to intercept. All the cultivators above the purple mansion on the ship must take action on the morning of the 7th day. Monk Lingguan loudly announced today's battle on the ship. The treasure ship can also take off, but the cost is extremely high. Usually, when the treasure ship sails on the sea, it only consumes 70,000 to 80,000 Zuan crystals a day to maintain it. But to take such a heavy treasure ship off, the consumption will increase 100 times. For this 1,000 miles, it will take 300,000 or 500,000 Zuan crystals to get out of trouble. Therefore, the treasure ship will not take off, unless it is absolutely necessary. After the 3 treasure ships adjusted their positions, they began to move towards Dajang Island at a very fast speed. Every meter they advanced was a bloody battle. All the monsters in the 3,000 miles of sea area were moved by the news. The whirlpools stirred by the monsters made the sea surface seem to boil. One by one, huge sea beasts began to hit the treasure ships. There were also sea beasts that could fly for a short time and constantly attacked the protective shield of the treasure ship, trying to blow up the protective shield. The monks on the ship fought desperately, killing a bloody path among the dense sea beasts. Lin Xiao also took a long sword and joined the battle. It was not cost effective to use bows and arrows at this time. After all, you can't pick them up after shooting them out. Even the spiritual light monks on the ship had no objection. The further you rush in, the more powerful the monsters will be, especially those huge sea beasts as big as mountains. If the spiritual light monks cannot smash them with one blow, it will hinder the navigation of the treasure ship and even be stranded. Once the treasure ship loses speed, it will be swallowed by the monsters. Can't get through, get into the air, get into the air. Quick, the spiritual light monk who flew out of the treasure ship saw dozens of monsters as big as hills blocking the way in front, forming several interception nets, and knew that he couldn't get through, so he immediately ordered the treasure ship to get into the air. The monks in the treasure ship's control center immediately changed the mode, sending handfuls of black crystals into a cabin in the formation center, and the treasure ship slowly got into the air. Low-level monks enter the cabin, and those above the purple mansion will follow me to kill the enemy. Charge. The roar of the spiritual light monk came, and all the monks above the purple mansion on the ship rushed out of the treasure ship, forming a protective net around the treasure ship, and fighting with the monsters that came to rob and kill. Lin Xiao held a long sword, and the long sword was full of strong energy, strangling the flying fish one by one, and watching a group of seabirds and monsters flying in the distance. Lin Xiao rushed directly into the treasure ship, and then asked the monks to bring a box of arrows. These arrows were slightly 4th order, and all of them were 2nd and 3rd order, but for Lin Xiao, they were enough. There were more than 20 monks who used bows and arrows like Lin Xiao, and each of them had a box of arrows, but their archery skills were not as good as Lin Xiao's. Lin Xiao's continuous arrows were extremely fast, and after a while, hundreds of arrows were shot out, and monsters kept falling from the sea-bad monster group. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao's cultivation and the advantages of the divine skills were reflected. After shooting more than a dozen 3rd order arrows, ordinary purple mansion monks would run out of Zuan Qi, and had to recover Zuan Qi while shooting arrows. But Lin Xiao could shoot continuously. If he didn't shoot 4th order arrows, the replenishment could even keep up with the consumption, as if he was a perpetual motion machine. When Lin Xiao shot the 3rd box of arrows, the 3 treasure ships finally rushed to Dajang Island. The guard monks on the island also sent people to meet them, and successfully let the treasure ships fly into the immortal cultivation city on Dajang Island. Quick, support monks, go to the cabin to carry supplies, get off the ship immediately, and make room for the wounded immortals to board the ship. Lingguang monk gave orders again. Each of the 5,000 support monks on the ship had to go to the cabin to carry supplies, so that most of the supplies could be unloaded in the first time. After all the supplies were unloaded, Lin Xiao saw hundreds of seriously injured people being sent to the treasure ship, as well as more than 10,000 mortals. In the Luoxinghe Islands, mortals are very valuable resources. Most of the monks rely on these mortals. The size of a force depends on how big the island they occupy is, and how many mortals they can feed. Therefore, unless necessary, the Alliance will not easily give up these mortals. With the monks in command, the efficiency was extremely high. Half a day later, the treasure ship was full of wounded soldiers and supplies. The guards let the treasure ship take off again, and then rushed into the group of monsters to break out. No one knew whether they could break out. Anyway, there have been many examples of treasure ships being shot down. Once the treasure ship is shot down, except for a few higher level monks, the rest will become food for the monsters. The monsters are about to attack the city. There is no time to rest. The city defense team, come to my place to gather. Formation master, gather here. Alchemist, come to me quickly. Refiner, where is the refiner I want? Come here quickly. Doctor, where is the doctor? Report to the wounded camp immediately, quickly. The city was in chaos. Lin Xiao followed a group of formation masters and quickly came to a Daogang monk. Lin Xiao handed the information of a group of people to him. There are only 32 formation masters. I want 50 people, at least 50 people, compared to those bastards in the Alliance. Fellow Daoist, take us to do our work quickly. The treasure ship has already left. Xiaolin, are you a 4th tier formation master? Guaranteed. Okay, follow me to the formation center, and a few of you come with me. The rest of you go to the logistics camp, to report and cooperate with the equipment refiner, to refine the formation plate. The man felt better when he saw Lin Xiao's information. With the addition of a 4th tier formation master, their pressure was much relieved. Soon, Lin Xiao followed him to the formation center and entered amidst layers of guards. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you are a 4th level formation master, which means you are the main force of Dajin Island. This is the method of controlling the formation center of Dajin Island. You should familiarize yourself with it first. You will maintain it here for 3 days. If you need any materials, just tell the people around you, and they will get them for you. Your task is to stay here all the time. If the formation is about to collapse, give an alarm. After 3 days, you will go to the front line for rotation. Do you understand? Understood. Don't worry, fellow Daoist. Well, remember, my name is Jiuo Dahei. I'm in charge of the formation defense. You can come to me if you have any questions. After Jiuo Dahei arranged Lin Xiao, he took away several 3rd level formation masters and arranged them to various key nodes. Lin Xiao took the jade slip and penetrated deeply into it. He soon understood the entire city defense formation. This city was the largest city on Dajin Island. The rest of the villages, towns, and small markets had been cleared out long ago. However, the city only had a 4th level spiritual vein, and the formation was a 5th level one. If the spiritual vein was insufficient, it would have to be supplemented with black crystals, and the formation center was the most important place. Just behind Lin Xiao, there was a row of boxes. This was the place to replenish the black energy. There were special monks operating, pouring boxes of black crystals into it, and then pouring out the emptied black crystal waste, and then pouring black crystals in again. Lin Xiao had to command how much to pour. In addition to this formation center, there were 18 key nodes. 2 4th level formation masters commanded 36 2nd and 3rd level formation masters to guard these formation nodes. Through the operation of the formation masters, they controlled the energy of the city defense formation shield to resist the attacks of scattered monsters. If the monsters had entered the city, these formation masters would operate the formation and use the power of the formation to kill these monsters. The entire formation is an integrated attack and defense. Lin Xiao recalled the defense formation of Gangming City. The function of that formation was relatively simple, just defense, and the attack power mainly relied on the guarding monks. Obviously, the defense formation of Dajin Island was more sophisticated. Lin Xiao silently memorized the formation, and changed the defense formation of Gangming City after returning. The monsters have begun to attack the city. Lord Guo has ordered that Lord Xiao maintain the formation. Pass the order down. All departments prepare. Listen to my orders. Yes, replenish the black crystal. 100,000. Deputy. Transfer 1/3 of the energy to the east area. Increase the energy replenishment. 300,000. 2/3 to the east area. Quickly. Not long after, because the treasure ship broke through into Dajin Island, angering the high-level Demon King, the monsters began to attack the city, and Lin Xiao quickly entered the role of the Formation Master, and began to maintain the entire Formation Center. At the beginning, there was still some jerky, but as the battle rhythm became faster and faster, more and more urgent, Lin Xiao quickly became familiar with it, and commanded dozens of monks in the Formation Center to keep busy. It took a full half day for the monster's attack to gradually weaken. Lin Xiao quickly asked people to take away the black crystals that had drained the black energy, and arranged for people to be on duty. It was a busy scene. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Dajin Island Defense Line. Friend Xiao, you are in charge of these 9 nodes from now on. There are not enough 3rd level formation masters now, and 4 of the nodes are supported by 2 2nd level formation masters, so you have to pay special attention to these 4 nodes. You have 2 tasks. First, protect the formation nodes, and don't let the nodes collapse and affect the operation of the formation. Second, protect the formation masters. Monsters will sometimes break in. You command the guardian monks to kill them. If you can't kill them, do it yourself. If a formation node collapses, you must maintain it immediately, and let the remaining nodes share the pressure. Then notify Lord Guo, and Lord Guo will send someone to repair the formation. Similarly, any casualties of formation masters must be reported immediately, and people will be sent to replace them. Don't worry, fellow Daoist, I get it, there won't be any problem. Just 3 days later, Lin Xiao was sent to the front line, in charge of 9 important formation nodes. Dajin Island really couldn't spare anyone, so this was the only way. At this time, Lin Xiao was still in charge of 13 formation masters and 20 guardian monks. These guardian monks were specially here to protect the formation masters. However, there were only 2 purple palace guardian monks, and the rest were condensed vein monks. After everyone left, Lin Xiao gathered the formation masters together and tested them one by one to test their level. The 13 formation masters had no objection. This was what every new formation master had to do. If you didn't understand their level, you might make a big mistake. Everyone, I already know your level. Although your level is not as good as Xiao's, your experience is better than mine, so there is nothing to say. Everything is the same as before. This is Xiao's experience in studying formations. You can pass it around. Lin Xiao was very satisfied after checking. Due to their cultivation, their level did not rise to the 4th level, but their foundation was very solid, and they had experience in large-scale offensive and defensive battles, which was more than Lin Xiao's experience. So Lin Xiao took out his own formation experience and gave it to them according to their level. Thank you, sir. The 13 formation masters were overjoyed when they saw it. The formation experience was related to the secrets of their inheritance, and ordinary people were not willing to give it out easily, especially higher level cultivators to low level cultivators. Many people had a condescending attitude, so how could they have such a good attitude? Good luck, fellow Taoists. Xiao came from Nanzhao and came here to make achievements. I hope you are the same. Not only must you live, but you must also earn more merits, so that you will have a smooth road in the future. Then I will accept your good words. Thank you, sir. A group of people bowed and thanked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao asked them to return to their positions. Then Lin Xiao found another 20 guardian monks and took out some spirit meat and kindling wine. Dajin Island has been surrounded for 2 years. The resources on the island have long been controlled and consumed. Although the treasure ship sent a batch of supplies in 3 days ago, there was not much for each person. Many people almost drooled when they saw the spirit meat that Lin Xiao took out. Spiritual wine. This is spiritual wine. Thank you sir, I haven't had spiritual wine for a long time. Don't be polite. We will be comrades fighting side by side in the future, and I hope you will protect this section of the formation with me of course. This is a duty, okay? Thank you all. Brothers, let's raise our glasses together. I estimate that I will be stationed here for a long time in the future. As long as the monsters don't attack the city and you have free time, you can come to consult me on some cultivation issues. Xiao will say everything Lin Xiao said, while holding up the glass. The first thing he did when he came was to mingle with the cultivators here, with a very humble attitude, and at the same time, gifts were constantly distributed. Things like beast tides or legion battles, personal bravery becomes very low. No matter how powerful you are, if you encounter a steady stream of enemies, you will be beaten to death by the group. No one's Zuan Qi is infinite, and people will also get tired, so you must rely on your companions and comrades to survive on the battlefield. Lin Xiao took advantage of his status to patrol the city wall, looking coldly at the monster army outside the city. The monster army was entrenched 5 kilometers away. At this distance, the attack power of ordinary long-range means was greatly weakened, and Dajin Island would not take the initiative to attack. The strategic goal was to rely on formations to consume these monsters. The monsters outside were basically amphibians and pure land monsters. The number was incomparable to the number of monsters densely packed in the 3,000 miles of sea, but it still made people's scalps numb. Especially some amphibians were extremely large, which were the main force of the siege, and posed a great threat. There was no siege at this time. The monsters were eating. Most of the food sources were monsters killed in battle and a small number of human monks. The sound of chewing in big mouthfuls made people feel sore, and the strong smell of blood drifted for dozens of miles. There were no monster corpses left in front of the city wall. Basically, they were all dragged away. This was also an important manifestation of Dajin Island's lack of strength. Knowing that these monsters would greatly increase their strength after swallowing monsters, they still had no way to stop it. Boom, boom. Suddenly, several violent fluctuations of profound energy were heard from the monsters. A monster had broken through, after devouring blood or the inner elixir of monster, causing panic among the surrounding monsters. Sure enough, the monster that had broken through began to attack the surrounding monsters, attempting to devour them again to advance. But soon a wise monster with a higher level of monsters appeared and stopped the monsters that had just broken through, and the monster group regained peace again. My lord, I have seen you. No need to be polite. Is this a black crystal cannon? Lin Xiao patrolled on the city wall, and the patrolling guards kept saluting Lin Xiao. The Dao Gang monks were high level in Dajin Island, and were the backbone of the guards. Lin Xiao pointed to something similar to a cannon on the wall and said, this thing is somewhat similar to the cannon in his previous life, mainly with a long barrel, but the two worlds are different. In fact, this black crystal cannon is also different. At least the black crystal cannon has no shells. It uses black crystal as the power source and bursts out with a spiritual light. Yes, sir, this is the black crystal cannon. These are the simplified black crystal cannons that have just been developed in the last 100 years. Black crystal cannons are more useful than large crossbows and god-destroying crossbows, but the previous black crystal cannons were too large and too high level, at least level 5, and one shot required 100,000 black crystals, which was too expensive and too inefficient. Later, the formation masters continued to simplify it, and only now we have the 3rd level black crystal cannon. One shot only requires 1000 black crystals, and can produce an effect equivalent to a full strength attack from the 10th level of the Purple Mansion. As long as there are a large number of them, it is more useful against monsters. I understand. Thanks for your advice. I dare not. We are going to continue patrolling. Well, you guys go ahead. Lin Xiao nodded, and then turned on the system to ask if the system had included this kind of black crystal cannon to see if he could get some points. However, the system explained that the theory of the big and small black crystal cannons was the same, so it could not be considered a new thing, so he could not get any points, which disappointed Lin Xiao. After the inspection, Lin Xiao returned to his post and had a general understanding of Dajin Island. Dajin Island was an important node in the second line of defense set up by Luoxinghe Islands. For this reason, Luoxinghe Alliance stationed heavy troops here, with more than 50,000 cultivators, 3 Lingguan cultivators, 20 to 30 daogangs, and more than 200 purple palaces. And after a while, treasure ships will rush in, to make up for the loss of personnel and material consumption, forming a refueling tactic. But not all refueling tactics are wrong. Under the overall situation of Luoxinghe, the refueling tactic can also drag the monsters to this line, so that the personnel and materials behind Luoxinghe Islands can be fully utilized, and a stronger front can be built. According to the previous practice of Luoxinghe, unless the deep sea monsters fought with all their strength, the war would basically be concentrated in this second line of defense. As long as the number of monsters was consumed to a certain extent, the monsters would naturally retreat. However, there were also times when there were mistakes. The second line of defense was a narrow line of defense composed of more than 20 islands. If the monsters broke through 1 or 2 points, it was possible to surround a certain node. At that time, the intelligent monsters would also change their tactics, such as gathering most of the monsters and surrounding the islands for thousands of miles. In this way, the treasure ships could not break through the encirclement to transport supplies. After a long time, the islands could not support it, causing a complete collapse. Therefore, the most important thing for the Luoxinghe Alliance is to ensure the continuity of the defense line. No point can fall, otherwise there will be a danger of total destruction. Lin Xiao was used to being the head of the sect, and his thinking mode was to consider the overall situation. So when he returned to his post, Lin Xiao was speechless. He was just a formation master now, so he didn't care about so many things. Besides, the Luoxinghe Islands also had a history of tens of thousands of years. People who deal with monsters every day should not be so stupid. A 4th level array master can earn 3000 merits for 1 day of garrisoning on Dajang Island. If the monsters attack the city, there will be additional rewards. The treatment is very generous. As long as you don't die in the whole battle, you can basically earn a few million Zuan crystals. If you work a little harder, you can get island rewards from the Alliance, and take root in Luoxinghe Islands. This kind of reward measure is very tempting for some casual cultivators. After all, islands are different from land. If you are assigned to an island, then he is the boss on the island, and the beast tide does not come easily. Once this beast tide is over, it will take at least hundreds of years for the next one to come. If you are a master with great talent and strategy, hundreds of years are enough for development, and you can even use the next beast tide as an opportunity for development. In fact, many forces in Luoxinghe Islands made their fortunes in this way. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed, and Lin Xiao completely integrated into Dajang Island. During these 2 months, the monsters basically attacked the city once every 3 or 4 days, and the intensity was not strong each time. It was mainly to consume low-level monsters, and then let the rest of the monsters devour and grow. However, as time went on, the number of monsters became smaller, but their levels became higher, making it increasingly difficult to guard them, which caused the morale of the city to slowly decline. Chapter 225. The situation is worrying. The intervals between the monsters' attacks on the city were getting longer and longer, but the intensity of each attack was slowly increasing, and the number of wounded in the city was increasing. As supplies were consumed, many wounded could not receive effective treatment, and could only rely on meditation to absorb the mysterious energy to recover from the injuries on their bodies. Although this could also recover, the speed was too slow and extremely painful, so that the morale in the city was slowly falling. Sir, this is your share for today, and it is a little less. The disciple in charge of logistics took out a lunchbox and placed it in front of Lin Xiao. After opening it, the spiritual rice inside was a little less, and the dishes became ordinary mortal vegetables, with only a small piece of spiritual meat. Lin Xiao sighed, said nothing, and took out something from his storage bag. When he first came, Dao Gang monks had a quota of 3 katas of spiritual rice every day, and the side dishes were all spiritual meals. But now there is only 1 kati of spiritual rice, and there is basically no spiritual meal in the side dishes. The supplies in the city were obviously not consumed. They were saving supplies to prevent the worst result, because in a month, the Luoxinghe Alliance would deliver personnel and supplies. If the treasure ship could not break through the siege, the situation would collapse. Fellow Daoist GUO, you are here. Fellow Daoist Xiao, how is the situation? It's okay here. The formation masters and guardian monks have no casualties. I saw that there are fewer monks guarding the city. Is the situation so bad? You are a Dao gang monk. There are some things I can tell you, but I hope you don't spread it to others. This is natural. Dancing Island has fallen. How could this be? The guards of Dancing Island are no worse than those of Dajan Island, right? Lin Xiao exclaimed. Dancing Island, like Dajan Island, is an important node of the second line of defense, with heavy troops stationed there. How could it fall so easily? The Lingguang monk from Dancing Island was greedy for merit and acted rashly. In order to hunt down a wounded 5th rank monster, he was besieged by the monsters of the ZHI clan. In order to rescue the Lingguang monk, the monks of Dancing Island had to take the initiative to attack. 3 treasure ships went out, but only 1 came back, and more than 5,000 elite forces were killed in one battle. The monsters of the ZHI clan took advantage of the weakened defenses on the island. 3 5th rank monsters landed and launched a fierce attack. The monks on the island only held out for 3 days before the island fell. In the end, with the support of the alliance, only less than 20,000 monks were rescued, and the remaining more than 30,000 people were left. A huge loophole appeared in the second line of defense. Now the alliance is repairing the line of defense, and its manpower is weak in the area of Dancing Island. It is hard to say whether supplies can be transported in a month. Greedy for merit and acted rashly. Is that Lingguang monk crazy? It's not crazy, it's too greedy. The seriously injured 5th rank monster was a dragon. Do you know how many Zuan crystals a 5th rank dragon is worth? Guo Dahei shook his head. A 5th order dragon was too valuable, and it was seriously injured. Once killed or captured, it would be worth no less than 10 million Zuan crystals. Not every Lingguang cultivator was rich, which was enough to make Lingguang cultivators impulsive. A 5th order dragon, no wonder. Alas. It's useless to say anything else now. I hope the alliance's support will come in a month, otherwise Dajan Island will be doomed. Without support, it can only last for 2 more months. Now there are more than 600 people in the wounded camp, who have no healing pills to take. In addition, the stock of magic tools and talismans is also very tight. Have the higher-ups made any preparations? Nothing. There are only 6 treasure ships in the city, which can carry more than 30,000 people at a time. Many people also have flying boats. If it doesn't work, just retreat. It's not unheard of for the second line of defense to be breached. If it doesn't work, just retreat to the third line of defense. I understand. If it's really unfortunate, I hope Lord Guo can help a little. Don't worry, every 4th order formation master is a valuable talent of the alliance, and will not be easily abandoned. Guo Dahei nodded. The world of cultivating immortals has always been so cruel. It doesn't matter if some low-level disciples die, they can just recruit more when the time comes. However, the death of cultivators above the Dao gang level is a big deal. Every Dao gang cultivator needs at least 100 years of training and cannot be easily lost. So if they are to withdraw, the Dao gang cultivators will also be key personnel. Sir, what did Lord Guo say? I see Lord Guo doesn't look very good. Nothing. Don't think too much. Just stick to your duties. Sir, I received some rumors down there. What rumors? I heard that an important island outside has fallen, and the second line of defense is about to collapse. We have all become abandoned pawns of the alliance. Nonsense. There are 3 Lingguang ancestors and 20 or 30 Dao gang on Dajan Island. Who dares to give up? Sir, ignore them. Take Xiao for example. I'm from Nansao. If the alliance dares to give up on me, and I'm not dead, what do you think will be the consequences? Okay, go back. Lin Xiao said with a cold face. The alliance really didn't dare to give up on Lin Xiao casually. He was not a native cultivator of Luo Xinghe. If they dared to give up on him, it would be fine if Lin Xiao died in battle. But they were afraid that, if he didn't die, once it was publicized, and the foreign support cultivators were used as cannon fodder, who would dare to come to help Luo Xinghe in the future? It would be almost digging their own graves. Lin Xiao found time to go to the city. The whole city was under military control. After many evacuations, there were not many mortals left. Only tens of thousands of people were left. These tens of thousands of people had to help defend the city, mainly for logistics, and would not be withdrawn again. Therefore, there were more monks in the city than mortals. Lin Xiao found a former guardian monk, and with his introduction, he found the black market that was moving again. The black market in the city started when the city was defended. Many monks had some precious resources, but they could not be directly converted into combat power. They would take them out and exchange them for elixirs, magic tools, and talismans. In addition, there were some privately hidden spoils of war and some items of fallen monks. In short, the black market became extremely prosperous, but the black market was not allowed to exist, so basically they moved to another place after shooting. Without an acquaintance's introduction, they could not enter the door at all. The reason why Lin Xiao knew about it was because he heard the guardian monks chatting, and Lin Xiao was good to them, so some people were willing to act as a matchmaker. After Lin Xiao restrained his spiritual pressure, he entered the black market. There were not many people in the black market, but it was very quiet. The people who set up stalls put out their items and talked in secret language, never talking loudly. Lin Xiao also consumed a lot of things in his storage ring, but Lin Xiao had a system. As for talismans, elixirs, magic tools, etc., as long as he had points, he could get as many as he wanted, and all the products were top quality, so he was very popular in the black market. Dao, this is the secret technique passed down from my ancestors. It is of the highest grade in the mysterious level. Why are there only 3 third level talismans? No, at least 5. 3. If you want it, exchange it. If not, I'm leaving. Exchange, exchange. Dao, I still have the inner elixir of a 4th level monster. Do you want to exchange it? 3 third level top grade attack talismans, I want them for defense, then there are only 2 exchange. Okay, Lin Xiao walked to each stall, constantly distributing pills, magic tools, and talismans. Among them, consumable talismans were the most popular. This thing does not require much Zuan Qi to activate, and it is very useful at critical moments. After browsing the black market, Lin Xiao returned to his tent, next to the formation node. When there is no war, he can rest and practice in the tent. Lin Xiao took out the talisman pen and began to draw talismans. A long time ago, his talisman making level reached the 2nd level upper grade. During this period, Lin Xiao continued to draw talismans and successfully broke through to the 3rd level lower grade. After an hour, Lin Xiao collected the 15 talismans he had drawn, and then took out the Mishen pill and swallowed it to replenish his spiritual power. Drawing talismans is very energy consuming. If there is no shortage of pills, he would not dare to be so exaggerated and use up his spiritual consciousness in an hour. There were already a lot of things in Lin Xiao's storage ring, but he had no time to sort them out. Anyway, the storage ring could hold them all, and Lin Xiao's storage ring was given by the system, so he didn't know what level it was. Anyway, Lin Xiao had seen a 6th level storage bag, but the space was much smaller than the storage ring in his hand. When he had nothing to do, Lin Xiao took out a book of secret arts to comprehend. These days, he collected a lot of secret arts, some of which were very good, powerful and extremely mysterious, and worthy of Lin Xiao's practice. Dang dang dang, soon, the sound of violent bells spread throughout the city, and teams of city guarding monks walked out of the camp, and walked to the city wall. More than a dozen formation masters were already standing at their posts, and 20 guardian monks also appeared. Sir, the monsters are preparing to attack the city. Please prepare. I know. Lin Xiao nodded and walked to the monster group far away on the city wall. Countless aquatic monsters appeared in the sea. Some huge aquatic monsters became porters. On their backs, many land monsters were being transported to the island. Lin Xiao took a breath. The impact of the fall of Dancing Island appeared. The monsters could gather more numbers to attack the city. If nothing unexpected happened, Dajin Island would be the next island to be attacked. Level 2 alarm. The number of monsters is increasing. Daogang monks are in place. Hurry up. Prepare to kill high level monsters. As more and more monsters appeared, the monks on the island raised the alarm level. A large number of Daogang monks would be dispatched in the level 2 alarm. If it was a level 1 alarm, all Lingguan monks would have to participate in the fight. Woo woo. As the roars of monsters came, tens of thousands of monsters landed on the beach, joined the previous monsters, and then rushed towards the city. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of black crystal cannons on the city wall opened fire, killing the monsters in front one by one, but they could not stop them. The injured monsters became even more crazy and rushed forward. Large crossbows, nail them to death. Release swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Prepare the god-killing crossbow. Fire at 1000 meters. Release bang, bang, bang. Release again. Free fire city defense monks. Prepare. Logistics monks. Prepare. Once the monsters are killed, immediately drag them into the city. Fire attribute monks. Prepare. When the monsters retreat, set fire 2000 meters away to prevent the monsters from dragging back the bodies. Quickly the city defense commander's orders came one after another. When the monsters approached the city wall, thousands of monks rushed out and fought with the monsters. In addition, many logistics monks were ready on the city wall, holding grappling hooks in their hands. Once a monster was killed, they would immediately hook the monster's body and drag it back to the city so that they could use the monster's materials and prevent the monster from upgrading. Lin Xiao left the city wall and directed the formation master to maintain the formation and resolve the attacks of the monsters one by one to prevent loopholes in the city defense formation and prevent the monsters from breaking in. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.